won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy
Them sturdy boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? Don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle.
changed so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No life, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Nothing's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop and reach it for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you
never stop to give in, never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire.
some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay.
see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part
Almost there, we're almost there. Da-da-da-da. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Da-da-da-da. Here it is.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下棋赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下棋赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳戏手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
每一次蜕变也很重要。要敢抓住每一个机会，感接每一波，我们感接每一波才战，我们感接每一波才战，敢孤注一掷。没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？拿出你们本事，阻止他们！
We team is the best。年轻就是要狂。成功未定，一切皆有可能。我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。新的几年，看我们的！来吧！想成为这场比赛的主角吗？来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Welcome, one, and right back to the LPL every day of the week. We're rounding out our super weekend here in week number 1 of the Summer Split 2023. I'm Mazel. I'm joined for the first time in the split by Kitty, and I couldn't be more excited for this reunion as it's going to be a fun night of games.
Yep, the first 2 games will be between me and Mazel, and of course, happy Sunday, everyone. The week is coming to an end. That also means that week 1 of LPL is also coming to an end. But we have had some crazy games so far, Mazel.
Yeah, we absolutely have. And speaking of crazy, while we haven't gotten our 9-game night just yet, we did have some fun things happen on the Rift, at least yesterday. If you're a Ninjas in Pajama fan, you were definitely a little bit more happy, as they definitely had a happy ending to their 2-0 victory over NIP. And I think it came through a lot of functionality in the team composition and how they executed on it over and over and over again.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think Invincible on this Kennen was a standout for this game too. And I also want to highlight Angel in that game 1 where he was able to pick up the Nico. A lot of people have been playing this Nico and it's definitely becoming a very troublesome champion when it comes to these team compositions, because you take a look at IG's comp, they really like diving in, especially with Lescam being such an aggressive player. But when you're playing against Nico champion like this, it's a little bit hard. But of course, in our game 2, we had RNG versus LNG. Gala versing his old team, and I was talking about this earlier where I really like the slogan Gala never give up, because this was truly just kind of a differential in that ADC position, and I think you have a lot to say about this last game, Mazel.
I need to see more memes with that in it because it's just too good. And the man popped literally off in the series itself. Then we had a culmination of the night, EDG versus TS. You know it had to go the distance, Kitty.
Yeah, I think Top Esports won the early game pretty much all across all three, but EDG being that team fighting team brought it back in one of them. Unfortunately, the second game was one of the messiest games that we've seen from EDG, where it was an open base and EDG had a lot of angles to close it out, but unfortunately they decided to flip it at the at the Elder Dragon, and that just became the reason why they lost. And I think Wayward had a really good series on this Cassante as well, especially in this game too, where he was just giving Ala a run for his money. I believe Ala on the Jax was 2-7 at one point, but yeah. Also in game 3, we saw Top Esports pick the Draven and Pyke, and that did absolute wonders for the side of Top Esports, and really something iconic to JackeyLove. And we need to remind everyone that this Draven champion is a menace to deal with.
Yeah, and the game just ended up being a snowball in this one because of a lot of the leads that they had gotten for JackeyLove and through Mark, right? And it was really nice to see Top Esports able to kind of pull it back, right the ship, go 1-1 in this first week, have a little bit of a good ending. And a lot of our top teams, again, kind of using the same wordage, riding the ship towards the end, Kitty. And I think this weekend has been very interesting for our, at least, start of the split.
Yep, and I think all eyes are on LNG right now because they are a clear contender for coming first. Oh, they are sitting pretty up in first alongside Ultra Prime right now. But I also do want to highlight that we have some banger matchups coming up later on tonight, where I believe OMG vs Weibo will be a very interesting one because we saw that Weibo took over the games up against JDG. So I'm not too sure how or what to expect out of OMG just quite yet, because they also had a very, very lackluster series up against BLG, which is also playing tonight.
Yeah, they definitely did. And while it's still the early part of the split, you got to remember our split has been condensed down. Teams are playing 3 times a week, more than likely. And it's definitely a grueling task here. So every win at this point matters. And speaking of, there's going to be some wins delved out tonight. We'll see if OMG can get themselves to a 1-1 over Weibo. Weibo looking strong in their first series, but we're kicking it off with BLG RA. And then our match of the week, JDG sitting at 0-1 to start off the split against LNG. LNG playing a second match in a row here, so maybe a little bit of exhaustion factored in.
Yep, it's been a very long time since I've seen JDG lose, and of course it was up against Weibo. We have a lot of super teams playing tonight: BLG, Weibo, LNG, and JDG, which I have no idea how the last series is gonna go. But of course, in our first matchup,
I can't wait to find out.
I can't wait to find out as well, because we have 2 of the best ADCs going up against each other, not to mention the mid lane matchup as well. But of course, for our first matchup, it is going to be between BLG and RA, where they have very different results from the previous matchups, because I believe RA got 0-2'd by RNG and BLG had a stomp matchup up against OMG. That's correct. But we also have to highlight some of the players that I think have really stepped up on BLG, which is a continuing factor from the MSI and whole spring split, is that my duo between Shun and On have genuinely become one of my biggest pleasures to watch in the LPL, because they still embody that LPL aggression that we so rarely see nowadays because of the meta shift. A lot of people have defaulted to just scaling with the enchanters and the junglers.
True.
Well, usually see them playing alongside the mid laner, but rarely the support, which we still see in BLG.
Yeah, for sure. And just kind of overarchingly, I think BLG are just kind of jumping straight from strength to strength. I mean, runner-up for the first time at an international for BLG there in MSI, not too shabby, but it's about the roster kind of coming together, and it's also the way that they're executing on the Rift together and going from a very solid state in the meta at MSI to now utilizing the strengths of this meta for their team composition. I think RA have a lot of questions to answer when it comes into that, especially draft early on, because BLG are a team that will just snowball you.
Yeah, BLG probably the best team at snowballing with those tiny leads that when you do give them that. And I think one of their biggest strengths is that On is the clear initiator alongside Shun. They have a very clear idea of how to pilot throughout the early game, where Elk and Yago just kind of scaling to eternity, especially Elk. We don't really see Xayah being a high priority champion for a lot of these teams, but BLG is still a very big enjoyer of this champion, where he was gale forcing flashing in on Xayah. That's how ahead BLG was. However, I am very concerned about one point. Yeah, it is classic Elk. However, in classic Bin fashion as well, I am very concerned that he showed a bit of a rough game up against, I believe it was OMG Shanzi, especially when it came to laning. He is a very confident player in nature, we all know that, and he's willing to fight fire with fire. But when this happened up against that OMG series, Bin went 0-5 on Gragas, and mistakes like this, it doesn't get exposed by these middle to bottom tier teams. But when you are versing someone that is a super roster, if you give them a single kill, they will use that lead and expand into eternity.
And I love that you bring up this top matchup because specifically there is a little bit of history between these two, Xiaoshu and Bin, but the different track records right now in terms of how they're trying to set up their season is interesting none the least. But then when you look at the 1v1 itself, there's some information that you were telling me before we were coming on that Bin might not want to hear.
Bin definitely is looking for revenge for tonight because previously during the spring regular split, this top lane matchup was a very interesting one as we had Xiaoshu historically winning the matchup 2-1 every single time they went up against each other in that isolated 1v1. I believe Bin's scoreline was around 2-7 on the Gnar and also 0-5 on the Gnar, where Xiaoshu a very big carry point for RA right now and definitely someone that they can rely on because they have such a new roster and everyone is still trying to mold together. And one of my biggest concerns for this RA roster is the jungle presence around the map, because we often see when teams find the most success, it's usually through the jungler pairing up with either the mid laner or the support. However, in their series up against, I believe it was, in their previous series, I'm just going to say that, they were really lacking in terms of just macro play and how proactive they were in the early game.
Yeah, and especially I think you were talking a lot about the mechanical prowess of BLG, but especially how On gets involved with the rest of the team. Feather's the new guy on RA, right? He's the call-up from the LDL squad of JDG, and I want to see what On can do to pressure this newer guy. On himself, one of our youngest supports in league, was the youngest support just last split. But especially how the meta is kind of panning out, where you really do have to have a lot of that mobility coming out of the support role, a lot of that engaged potential coming out of that support role.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think both of these support players, they have a very paralleling champion pool when it comes to the bottom lane, where we saw Feather, he picked something like the Nautilus and the Blitzcrank, but RA, they are still trying to figure out their own drafting. I think in their series up against RNG, that was their biggest downfall, because a certain champion named Braum kind of counted their entire team composition to the point where they couldn't win a single team fight. But on the other hand, we have engaged supports and the engaged champions being played right in the hands of On, and that is because they are willing to pull the trigger so early on in the game, where if you do play Sandon and you're trying to scale into the late game like the previous team OMG, then you're just going to get dove constantly by Xun.
And one thing I definitely need to see, as we're going to be getting closer and closer to the draft for RA, is initiation of some sort, decision-making power, if you will, for RA. And I think it can come from a lot of different ways. Obviously, you have Strive in there this time around. I think that things can change in the mid lane, but specifically how they answer a lot of that snowbally pressure from BLG. Because while BLG are looking really good when they're ahead, they have a lot of strength when they're controlling the map, we also have some questions when they fall behind. If they can play from behind, if they can play from a point of a back foot.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think my biggest critique for RA in their first showing up against RNG this week was that they didn't seem like a solo queue jungler, to be quite frank, because he was nowhere near his own mid laner and support throughout that series, and he was just playing Viego, minding his own business, flipping the map on his bottom lane, and there was just absolutely no synergy. So hopefully bringing in Strive for this series is going to be so much better, as we saw that this RA team, it's very hard to find a clear initiation or an idea of initiation. So I would like to see them to kind of go for something that is easy to execute, go something like the Nico, the Wukong, a very strong duo that we've seen so far in the meta, to the point where you can tell that they are going for those mid-game skirmishes, but in the early game, that's still the most important.
Woo, we're getting right into it, Kitty. Better way to start off a Super Sunday here in the LPL, but dive straight into it like a cold bath. We got BLG on the blue side with the Cassante, that Draven band, and the Jax. We also have RA on the red with the Lucian, Zeri, and the Gnar band. First pick, Melio. Shocker.
Well, at least it's Milio, not Zerayumi. I think I would much prefer that. But with a BLG picking up this
I think
Milio,
RA might not say the same thing at the end of this game if it doesn't go
it just
their way.
enables so many duos. You can pick something like the Lucian, which Elk is so proficient on. I genuinely think he is one of our strongest Lucian players that we have in the LPL. RA is going to respond with something like the Vi. The Wukong is still open, which is one of Shun's best champions as well, which I'm starting to get a little bit worried for RA. You have to pick up the Nico right now. It has been left open because you don't want to be giving that champion over to Yaga. Wukong and Nico in the hands of BLG is just going to repeat what their results were from the earlier week.
Now, I do love this. The Jinx priority has been rising, specifically in answer to Aphelios, but as well as just a very strong hyper carry and something to maybe take away from the duo from Melio. Still a lot of options on the table, and this is something I was talking about with Lyric the other night. I want to see this so bad. This and Jhin, but specifically, we just never get to see the Melio make it through the ban table, but it will be the Aphelios that comes through. So the tried and true classic, but it's actually BLG saying, we see your Jinx and we don't care, we get the Nico.
Well, it is going to be the Aphelios and Miller for the bottom, like you said, but we saw how Yago piloted this Nico. He was a very sneaky mid laner when it came to those vision plants, and he got a very stylish play onto Cream from OMG. So I'm very excited to see how he will continue with this trend, but it is going to be the Nautilus. A lot of lockdown for the side of RA, which is what I want. Easy to execute champion, single target, and with a lot of early game proactiveness, which is really good signs. But with this, RA is most likely going to take out all the jungle pairings. That is going to go very well alongside Yago. Maybe something like the Wukong and the Viego.
And I want to go back to your point because I know you were talking about wanting some initiation from at least Feather, but specifically we were talking about it from a whole from RA, decision-making power. And so far, with the Vi and the Nautilus, they have that. I'm looking maybe for one more piece to the puzzle, but as you said, some whittling down to do in the second phase of bans. We do get that Wukong off the table. The Ahri also taken away by BLG.
Do you remember Nautilus mid lane from MSI, Mazel? RA picking Nautilus, I mean, it can still go mid lane, question mark. And RA can pick up something like the Lulu and just scale alongside the Milio and the Aphelios, but I don't know if they're going to do it. I think that's a little bit too much of a cooking situation for Strive to pull off, because I think Strive, he did have a really good performance throughout spring as well, so it'd be nice for him to have some type of champion that can make up for the lack of damage, which is going to be the Annie for this game one.
And I do actually like the Nautilus, just because I guess it depends on execution, but if you play aggressively into this composition, you're going to have a lot better of a time than, say, you play passively, play for scales and makes his team become unstoppable. But I do specifically now with the Annie, that decisiveness still is the highest thing on the pillar for RA. They have the Tibbers locked down, they have all the initiation they can ask for, and if they are all together, that's where this composition really shines. We did get a couple key bans, that Nocturne and that Syndra, so focusing down a couple of the remaining big picks. But the Gragas comes through for Ben, and we're seeing the hover of the Kha'Zix right now. But one thing I do love to say is these two junglers do not mince pathing, I guess, when you come to jungle. They are both very aggressive in the stances they take, trying to go for invades, trying to go for aggressive plays, and love to see this opt-in from BLG, the belief in Shun, and it will be the Kha'Zix.
A very different approach for BLG in the second series, because we saw from their earlier series in this week is that they were playing very aggressive in this early game, but now picking something like the Aphelios and the Kha'Zix does signify that they are looking for those late game team fights and getting those items online ASAP, while RA on the other hand, they're going the BLG route, and this is exactly what I want, but that's the Mordekaiser for Xiaoxu.
Love to see it. He says, you had nightmares of me before, Ben. Well, I'm going to literally put you in the nightmare realm. As the Gragas versus Mordekaiser matchup, actually very interesting, because we've had such stalemates in our top lane meta recently, at least is what's developed in week number 1. And while I believe we might still get that here, at least there's some flavoring with the Mordekaiser, Kitty.
Yep. Is this the first Mordekaiser we've seen this year? I swear I haven't seen a Mordekaiser played in the LPL for so long, but Xiaoxu cooking something up, that is for sure. But my main point is still RA being so many champions that can dive and get onto Elk for this game one. However, you need to consider that he has Emilio and Nico, and their counters towards your engage is going to be so rough. So I think Feather is going to play a big role in terms of how he's going to make these picks in the early game and not allow Elk and the support, which is going to be Emilio this game, to get to that late game stage.
And one of the biggest things is the fact that BLG just have so much peel when you're looking for that engage. And that early game is definitely going to matter in terms of where the jungle pathing lies and how that leads out to early advantages. But specifically, we got to look at the connections between the supports and junglers. Who gets onto the Rift first? Who gets first blood? And who can get that snowball rolling here? We've got BLG versus Rare Adam kicking off our Super Sunday, our final day of week number 1 here in the LPL 2023 Summer Split. And here comes Summoner's Rift. Now, as we get into it, I'm sure we will get the gyos very loud and very clearly, but it is still making sure that RA don't get snowballed here. They've got to have a better performance comparatively to when they went up against RNG.
I got so many BLG, what are these called? I know it in Chinese. What is it called in English? I don't remember. These
Poster
BLG
cards?
fan posters.
Fan
Yeah,
signs?
I have like a flag, and then I also have
Nice.
a poster of the entire team. But I really miss being at a live event, Mazel. I really hope that our LPL teams, the 4 that we're sending to Worlds, is going to be really fun for the rest of the audience to also witness.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. I'm sure we'll have some Star Wars representatives here. We're already getting started with a good split, I feel like. And speaking of getting started, we are on to the Rift now, looking at top side starts for both junglers, pathing down towards bottom side. But meanwhile, we got to see what the aggression has in tail for us with this 2v2.
BLG needs to play very carefully because we really see RA getting that lane advantage when it comes to the pushing lane. So it most likely signifies that Lin is going to make a trip to this bot lane duo at level 3. And On needs to not get hooked because we already saw Feather hitting one that early on in this stage.
Some good lane presence, at least from Feather and Asim. Again, Feather, one of the newer members here, a new call-up for RA, at least this split. They're trying to make it work with Asim, who has been a standout for RA, at least a piece to work around for them for a little while now. It looks like it has been 94 days since the Mordekaiser has been played. It was in the spring split, it looks like, of 2023 from Fearness on FPX, when he was on FPX.
I guess my memory is just not good enough, but I was pretty surprised that RA isn't willing to experiment a little bit more because they do have a support sub, which is Balan, and something that RA so desperately misses. But I need to stop that point because I think we're getting an invade.
We are indeed, and this is the aggression that we said we always get when these two jugglers hit the Rift. And Chun will have to burn his flash early. This means Lien gets this red buff.
This is the early game proactiveness I'm begging RA to have, and Lian executing on that, stealing the red buff away from Shun, denying the full clearing ability from this Kha'Zix is exactly what you need with this composition, forcing stuff in the early game. We do have Yagal getting, I think Yagal does get a little bit of a lane priority when it comes to the mid lane push for now, but we want to see level 6 roams out of RA. We have so many awesome ultimates with the Nautilus, the Vi, and of course the Annie, where Elk doesn't have cleanses game, so that's very, very dangerous if On is a little bit behind in terms of levels.
Very true, and if Feather gets unlocked out of lane, that's where things really can start to go their way at least. But we've talked a lot about RA's side, a lot of the pick potential, the initiation, while BLG have picked the Kha'Zix comp with a lot of scaling. So they're definitely looking to be a little bit more reserved where they try to extend to.
Shun does dodge the wall perfectly.
Should get the flash out of Xiaoshu here. Does flash, but still goes down under tower. One more auto attack at 400. Smackaroos straight to Shun.
A really nice E flash coming out of Bin, as well as we swapped flash for flash in this top lane, and the wave is so bad for the side of Ari's top lane where he's forced TP back. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shun makes another trip. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Shun goes back top lane, because now he has the serrated Dirk as well, so he's going to be so much more stronger for a revisit. But yeah, talking about BLG's composition, it's been this Kha'Zix pick has been a very big talking point for patch 13.10 because of the buff to Youmu's and how ridiculously OP it is when it comes to early game spiking. And I'm really excited to see how Shun is going to pilot this champion, because I think Shun, he has a lot of flexibility when it comes to his champion pool, where he's willing to either be the initiator, the shot caller, and play for his team, or we already talked about this during the break, is that he's also willing to play champions like the Kha'Zix in Italy, where Yagal is the one playing utility mid lane, which I think is the best version of BLG.
It is indeed, but what we need to up in that is continuous aggression. Don't let them get control of the map. Lien was looking for it. He was just trying to see if he could scout out Shun, but they will actually start up the dragon. It's such a quick tempo game from RA so far.
Both mid lane is a level 6 right now, but I think Yago is going to be the one that moves first if they do look for anything here. BLG isn't there though, so the first dragon is going to go towards the side of RA. Really good stuff. I mean, we saw in the series up against, for BLG up against, I believe it was OMG, they had soul point every single game, or they got soul every single game. By the point of 27 minutes, it was already Elder Dragon. So taking this away, it is going to upset a little bit about BLG's kind of tempo in this early game.
Yeah, very true. We do see Shun actually on the bottom side of the map, just looking to see if he can get some cross-map plays going. We'll actually be spotted out taking this scuttle crab, so a little bit of vision information over to RA. While Lien got those 3 long swords, just looking to clear out his waves, his side of the jungle until we get those level 6s when those very decisive ultis start to come online for RA.
Well, the Gravitum.
Double Gravitum and the Infernum. We do have Shun coming down to try to punish as they retreat. I don't think it's going to be just in time, but they are going to crash into the tower here. Well, if you step back up, if you guys step back up,
you see Liam making his way bottom already. Yago, they don't have any vision for RA to walk into here. This is really dangerous.
Just Shun feeling a little bit salty after Lien stole away his red buff, wanted to get something back there, right?
Yep, and Elk does pick up that one play from the bottom lane, and this is what I'm talking about, the synergy between the mid jungle, and I think BLG,
this is going to be so punishing.
Oh, look at
the Pop Blossom as well. He can't get out. Everything's coming down, and Yagao, he snipes him out of the jungle.
A 1v2 situation, and that is the ultimate burn from Yaga with a kill going to his pockets as well. But yeah, for my point from earlier is that the mid synergy with Shun is just so prevalent around the map, where you really feel the presence, and it is forcing Assume and Feather out of their own lane. And just look at the vision that BLG has been able to set up.
Oh no, oh no, one more auto, and there you go. Elk snipes him down, and what did we say? BLG are just hopping from strength to strength. Yes, they ended up semi-finalists at MSI, but so far in this week 1, they have been dominating their opponents.
Feather's looking for a return play in the mid lane.
We get the early flash from Yagao, so that will be revisited. Lien just trying to get something back on the map.
I'm really curious on why Assume was by himself in this bottom lane. I believe Feather was really low and he was forced to back, but it had to either be like a tower hitting Assume, and then the ultimate from Aphelios also gets burnt. But we need to take another look, because it is going to be the W and the ultimate coming out of the Millier, or at least the Aphelios and the Millier combo. This is just 2023, guys. Millier's a really balanced champion, I think, Mazel.
So what was I saying before? I don't think RA is going to be feeling much the same about the Amelia being let through, but we'll see how their feelings are hurt after this one, because it is starting to get away from them. And what did we say at the very beginning? The snowball from BLG is always so potent. It just seemingly infects the map every time. Let's see if they can continue
Oh,
to
the
snowball
flash.
this. Elk gonna dodge this one out. Elk gonna outplay Feather.
What?
And the auto attack, it's enough. No, assume. He tries to go for it. He gets the trade off at least. And RA are just scrounging for something. They're finally on the board.
Elk
We
just
got
knew,
Strive
but they're gonna look
flashing
for more.
for it. You got so much damage for Lien. They are just diving headlong under the tower to try to pick up kills. They
This
trade
bottom
one
tier
back to
1
Shun.
tower. Mazel, this bottom tier 1 tower is BLG tower because that is the 6th member for this team comp. How did they just go for 2 dives and RA just threw everything at them? I'm so sorry for cutting you off earlier, but that is an insane decision made by RA. I can respect the hook from Feather here because he was predicting Elk's flash, but Elk just knew. And this Jinx
Too good.
ultimate not landing is so tragic, where Assume has to force the flash as well and trades 1 for 1. But I think this play should just be cut here. RA, they look for more and they want to go on to On, where I believe On, he didn't really have anything to live from this, but Shun picking up that kill is really not worth for the side of RA, guys.
Without Lien's flash, that On makes it out alive there. So a heads up play from Lien. I think he still dies even if he did like going the other way unless he flashed that way. So trying to get some gold back for himself, trying to get that item completion. The problem is Shun now has the Umbral Glaive. It's not even the Yomu start this time around. You just go straight for the Umbral Glaive. You're going to complete the Yomu's next. And you do so much freaking damage.
One more
Holy cow. Lien's just gone. Melio, say hi. And Strive might go down under Tower 2. No, he does survive. Assume is going for a little bit of damage here. Feather just goes
Feather's
in and now is
alone.
immediately surrounded by the shark. Bob bottom! Yagao cannot be given this Nico champion any longer. BLG are off to the races.
It's a massacre, Mazel. It is 8-2 at 11 minutes. And RA, they are just dying 1 by 1 as everyone has their eyes set onto On. But once again, the presence from this Nico and Kha'Zix in their own jungle is so insanely strong that RA can't make any plays. And we see that this Kha'Zix is now 4-0. And I really don't know how they're going to deal with the damage from this jungler. This is like 3 Qs out of Shun. And Lien is just dead. I mean, Strive is also a little bit caught out of position. Oh, Nico died.
Under tower. Yeah, we had Yagao get taken out. Strive should be quick to follow. Here comes all the healing. But soon he still goes down. The tower is not enough to help save the day. On survives, but RA actually finds some life.
Yeah, a bit of a breather for RA after such a tragic trade, which is going to result in BLG's mid-jungle dying. But they're not going to get too much else outside of this other than Liam popping that Rift Herald, which is going to be the goal going into this Vi's hand. I'm not the biggest fan of because you really need your other members to be the ones ahead in terms of the items. But yeah, with the Kha'Zix going Umbral Glaive first, it's a Q, it's a skill shot, Kappa.
Glimpse of how RA's composition works so well. If you're very decisive, you can get those moments where maybe BLG are off keel a little bit. You can get these huge picks that make BLG's comp non-existent, but when BLG have the upper hand, they can just find the fights that they want to. And speaking of finding fights they want to, Xiaoshu gonna have to use the Shadow Realm here onto Shun, but he does a lot of damage, and Shun just takes him out.
This top lane matchup has been Fridge versus Fridge. I think Bin's thrown probably 5 ultimate, oh, not 5, that's an exaggeration, 3, and hasn't resulted in anything. But Shun making his way back top lane is giving Xiaoshu quite a hard time to scale in that top lane. But Mazel, I need to highlight to everyone that this Kha'Zix, although he got caught earlier, he's 6-1, and RA, they are trying to allow this Jinx to scale later on into the game, but you don't have too much peel because you have so many people looking at the enemy team trying to dive in.
Yeah, they're actually trying to catch out an overextended side lane here. Pin's gonna be walking out. They got a delivery for him, but they ain't gonna wait around for that one. You also get the Kraken Slayer actually completed. First item for Elk. Not something I feel like I typically see on the FLEOs, but we'll see if it actually ends up being. Yeah, they are just playing the bush game right now. Yagao gonna go in. He tries to find, as still has the Pot Blossom. That's gonna hit as well. Again, just out by his lonesome. Things are falling apart. Maybe get Shun. Nope. That Mega Death Rocket goes a little bit wide. So does the Moonlight Vigil. Oh my goodness. The Flash, the Gravitum, and now Feather. Yeah, you had something, but you end up with nothing. Oh,
Oh,
they still fight
Bin's looking
Xiaoshu.
for
Oh,
more.
he flashes out of it too. He's like, you remember last time, Xiaoshu? I'm gonna get you.
He's not getting him this time. Maybe next time, but not this time. BLG, they are the best team, or I wouldn't say they are the best team, one of the best teams at playing these slow fights, and we saw how great they were able to play with their space after it was initially Yao getting caught, but in the end they turned it around. Although I think they could have gotten a lot more, Elk unfortunately missed his ultimate onto 3 people, so it's okay, just a tiny bit of a mechanical mistake. But you see Ari getting desperate with how they're trying to look for these picks, and we have Milio doing Milio things, saving Yaga out of 10 billion CC and just getting out. Also the Jinx ultimate nearly kills you, not enough though. And yeah, that Aphelios ulti missing is just so tragic. But BLG once again coming out on top.
And the engage is sometimes just a little overextended from RA, but it is nice that they are still trying. Luyen, you're just going to die here. There's not much left to say except maybe a little bit of, what are you doing at my red, buddy? They do take them down, so BLG finds another kill and continue to snowball. Now about 8,000 gold in the lead. What is that? A wild Gromp has entered the lane. And nah, it's just Yagao.
Something that's always made me really curious is, you know how Yago transforms into either a plant, but it's going to be a TP from the Nico into the mid lane.
We don't get to talk. We get a double TP from BLG. They are just having fun at this point at the expense of RA. They're throwing ultis left and right, and Bin will pick up the kill.
Yeah, it is going to be the double TP forced out of BLG. I don't think it's worth the Rift Trail does get dropped in the mid lane. Stripe does have TP, so realistically he can look for something once he respawns, but it is going to be 18 seconds.
They don't have any minions.
They don't have any minions, I know. They can't even walk up because I feel like it's just gonna auto-attack you from 2 screens away. But back to my original question. So when Nico transforms into either a ward or a Gromp or a plant, does her movement speed decrease to like 50? Because she walks so slowly, but they don't have any movement speed. So why did Riot think, yeah, Gromp walks at a 50 ms type of thing around the map?
I want to say that she walks at her speed, because that's why like you see sometimes the awkward lineup in the minions when people are trying to fake out the minion wave, or you have to wait a second because you like walk too fast. But maybe not. Maybe it's the same. Who knows? I haven't looked that in depth into it, but we do have the double TP play coming through, and a lot of ultis used here on the Strive.
Yep. And in the end, it is just Annie getting caught out because of that really nice ward placed by On earlier in the middle of the lane. But you already see that RA have no control around the map, and for a team that relies so heavily on making these picks and playing around vision, well, you're up against a Kazik who is now 9-1 with that Umbral Glaive as well, making your life 10 times harder, with the Baron also spawning in 2 minutes.
Should be point and present for BLG if they want to continue grabbing these objectives, but because of that, we have so much time. I actually get a replay of Shu just taking out Xiaoshu again.
He's dead. Wait. It was a trade?
That was during the.
Wait, Shun died?
I think that was earlier, right?
Oh, he flashed. Sorry, I don't know what that replay was. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, we got Strive connecting one of those skill shots, but it ain't a skill shot. Pop Blossom will not make a difference. Elk takes down a side lane turret, but it is RA who find a pick in mid.
Yep, Yaga is going to be the prey fallen to RA once again, but no one can reach Elk now with that Ardent Sensor in the pockets of Milio as well. I don't know how RA is going to find a successful engage without that Annie Flash, which has been used onto Yaga. No major objectives just quite yet, but they have no towers to play off, which is going to be really, really hard, especially Xiaoshu constantly being in the side lane. I think RA's front line is way too squishy for them to force anything right now.
Holy cow, that's a tier 2 tower down. That is the second item spike as well for Elk being played off of really, really well. Xiaoshu should get this side lane tower. That will also be a bounty for RA, so there's a little bit of something. But sad to say, the gold lead has crested that 10,000 mark. Or it did a second ago. Oh no.
Oh,
Xiaoshu, all you wanted to do was get the turret. All you wanted to do. I don't know if you're making it out of this one alive. You can try. You can try your darndest. Miracles are made sometimes, but the miracle of life will not begin this time. And Shun will take yet another kill. 10-1-2 on this Kha'Zix.
Oh, Elk is
Oh,
going
let's
in.
go, Elk. He just wants that Moonlight Vigil combo. Can't get enough damage down onto at least enough members. I think he split it across the two. If he just went for either Assume or for Feather, you know, but there's a big body in front of Feather doing a well job of blocking for RA.
I'm sorry, Mazel, but it's so ridiculous to me to see that Aphelios is literally auto-attacking the Jinx and Nautilus from tier 1 mid tower or in the middle of mid lane to tier 2 mid tower. That is absolutely insane, by the way.
It is actually crazy. The level up of mechanics, it feels like, with the Aphelios is seeing a lot more crazy shenanigans.
awesome.
It's no longer just like the big Inferno Moonlight Vigils. Now it's like, how many autos can you combo from a screen and a half away?
Yep, and with this dragon spawning in 1 minute, I doubt RA can even contest this with the current state they're in. We have the Kraken and Gale Force available for Elk, where I assume he is very scared right now. I'm also scared.
You have to be. There is a 3-item context roaming around the Rift. Every ADC knows the nightmare of that. You do also have RA putting a lot of focus in terms of like getting vision around this Baron pit to some extent, just to know what could be going on. I think they were able to get a little bit, but it should soon be BLG turning their eyes to this objective.
I honestly think BLG can just force a Baron. They have the Gragasol. They also have Yaga on this Nico, where they can just look for a full-on turn if RA do decide to walk in and get some of that vision back. But the safe play is most likely going to be Shun soloing the dragon, and BLG gonna dance around with the idea of Baron for now.
Walking around with my blue buff friend. We're just it's Kha'Zix now. I was going for like this whole wholesome blue buff, walking around having a good time, but now Yagao just wants to have a little bit of fun of his own. We'll see if they can actually get a catch out of RA. They are really just playing around the jungle, playing around the vision, playing around this Baron.
And the red-white from Elk is gonna just shred the Baron straight away. I don't think RA realizes.
I just don't know if they can do anything about it. We'll see now. BLG with their purple capes, looking like they want to pick a fight.
Oh, look at Shun.
Yeah, he's going the
being
long
a little
con over
sneaky
here.
Kha'Zix.
Should be a group up effort from RA, but this is BLG just going for mid lane, going for the end, while RA pick up their second dragon.
Well, buddy, you denied soul point from the side of BLG, but what are you gonna lose as a return? 2 towers protecting your base from mid and bottom lane. That's just gonna open up the entire bottom side jungle. Should looking for 2v3.
No! No! It's Survivor Island, and both Lian and Xiaoxu have been voted off. Goodbye, pack your things. You're out of this game 1 year. 1 more kill goes to Shun. Oh no! In the base. Oh, it's still catastrophe. Assume goes down to Bin. The towers should be next. Comes in, and the signal of the end. BLG come out stomping in game number 1 with a 1-0 victory.
With the scoreline of 20-5, everyone, we shouldn't let Millia open for blue side.
Don't do it. Don't leave it open. Don't let them have it. It's dirty. It's so dirty. Oh, man. As soon as we saw that there, I was like, man. The fact that they also got the Nico. I feel like right now what we've found in the last couple days is as long as you get 2 out of 3 of like the big picks, you're looking pretty good. And, you know, Nico Emilio, that's 2 out of 3. So
it really is 2 out of 3. We saw signs of life from RA at least. Lian got the first red buff, and then they got a few kills. But unfortunately, that dive where the Jinx ultimate missed onto Elk, and then we had another force from both Strive and Lian, giving 2 kills over to this car, 1 or 2 kills over to Shun, just meant the downfall of this entire early game and every single lead that they were able to obtain.
And when we were coming into this one, we were kind of saying, are BLG maintaining form from their first series of the split? Are they looking good to try to finish out their first week of the LPL here? And so far, it's looking pretty good from their angle. And RA was, we need initiation. We need somebody to be that the front line to get those plays off the board. And we saw some of that. But now it's about adapting to a game 2 where there's a lot of kind of backs against the wall situations lining up for RA right now.
I'm surprised that RA was willing to give over the Nico, especially when you did take away the Vi. It could have just been a Vi and Nico, and you deny that from Yaga. We already saw such a wonderful performance on this Yaga on this champion from an earlier series, so that is definitely a very big mistake coming into just draft. But I think overall, Xiaoxu on this Mordecai is a very tragic game. Did he even get a KP at the very end? I'm not too sure. I believe it was 0-5 and 1 or something. Yeah, we'll have a look at the graphs very soon, but it's just a pure difference in damage. I feel it was got online way too early because they were just forcing out the laners of RA because of this mid-jungle synergy when it came to that early game where Assume couldn't scale on the Jinx.
And that's where we've seen the Jinx come out ahead a lot of situations against the Aphelios, and maybe the Kraken Slayer has everything to do with it. I doubt it. It just is about the execution of the team composition. And while I think we saw a lot of that very aggressive style come out from the bot 2v2 from RA, again, they were kind of throwing their faces at the wall. And I want to see some more sustainability come out from that bottom lane if they're going to find success, because not only do you need to have some stability in the jungle and not let Shun run over you, you also need to make sure you're not, opening a floodgate in one of the side lanes.
Yeah, and don't look at the jungle damage difference because one, they pick Kha'Zix.
Don't do math
is
with
currently a very strong carry jungler in the meta right now. Two, the items are really cheap for Kha'Zix to purchase, like the Yomus and the Umbral Glaive. Man just got such an early lead in this game 1 to the point where he had 12 kills for the start of the day. And yeah, Xiaoxu was 0-5 and 0, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate. For me as well, it's just the fact that, and I said at the end of draft, BLG are opting into styles sometimes that Shun is known for, right? Very aggressive, forward-facing jungle matchups is where Shun got a lot of his name built up when he was over on IG. And I think you see sometimes BLG is willing to go that when it works out for them well. He also is able to play those facilitators. That's why they found so much success last split. But the fact they're willing to say, let's see the Kha'Zix. You're going to whip out something beautiful. And he did in the end. It was incredible.
Yep, and exactly that. BLG just willing to experiment in this week 1 and showing us two sides of how flexible they are when it does come to those compositions, especially within Shun, is a great sign, especially coming from only a week of, having 1 week of rest from MSI London. So really good signs.
1 week of rest into a sprint of a split. Well, we'll see what RA can do to bounce back in game number 2. We're going to step away for a little break. We'll be right back.
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めよう
下一场面对 RA 战队嘛，然后我觉得不管我们面对谁，然后我觉得都是我们就做好我们自己的吧，然后给我们自己的沟通还有团队配合打出来吧。我觉得新版本的 AD 装备改动其实对于打法其实没有本质上的区别吧，然后我觉得更多的可能是英雄选择还有英雄组合可能会有一些多变性吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the 2023 LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty yet again, and we are neck deep in our first series of our last day of week number 1. We got BLG versus Ari. Well, BLG destroyed game 1. I don't even know if you could find remnants of that game anymore, and it will also be Shun who picks up the MVP, Kitty.
And this is what you get for letting Shun play Kazakh's 12-1-3 with his KP of 71. Man was all over the place, and ever since he got his not Yomu's, his Umbral Glaive, he was one-shotting Lane to the point where he couldn't walk into his own jungle. And
look at that man. He's scary.
He's very scary with a damage share of 38% as well. This is why this champion, when you do give him a lead or you make these throws into the early game, these items come online, and I don't think Ari just had an idea of how to deal with this anymore because you're still waiting to scale and look for those 5v5s for this Jinx, and of course Stride playing this Annie, he needs to play off a hyper carry like a Shun, but when you're given the circumstances like this, how is a Shun supposed to scale?
True, and I love that you're seeing plain and simple Shun was supported and helped by his solo lanes, right? Like Bin's flash body slam in the top lane, that kill doesn't go through without that. Yagao playing extremely aggressively into Lien's jungle, setting up a 2-for-1. Like that doesn't, if that doesn't go right, Shun is in a much different position. And then when Shun was given those resources, that's when he started exploding. And that's when this team can look so darn lethal.
Yeah, pretty much, because especially to the point of Yagal, him on the Nico for this game one, he was getting constant push against Strive, and you saw at that level 6 roam that this Nico was just in the jungle of Lian, and we didn't really see Strive kind of following very closely around Lian, and that's where it all started. Just the mid-jungle synergy that I keep mentioning is the strongest point of BLG on. He changed his champion pool from a melee support to an enchanter this game, and it still did wonders because it's Milio.
Because it's Melio. It all works out at the end. But now I want to turn attention over to RA, who were already reeling from a pretty devastating loss to RNG in their opener of the split. Now they find themselves backs against the wall here after a pretty devastating loss in game one where nothing seemed to go right. So exactly how do they shore up those defenses, and especially how do they survive bot lane a little bit better and in jungle?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about RA just giving this Nico champion over, especially with BLG already picking up a single OP, which was the Milio first pick from the blue side. So that was maybe Strive isn't feeling too comfortable or confident in his Nico just quite yet and defaulted to the Annie. But my biggest question mark was this Mordekaiser coming in that 5th position for Xiaoxun, the top lane, because yes, we know that top lane counter pick against Abian is definitely one of your strongest points, especially given the history between these two where Xiaoxu is able to win every single laning phase. But when you're given something like this Mordekaiser, not even the Gwen, where it doesn't hard stomp lane, RA, they were really narrowing on their kind of choices.
But I still liked the initiation factors of their composition. That's what I want to see continue here. And they will be continuing here with this red side in game number 2. And so I do want to see if they grab some of the stronger pieces from position that they were trying to pilot last time around. I wonder if this Jinx priority still is a thing in this game too.
Yep, and we all know that RA, they find the most success when you have easy to execute compositions. The Nautilus ultimate, the Vi ultimate, all very single target CC where you're able to get your hands onto Aphelios. But with the Nico getting locked in and of course the Miller, there was a little bit too much peel, and it all came to that one bottom dive that RA, when they did have the lead, they took the wrong fight. And I think that's going back to their root problems where RA, it's very obvious that this team is kind of still molding together, and they don't really have a clear voice on the team just quite yet, where even in these dives it's extremely messy and ended up throwing the entire game to BLG.
And we'll see what they get going into game number 2 here. We are hitting picks and bans. So, right as rain for BLG. They just continue along the trail since nothing has changed for them. They will be banning out the same members, Cassante, the Draven as well. On the other side, the Lucian Zeri feel like a must from RA. The Jax does get banned by BLG.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Draven ban once again for the side of BLG. We saw a really scary performance from top esports where I believe it was Draven and Pyke from last night. A little bit of a switch up where the Amelia has been let open, so that does mean Bin has his Nari to play for this first 3. Unlikely, of course, where it is going to be the jungle prioritize alongside the ADCs, or maybe they can pick up a mid lane here as well. Something like the Nico is still up and available, and we saw how great this champion is when you're playing against 5. So I'm really hoping that RA picks that champion up right now alongside the Wukong.
Interested that BLG didn't just want to go for it. I mean, maybe they just really want this Vi composition. It will instantly be picked up by RA, and Strive with his first foray into the split. RA trying things out at mid lane. Maybe this could be a big boon for them.
Yep, and Lian locking the Wukong buddy, just lock that in. I think these two champions as a duo in the current meta is so prevalent, because when you do fight for those chokes, it is just constant CC. And BLG, they're most likely going to go back to their roots where it is going to be Nautilus, Vi, and they're going to consistently dive. So assume having a really good read on this and picking something like the Rakan and Xayah for this bottom lane is going to deny a lot of those dives. So I like this initiative. It is going to be the classic Syndra counter into the Nico, where she's going to be able to get a lot of the lane party, and that is going to play into Xun's early game aggression.
And you got to remember, this is something that was probably set up completely by BLG. There was bans towards the Syndra when they grabbed the Nico in game number 1 in the second phase. So now they actually get the jinx for themselves. They'll go with that priority while we are looking at what RA want to grab for Strive in this first phase.
Is that a Nico jungle?
Could be.
Oh,
nah. You get baited by the hover.
It is just gonna be Rakan for Feather.
Gotta go
which
with
is
the
kind
lovers
of ironic.
duo.
His name's Feather and they're playing Zyrakan.
You just had to go there, didn't you?
I really did. Well, I hope RA has bans out the Nautilus for this final 5th ban, of course, because we already saw that BLG opting into their comfort champions, where if you give over the if you give over the Nautilus for on, it's gonna be tragedy for this early game, especially with limited lane priority coming out of this Nico. But my biggest question is going to be about what Leon is going to play. We already see the jungler pull getting limited by BLG right now, where it's going to be most likely the Wukong and the Nocturne. So Leon, maybe he picks up something like the Viego, where it is going to make up for that mid-game damage.
I would love to see a Blitzcrank make its way into this game here now that the Nautilus is gone for on. We do see that Lulu also ban out, so the tried and true champions comboing with the Jinx. We do get Leyen's Viego actually taken off the table here, but there's something that was led through this time around that was not in game number 1, and that is this Nocturne, which could provide a little bit of that initiation that RA were looking for, at least that we were hoping they were looking for.
Yeah, and it does seem like RA is going to go for the Nocturne approach because Viego has been swapped into the ban. But I'm expecting On to pick something like the Thresh, where it does provide that extra bit of survivability for this Jinx in these team fights. Since RA, their composition, it's kind of like sticking gum into your hair. Once one person attaches, it just you can't get rid of them. So I'm praying that they go for something that is going to be very passive, or at least provide a lot of peel. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for Blitzcrank, because that's just classic On, as he hovers throughout these two champions, just locking the Thresh. Come on. No way he locks in the Alistar!
Let's go! Better get your hamburgers ready. I guess maybe not if you're a BLG fan, but man, holy cow, we get the two-horned beast coming through here for On, and maybe another beast in the top lane, as there are still a couple really good blind picks left on the table for Ben.
BLG is not doubling down. They are full sending it with this Alistar as well. So it really does seem like they're going to all in before Assume hits that level 6 that provides the extra bit of survivability for the Zai. I'm assuming Xiaoshu, maybe something like the Gragas that can disposition Elk in these team fights, is going to be the perfect fit for this composition. But no, it does seem like he's going to play for laning phase and lock in the Sylas as that counter.
That's really good. As well as you get as soon back in the meta when Sylas was picked almost every single game, and Alistar was also like, it's just that unbreakable that becomes so potent for the Sylas. You just become untouchable, really, just as the name stakes. So I'm interested now how these lanes will play out. We saw a lot of influence for BLG in game 1 from the solo lanes over towards Shun, but now it's a little bit of that reverse fashion. It's that secondary style we see out of BLG, where they trusted Shun with the Kazakhs in game number 1. Now it's more about a holistic team composition going into RA's adapted style.
Yeah, I'm pretty big fan of the Sylas 5th pick for Xiaoxu in the top lane, because you have a lot of amazing ultimates to seal away, like the Alistar ultimate, and of course the Vi, where you can lock down the enemy ADC, and just being a naturally good counter to Gnar in that laning phase. But my biggest concern for the RA roster is that they often draft champions surrounding their individual lane matchup, and when it comes to 5v5, well, the meshing gets a little bit confusing and they get a little bit too lost in the source. So hopefully with such a perfect counter going into BLG in this game too, Xiaoshu is able to show up.
And that's something you desperately need after that first game, as RA do not want to go out on another 2-0. They want to find some life in their first week of the season. And BLG, they want to find a 2-0. They want to find a 2-0 start to their summer split as well, and doing it in style. We'll see if they can actually make it hammered home here, or if RA do show that life sign. As we get into game number 2, BLG versus RA, and a lot to look forward to in this early game. Speaking of, maybe a little bit of level 1 spice.
Something I do want to highlight ever since MSI is I think BLG fans are really top notch because being at the live event myself, they are very vocal, even challenging the T1 fans out there. So that's
I'll say
one of the
RA
biggest
fans
pluses
maybe
for
need to
BLG.
step up a little bit.
Yeah, come on. I'll do it.
Hey, you know, if we were there, it'd be loud. It'd be loud. But we'll see as RA did not fall for the trap that BLG was setting. Hi, Yumi. I'm glad to see you there in an emote and not on my screen as a champion. And I do especially want to see, now that we get into game number 2, this change in jungle pathing at least. We did see topside starts for both junglers. First look for Shun was in topside, but I wonder if that changes this time around with the compositions that we have.
Yeah, and something very sneaky that just happened on your screen is that On was able to sweep a ward in the middle lane, and Yaga is going to hit level 2 a lot earlier than Strive of 1 wave. But I'm wondering if Shun is going to look for a level 3 gank once On hits at level 2 and force those summoners out of RA's bottom lane and try to repeat that, because that is something that we see BLG often do, and they want this game done very early on. Looking at this Vi's pathing so far.
They want to try to get a snowball, as we know they do so well with. We did have questions, what happens when they get behind, how do they play, but they haven't had to answer those questions just yet. We should see Xiaoshu get a little bit aggressive here into the trade, but Ben stacking up that Meganar bar will be a bit of a tough tussle if Lian wants to try to get something here. He is still just at level 2. Lian has hit that level 3. We'll see them go in for the fight, not expecting Lian to be there. Xiaoshu getting oh so low, but Ben has no way out of this one as the fear connects. So does RA's first blood.
Classic level 3 gank from the jungle of RA, and that is going to be first blood, like you said, going into Lian's hands. He's going to look for an invade now. Bin had to burn the TP, but we have Nico moving here first, so I think he just takes this buff away.
I think so as well. Shun gonna actually wrap back around. Maybe he doesn't actually know. So going to answer the gank. They both were unseen. There are plans amidst. The Shadow Council has spoken, and Shun will try to answer to Xiaoshu, but it's a solo from Ben. Giga Ben activated, baby, as Lian gonna take the fight into Shun, knowing that Ben doesn't have a big health bar, but Meganar is coming up. That could be the difference maker. TP's now coming in as well. Shun tries to go for the Vault Breaker, but can't get it. Lian burning that flash. Shun still has his. The burn should do a little bit from this red buff, but tense action in the top side.
And Shun didn't even need to be there for Bin to get that solo kill onto Xiaoshu. I think it could have been a tiny bit cleaner. I think there's going to be a dive though.
They're going to try for it. A lot of minions here. Shun flashes beautifully. Bin just dies outright. Now the fear connects. Couple shots from the tower will make work, and Shun survives! What a monster! And he'll go in for the Vault Breaker, but he dies. Xiaoshu should survive. Maybe a cannon shot. Not going to be enough. The regeneration is there, and everything coming down to what's going on the top side.
BLG fighting fire with fire, but I think On, he's gonna come wrap around and look for a sneaky combo onto the ADC.
The double headshot. The zap does not connect on a Zoom, but they do have a lot of damage here. Elk will flash the Blade Caller, trying to get a couple auto attacks in, but not enough. It's gonna be close, and Zoom gets the kill. The 2V's in the way of RA, and Lian has showed up on, flashing away. Feather can't finish off the kill. And RA have shown up in game 2.
What is happening, Mazel? We went from top lane to 2 skirmishes in a row, and then we go to bottom lane, and all summoners burn from these 2 duos. But I think RA, they look really strong right now with this 4-kill lead. But we need to take another replay of what happened here, because I think Bin, back to my original point, he could have played this a tiny bit cleaner. The last auto went onto a minion, so he had to burn the flash. Look at that one.
Yeah.
I just went onto the caster, and he had to get that trade kill, of course, as Shun wraps around. And they didn't have vision of Lian taking that red buff or blue buff, but they knew he was there. Bin was tanking 2 waves though, so I think they should have just left. But BLG, a team that loves fighting fire with fire, they continue and they ego the dive, and they think they can outplay.
The flashes were so crucial in this one from every single member. Lian dodging out that Vault Breaker initially, but able to buy time here. And I think, yes, Lian goes down. Yes, it is the trade. Shun does end up getting a little bit aggressive under tower. Xiaoshu able to heal out of that one. But it is now about what Xiaoshu does with that. He's 2-1 in the matchup. Now Luyan wants to continuously hover, and I don't think we're going to be looking at bot lane anytime soon unless it's a 2v2 fight.
Yeah, and Lan's already level 5 while Xun just hit level 5, so I'm assuming this Nocturne is going to hit level 6 very soon after another camp or so.
Luyan. Yeah, he's all by himself. They were spotted out, and Luyan goes down.
Look, I'm not too sure about what the Nocturne was thinking there. A little bit too greedy. Another engagement on.
Choppers, they got a lot of shots. Elk is spun up here, and Assume needs to try to get the blade call. He gets a lot of damage down, and Assume, it's a trade of the ADCs, and we turn into supportal combat. My goodness, both these guys are trying to light a fire, and now Feather gets the engagement on. Strive has shown up, making something out of nothing, and On should get locked down, CC'd and taken out by Strive.
Although Lian got caught in the enemy jungle, RA is able to salvage it by getting their kills onto the BLG bottom lane duo. But this is so much early game aggression, and just breaking out the tempo that BLG so desperately need in this early game is a very positive sign for RA. And I think this is their best early game so far. But to be fair, I think RA has never been very weak in the early game. They just tend to throw and go for really bad fights. So with this lead onto Xiaoshu in the top lane, they need to start snowballing this and look for those major objectives.
I know this probably has no relevance with the recent iterations of RA, but when I first came into LPL 2021, I knew RA as the storm in the teacup for me because it was all about chaos all the time. It was when they had iBoy just going in on Tristanas, dodging back and forth, trying to get kills. And I see iterations of that chaos still lend well to the strategy of RA. And right now, this game is chaotic, if it's going to be anything. And I think that's where maybe Luyan at this point thrives as RA go for their first dragon.
Bit of a trade from Xiaoshu in this top lane, but we already see how prominent this Silas is when you are giving him a lead. I don't think Shun's going to be able to find an angle onto him, maybe start the Rift Herald and trade it, but you are not slicing off, but trading off your bottom lane priority for this as well, where Lian is level 6 now, and we don't have Flash on Elk just quite yet, but they are going to walk away and potentially roam to this as well.
You see the Rift Herald finally going over to BLG, so a little bit of neutral objective action going there. Lian will actually end up spotting it out at the last second. Just trying to get a little bit of pressure, presence around mid. We have ultis now available, and that paranoia is going to be huge for that initiation factor that we wanted from RA.
I do want Lian to play more towards his top side because we see that Bin is struggling a little bit in lane where this Nar had to kind of find his way back into it with a 20 CS deficit. Bot lane, surprisingly, is just winning the 2v2. The biggest difference for me is that Elk took this cleanse, whereas RA's bottom lane, they have 2 combat summoners, so it is making that little bit of a difference. Potential 2v2 on the top side, though. No TPs from the mid laners.
Lian getting spotted out there on that ward. Won't be clearing that one. The vision game from BLG has been really good, even if they haven't found their big lead just yet. They do sit about 1.5k behind RA, and a lot of that comes through this top lane that Xiaoshu has been doing a really good job of comparatively to last game, right? Like, he got a little bit of resources, and he's consistently strong. Lian will consistently try to be aggressive towards this matchup.
Shun does have the Rift Herald for this as well, but Bin's so low!
Oh my god! There's the paranoia down. I don't know if they commit to this. They're just going to go for it. The Mega Gnar ulti spell shielded from Lian. Big combo coming through in the top side.
And that's 2 waves gone for the side of BLG Bin, but they're going to look for more.
It's a cease and desist here on the Xiaoshu. Yagao has shown up. The Scout of the Week goes wide. Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Everything does not connect for BLG. Trying to clear that wave there. At least Strive was there as a response. And Assume Feather pushing in turret plates and bot side.
BLG is starting to crack in this early game, especially when they aren't able to make a trade-off play in this bottom side, because you already see the items. Assume has that Storm Rays available for winning the previous 2v2s. So this is exactly what we want to see from a situation that we want to put BLG in. What do they do when they are not ahead in the early game? And this is going to be their biggest challenge yet, although it's only been in week 1. We have said that they've made a lot of development throughout this whole international event, and I'm not going to start doubting just quite yet because these ultimates are online.
Very true, and that's always something you got to watch out for. Also, the Storm Razor is something you got to watch out for Assume has completed that one here as well. The biggest conversation we had coming to this one was, do we see BLG working from behind, and how does that look? Well, now we get an opportunity to see that. They are down about 3,000 gold, and I think they will have a lot of digging out to do if they want to come out of this one, but they have a composition that works well in the team fighting. So now I'm looking at how Luyen makes this early momentum work, because Nocturne, we all know, if you're not super far ahead, late game, it gets a lot harder to be impactful.
Exactly that, as we have Shun pathing towards this top side with the ultimate available.
Cease and desist comes through. You got the cease and desist taken away as well, but won't even get a chance to use it from Xiaoshu. Another kill goes over to BLG and topside.
A tiny bit of an overextend from Xiaoshu without that flash available as well, so we need to see more stabilizing out of the top laner of RA, since it's very rare to get early leads up against BLG like this. As we see Leon maybe potentially looking for a kill onto Yaga. It is going to just die down. But
gotta go answer Bin.
Yeah, gotta go answer Bin. This is 2 waves away from Xiaoshu as well. Leon
could have the damage here. Meganar still a while off as well, and the hop, skip, and the jump with the flash might just be enough, and Leon doesn't have the stopping power. Nice little combo here. Actually able to get a decent amount of damage on his stride, but really good stuff from BLG to continue fighting back.
Most definitely, and the dragon is going to be spawning in 20 seconds. However, without that Nocturne ultimate, that is one of their biggest engages gone from the side of RA. So the execution from Xiaoshu and which ultimate he decides to steal in this upcoming fight is going to be very important. He has to make his way down. He does have the Vi ultimate available, so Elk has to position very carefully. Is he gonna even walk down?
Doesn't look like it. We will get the second, or at least BLG's first dragon, but second dragon of the game started up by BLG. I don't know if the contest is actually going to come through. They might just look to collapse on Yagao, who doesn't really have a way out without a flash, and there you go.
Even though BLG are at a 2k deficit, they're the ones that secure the second dragon, while RA kind of getting pushed around by BLG so far. I would have expected Xiaoshu to rotate a little bit earlier. That Vi ultimate has expired now, so bit of a drop-off from RA. They're going to pick up some plates in the mid lane, but I don't think that's worth.
Nice, get a little bit of something. Maybe not going to get as much as they came for with that defensive nature of BLG. See BLG trying to work through some vision around the bottom side of the map, but now it is RA trying to lean through Xiaoshu, lean through Lian, get at least a continuation of the lead that they have, because I think now that you're getting Feather out onto the map, you have a little bit more of this cohesion with the team. They need to put the pedal to the metal.
Something very interesting is that Elk has a stopwatch at 14 minutes, so RA need to choose their target very carefully. This could potentially be a huge bait by the side of BLG's ADC. But you already see RA setting up that vision perfectly, where it's going to be really hard for Bin to even walk up to his own lane.
Oh, we got the engage here on the Bin. So we're again near Mega Narbar, and again gets his kill, and that's a big pick off in the side lane for RA.
Uh-oh, and we're seeing a repeat of the spring regular split for Bin, where we know that Xiaoshu just has that slight edge when it comes to the individual matchup in the top lane. Especially saving that counter pick with the Silas as well, and that is going to secure a slight advantage for this Rift Herald, but Shun's going to bully him off.
Maybe they turn around for the Rift Herald. There you go, they're going to start it, but it is out of the leash range. RA wrapping back around to their strong side with Assume coming up from mid. We get this tussle with the 3v3. The Paranoia not available. There's a TP coming in for both sides. See who can make first blood here. The grand entrance was actually huge, and it actually looks like On goes down first. So Assume able to get one. Pop Blossom onto 3 members from RA. They're able to wipe the floor with BLG.
A 3-for-0 trade for RA, and they also pick up this Rift Herald. This is exactly what we want to see from this team roster, and they're executing it perfectly with those TPs.
That was actually so huge, and this Nico pick, ever prevalent in the meta, is oh so strong. Strive looking real good on the champion. We get that 3-man backline knock-up, and now Ben overextended again, but he actually gets one back on a feather. And now you actually got Shun coming in. Big flash trying to get the blade collar. Doesn't kill Ben, but it will be assumed. No, it goes down 650 over to BLG. And On saves the day from the rest of the fight. Here comes Yakao to try to save Shun. Shun surviving. Xiaoshu, you've overextended. Shun survives. Everything used under the beast that is Xiaoshu. And Ben comes up with the big kill.
RA fumbled it. They finally got the lead and the team fight that they so desperately needed. But Bin turns it around, gets that kill onto the enemy team, and Assume flashing in as the Xayah. A little bit too aggressive from this ADC, and they trade another 3 kills over.
RA fumbled the bag. No! Oh man, it feels so bad. But they are still at least in an advantageous position. They're just overextending a little bit. They did get second item completion from a Randuin's for Lian, so going for survivability to try to still be relevant later on. You see how this fight kicked off though, Kitty?
Yeah, we have the double TP coming out of the solo laners of RA, and Strive getting a really nice flash ultimate onto the backline of BLG, and this is the fight that they needed, getting the Rift Herald as well. I don't think the Rift Herald actually got bumped for this tier 1 tower, so that's perfect. But Lilian just looking a little bit too much onto this Gnar, where they could have just went for the objectives. The kills don't really mean too much at this point. It was Feather dying actually, but this Dragon now spawning in 40 seconds. No flash available on this Nico, so can they repeat the previous team fight is the question.
There's a lot of vision control coming out from BLG here around the back of the pit. The second Dragon, not all that important in all actuality in the grand scheme of things, but both these teams do not want to give up at this point. You got Navori Quick Blades completed for Assume coming out of the base with the Hex Gates. That's a pretty decent power spike, definitely an item advantage over Elk.
Where's that double stopwatches coming in for the solo laners of RA as well? No summoners available for Elk, so it's going to be really hard for BLG to challenge this third dragon, which is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. So they should just let this go, farm for those waves, let Elk kind of get his items online, because you're more than happy with the Syndra and the Jinx picking up that gold in the side lane.
Just give this objective over. This will be second dragon for RA, making their way towards that dragon's soul. And we'll start getting to the Baron dances here eventually, but it is looking like the RA advantage is being consistently held so far in this game too. A far cry from game number 1, and a much welcome step up to the plate.
Maybe that really is just the difference between Annie and Nico in the meta right now. Since BLG, you know that their most comfortable style is diving in on you, and especially with On playing the Alistar for this game too, it really did seem like the ultimate counter. However, a big problem for RA to deal with is Yagal. He is slowly getting stronger and stronger on this Syndra, now working towards that Shadow Flame as well. So if Assume plays so aggressively like the previous fight where he's flash ulting in as the Xayah, those mistakes can cost them the game.
They absolutely can. It's going to be little moments like that that mean the game. See that second tower in the mid lane for BLG. There's going to be a while, a little bit of a farm fest going on, and I think that with that being said, it definitely favors BLG. Again, I don't know how you're feeling about this tank build for the Nocturne, but it's just, to me, at some point in the game, Nocturne becomes a paranoia pot.
He does just seem like he's going to become a CC bot as we approach later on into the stage. But to be fair, there is a lot of damage. Not from Elk in particular, but from Yaga. And he does have the Randuin's for the second item. So I'm not too sure if that's the purchase for this game. But we are setting up some vision for this Baron. Oh, Feather, get out!
They really want to find a little pick, a little bit of something here to offset the game tempo. Strive was hovering over topside. The minion wave in topside is actually doing pretty well for RA. They're going to crash into mid lane here. The paranoia does come through. Just trying to get the turret maybe. Actually going to be able to get out of that one without the turret. Strive has come to join and now locking them up here. Shun needs to be a little bit careful, but he does have that Radiant Virtue, so pretty tanky himself. Assume needs to be himself very careful. That cease and desist is right around the corner, but On is getting chopped up into hamburger meat. He does pop that Unbreakable Will, pop Xiaoshu back, but the big grand entrance, re-engage, pop Blossom on a BLG, and it's RA thriving under the pressure that BLG was putting down.
And BLG slowly running out of options as Elk tries to escape with his Hex Gate. We have Strive following very closely, but that's going to be Baron going over to RA in this game too.
Should be a quick cleanup of the objective for them. I think Elk does manage to get executed here. Has come through as Strive, wishing, wanting, waiting. Doesn't get it, but he will get the purple cape from the Baron buff play. We'll see what RA can do with it while we look back at that fight.
Given the wave state, BLG just don't have the opportunities to walk up here as On. There was no follow-up that could connect onto Assume, and playing Alistair into the Zai without that flash as well is just so terrible. I believe On gets a kick onto, not a kick, but a bump onto Xiaoshu. No damage whatsoever from this Jinx just quite yet, and of course the Nocturne Rakan combo coming out of RA and also follow-up from Strive just meant that without the disengage that BLG so desperately need, it's going to be a clean team fight, and also the Baron buff.
And I love that RA are just utilizing this momentum to their advantage. They have a gigantic lead now, almost 7,000 or a little bit over 7,000, and they're getting these item spikes beautifully timed. They're waiting on this third item for Assume, but they also have this Baron buff for 2 minutes to push down side lane turrets.
Yeah, in this fight, I mean, Elk doesn't have any summoner spells, so I'm not too sure if they can even protect any of these tier 2 towers. They just have to play within their own base, and hopefully RA makes an overextending play so they can just slowly kite in the back.
I get a little bit of an engage here, but maybe a bit of an overextension. Xiaoshu's still decently tanky at this point. I think Elk shreds him, but wasn't able to get the damage down, and BLG have to look back bot because they were already losing their inhib tower here. Re-engage from that was a beautiful power unleashed onto Assume. They do get the pick out of the ADC, a big piece, but not the entire puzzle of RA. BLG actually shooting, playing pretty aggressively on the back end of that one, while Bin got a side lane turret.
And that's the mistake that BLG needed, just a tiny breather for them to come back into the game. Assume had the ultimate available, but I guess he was just caught off guard with that stun from Yagao, as Bin, like you said, collects that tier 2 tower in the top lane. Just small mistakes like this does allow for BLG to come back into the game, because although Elk is currently 1-4-1, all it takes is one good team fight for this game to turn around, which could be in 11 seconds.
And you're definitely waiting on that third item for Elk for sure. And speaking of third items, Assume has gotten his. Now a third dragon for RA is potentially on the table, utilizing these big item spikes. We'll see if they can pick apart the fight in the way they want to. And they got to try to get pressure through mid. They still have 40 seconds on the Baron buff, and while it's a negative Baron power play right now, it is perfect pressure before this dragon, and it looks like BLG will just cede this one and say, we'll fight you at the soul.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bin just goes Hullbreaker this game, because he is constantly pushing in those side lanes. And RA not really responding to any of these waves in the side, as we see Xiaoshu only managing to back and fix that right up for now. But they didn't get too much done with this Baron buff. We thought this was going to be a huge throw for BLG, but no, after 3 minutes, they were able to kill the entire macro.
It's so close to being positive. No, it's going back the other way. Ends up a negative 101 power play. Sag. It was close.
Something else that's very sad though is that we have a lot of Zhonya's and stopwatches coming up for this next upcoming fight. So both of these teams need to be very careful.
It's a family heirloom at this point.
Ever since 14 minutes, I highlighted that. And it's been 10 minutes, he hasn't used it, and he's died probably 3 times.
It's a really nice stopwatch, all right? He just wants to make sure the moment is right.
Cosmetic stopwatch.
Hey, you never know. Maybe it will be the difference maker as we come into very, very crucial fights here. I will say that GA completed for Lien unlocks a lot more aggression on these engages for him, and want to see how that's utilized.
Yep, and we do have double summoners available for both of these ADCs for this upcoming fight. No major objectives on the map just quite yet, so BLG going to clear out a lot of the vision that RA desperately need to make plays. I think Strive has had a really excellent game so far, getting a lot of these 3-man ultimates onto the carries of BLG, which has been a huge turning point in this game. But Assume needs to step up his game. He needs to stop getting caught on the Zai where you do have the ultimate available.
We'll be leaning heavily towards this bottom side with Feather and Xiaoshu, trying to push out this mid lane for RA a little bit because they love working from the shadows. They want you to overextend and then they pounce with the paranoia, and BLG just cannot fall for the bait.
BLG is not giving any options over to RA just quite yet, so very patient play from BLG with the Baron also spawning in 1 minute. I'm not too sure how they're going to approach this because we don't have TP on Yagao just quite yet, as he is going to fix the waves on the side alongside Bin. But I think ideally you want to get your hands, or at least a flank as Bin, onto the carries of RA, or at least ult them away from Elk's face so he's able to DPS. Because I believe in the previous fight, we did have the Rakan and the Nocturne on this Jinx, but he was able to flash away. Just give him a little space to work with, and that's the perfect team fight for you.
We did just see Rabadon's Death Cat come through for Xiaoshu too, so again, the weapons are aligning for RA. It's just these little lulls in momentum. They're waiting for this 2 minutes until the dragon spawns. This Hex Soul would be huge for their composition, let alone the damage it would provide on top of the sticking power. I think that's a really big point that RA have stuck towards this entire game, as you were highlighting in the draft. If they touch you, they are not going away anytime soon, and they've really utilized that.
And BLG has successfully held out for this Jinx to pick up her 3rd item, which is going to be LDR, so she's going to be hurting a lot if you don't get your hands onto her instantly in these team fights. But she has a stopwatch, so hopefully RA doesn't get this go and make a bait play for this upcoming Baron. But they can start it.
Oh wow.
Why?
All right,
I can't talk.
we're
They're starting
flipping.
the Baron.
Why not? Let's see what happens soon, right around the corner. I swear every night I've casted we've had burger flips, but it ain't a flip, it's a smackaroo, as it's RA that pounce on a BLG. They weren't even expecting it. The 5 combo from RA, pressed and delivered.
It wasn't Elk this time, but it was Yago getting his face bumped around by this composition, and he even had the flash available. You need to be playing with those Syndra stuns and Syndra E's for these teamfights to go into your favor. BLG desperately trying to make another macro play, getting this tier 2 tower, but it's going to get stopped by Xiaoshu. 2nd Baron going over to RA now.
And that is something to be proud of for RA. How far we've come, Kitty. The adventures, the journey. That's what it's all about. RA from game 1 to game 2 look like a different animal, and it's looking real good against BLG.
The Wombo combo coming out of RA is just so insanely strong because you have Yago getting instantly bursted by Strive on this Nico, and Elk desperately trying to do damage in this team fight, but he has a Nocturne on his face 24/7. So how does BLG really play this fight when they're not front to backing in these, given these situations, and also Hex Soul spawning right now?
Very true, and Strive has 10 pages of Magi's in his book. That's pretty good, and RA are just bouncing from objective to objective, just forcing down this dragon. BLG, your past self set this date up. You said, I'll see you in 5 minutes. I don't think that's a date that you wanted. You might have wanted to cancel as RA. That's BLG trying to pull back, but a big pot blossom yet again. The scatter of the week was actually pretty huge, but Strive goes golden, and now that just means that RA can pick them apart. Elk is the saving grace. Oh, but it hits the duct from Xiaoshu, shuts it down. Everybody's gone from BLG, and RA are pushing us to 3.
And the striving grace of BLG falls down as the 2nd game is going to get cleanly swept by RA. A huge upset from this team, and exactly what we needed from this for this week.
They will end at least on a better note than they did in their first series. They will make BLG sweat for it. They will push them to a 3rd game and reset the stakes of this best of 3 to end out their week 1 hopes Both these teams giving it their all, and you gotta love RA coming back to life in the way that they did. We wanted initiation, we wanted direction, and it worked so well from a place of power.
And who would have thought BLG, their first game loss, was going to be up against RA, but all the mistakes that I previously listed wasn't seen in that game, other than Lian getting a little bit caught in that top side, but all we needed was easy to execute team compositions that had wombo combos and gap close, and that is exactly what RA served us for this game too, with the Nocturne and the Rakan lock-in. And also I think Xiaoshu had a great game alongside Stripe. These two solo laners were really trying to carry in these team fights, and the big question mark for us now is BLG picking this Alistar for game 2. It didn't really feel like it did too much. Even in the laning phase, we had BLG's bottom lane losing the 2v2, so definitely something to reconsider for this team.
And for me, it was the honed chaos from game number 1. Game 1, they threw themselves at the tower and bot lane, and that was the MVP of the first couple fights. This game, they still play with such aggression. They still try to, brew that chaos to some extent. They literally fought across the map as it went down after that first gank came through from Lian. And that's the kind of RA that I feel like sets BLG off of tempo and sets them up for success. So it is about control, and if you don't have that, there are questions raised. But when RA are able to chaotically fight over and over again and force the issue with this Nocturne pick, it also begs some questions of BLG.
Yeah, put BLG out of their comfort zone, force fights 24/7. I mean, to be fair, I think BLG were the ones forcing the fights, but they also were the ones on the receiving end, as we had a lot of them go the wrong direction, like the 2v2 in the bottom lane. It was on engaging as the Alistar, but you're going in as a melee support into another melee support where usually or traditionally the person who engages first loses, and you're going into a Zai where they often found many routes onto the bottom lane of BLG. But we'll take another look at all these damage graphs. I think overall, because bot lane got that advantage early on in the game, they were able to get a lot of that vision control around the objectives, putting BLG on a choke point for that Hextech Soul where they were forced to walk in, and that is not a place that you want to be, especially with Elk finally getting to that 3-item spike, but it was a little bit too late in the game.
You see some of those dips in the gold graph where BLG was fighting back, but can't find the win in the end. Yeah. And now we gotta see, especially like the priority on the Vi. What does that mean? Nico is 100% win rate so far in the series and a big pick in the meta so far. So is that just a first pickable moment for BLG if they stick to blue side? The fact that it made it through first pick and Vi was the first pick for BLG was really questionable for me. And it really showed that this Nico pick, especially the way Strive played it, is looking real good.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe instead of a Vi, they could have gone for something like the Wukong that we've seen Shun find a lot of success on. But coming into this game 3, it does seem like Red Side has been the winners for a lot of these games. At least Red Side for this game too, because I think that counter pick from Xiaoshu with the Silas was a big turning point for this entire draft, as most likely BLG gonna save that counter pick with the Red Side for Bin in the top lane, because he was definitely struggling a tiny bit when it came to the isolated matchup in the 1v1.
Yeah, the composition needs to come together as a whole. We will see what game number 3 has in store for us. We're going to take a small little break, so don't touch that browser.
my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I've heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? This story. This story. This story.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew. Got a heart of steel, it is built through truth. We're almost there, we're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is, here it is. Just as hopes were fading, the dream lived on. Yeah. Of better times. In a world gone wrong. You don't need to worry. You know you see the day. The revolution's coming. We're waiting for that change. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is, here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is, here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time.
就是去到一个新队伍的话，就跟队友的磨合什么也都还不错。对新基地的话也是比较满意的。对现在冰选手的话，我感觉是没有什么压力的，就正常打就行了。下场面对到 BLG 战队，我想对冰选手说，上路1打1打野都不要来就好了。
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Kitty, and we are into our final game of our first series. It is game number 3 between BLG and RA, as RA roared back to life in game number 2 off the back of an incredible jungle performance from Lien, but as well as the composition just fitting them to a T and finding a lot of the picks they needed.
locking in the Nocturne as BLG decided to take away the Viego. Could have been their biggest mistake as they just dropped their first game up against RA. And who would have known it was in such a convincing manner in RA's favor as well, because I think something that we keep highlighting is I don't see the presence from the mid-jungle duo of RA, but this game, RAG definitely felt the wrath between Stripe and Lian as they were dominating every single team fight with those wombo combos. And it all started with this unexpected gank onto Bin at level 3, and that just got the ball rolling.
Unexpected continued to be the word of the game because it just continued to fight. You look here now, just a little bit later on, it's 4-6, and now we're fighting again in the top side of the map. But a big combination that came to life this game was Strive and Luyen and Feather. The trio really getting those big wombo combos together, and man, those pop blossoms look real good.
Yep, these Nico ultimates were such a menace when it came to these major objective fights, and BLG didn't really have the answer to disengage any of these hard engages from RA in this game too, as we had the Rakan just flash ulting in as Strive follows up with his own pop blossom, as Elk just not having the best time dealing with this Nocturne, who did get MVP in this game too. So going back to the drawing boards, I think this Nico champion is becoming a very prominent issue for both of these team compositions, where they're not drafting or really putting too much respect onto this champion, while the other big question mark that we mentioned was this Alistar, and did it really work for BLG, where they're having a little bit too much fun?
I think the answer is it did not work in the moment, and see what they want to adapt for in game number 3, but specifically where Nico goes, if it gets banned away, what priority comes next, because then we start wondering what this bot lane looks like. We have seen heavily prevalent focus towards Jinx, if that still remains a big peak in the meta. And I know we were super excited about top lane coming into this one. That game got a lot of influence, but does that remain the case going in game 3?
Exactly that, and I believe BLG, they have decided to go blue once again, so 3 games going to be the exact same sides for both of these teams, but what are they going to change up? Because we saw the priority on that Vi in game 2, and it was kind of shooting themselves in the foot as you were versing someone like this Nico, and we often see Shun find a lot of early game advantages for BLG that they're able to snowball off, and BLG put in a sticky situation where they were down 3k gold at around that 15-minute mark due to all these fights going south, especially towards that bot side, where we saw on being his aggressive usual self, trying to get onto the enemy AD carry, but this Xayah pick, it's always found success when in the hands of a Shun, especially for RA, where you are trying to play of towards the bottom lane, but Xayah is just such a good champion at negating that engage that it became a huge issue for them.
Yeah, and I think Xayah could be something that Elk leans onto as well, something he played heavily in their first series of the split. We do see, since we are on the same sides, the same bans come through, Kitty. Shocker. We get the Cassante, the Draven ban, as well as the Lucian and the Zeri ban. There's that Rakan this time, though, so both from last game, but also one of On's picks taken off the table themselves.
On isn't too worried about this because he has had a massive upgrade in terms of his champion pool going into international events. So it is going to be, of course, the Miller getting changed away. So what is BLG going to first pick away? Here is the question. It is going to be Nico. And without this Nico on Strive, we saw him play the Annie in game 1, and it just wasn't doing or finding much success in the hands of Strive. So hopefully this time around, he is just going to go with a traditional counter like the Syndra that is going to provide that lane party that Lian can play off, but it doesn't seem like it is going to be the case.
All right, well, going to the Annie, trying to find the big tibbers to make the difference. RA going right back to their game 1 composition, seemingly. Maybe saying, you know, we needed a warm-up game, then we got to win, and now let's go back to it.
Yep, and it is just going to be the Aphelios and Lulu, or maybe the Nautilus just to force some early engages, but it is going to be the Vi. But this time around, they don't have the disengage of a Nico to protect the ADC, and he isn't playing something like the Xayah, so there's a lot of plot holes for this composition so far. RA really need to pick up the Lulu right now just to provide that extra bit of peel, or they're going to stub themselves in the toe.
Well, they get the Wukong, something that we were talking a lot about throughout this series so far that hasn't shown its face, but will be picked up here for Lian, and we get to the second phase of bans.
Yeah, with both junglers and mid laners showing for now, it is going to be a narrow of support champion pool coming for both of these ADCs. Never mind RA, they're going to target Abing in the top lane because we saw the Gnar doing not so great in the second game, so I'm pretty surprised that they're going to go for it again in this game 3. I would have let it open since Gnar isn't that strong of a champion, or at least, I guess it's just putting a lot of respect onto Bin's name to say the least. But you need to get rid of those supports that will put Elk in an uncomfortable position, but On still has something like the Blitzcrank that you have to consider.
Always got to consider the Blitzcrank. Honestly, maybe for either side. Feather did play in their first series as well, but I see a lot of whittling down to do in the top side of the map. That Gnar, the Gwen, obviously still a couple big picks available up there, but I want to see if maybe the Kennen makes its way through at some point. The Gragas has already still been played up there. Maybe something else consistent.
Yeah, it really does feel like if R doesn't start banning out these supports, which is going to take off the Nautilus, maybe we see a Braum come out of both of these supports. So I don't think we see enough Braums, especially from RA, because in their first series up against RNG, this Braum champion, we highlighted before that it became such a big issue for Feather due to his champion pool only showing us melee supports like the Blitzcrank and the Nautilus. So if they don't really save that counter and they blind a melee, On can realistically just pick the Braum and give RA's bottom lane a very hard time to kind of fight the 2v2.
Yeah, that has to be a very crucial part into this one, because we've seen a lot of aggression come from both the 2v2s, but when Feather wasn't having a great game in game number 1, it definitely was BLG that took advantage of it. There's the Gragas actually locked in, with that final ban being the Tom Kench for BLG. I like this Gragas because you do have that flexibility, but as well as just the fact that it is a sustained, stable laner. And this Lulu has made it far down into the depths of this draft. Should be locked in for BLG.
It really does feel like both of these teams are just playing chicken, but RA being on red side, they do have that counter pick saved for Feather. And I expect nothing less than a hook champion getting locked in here. It is going to be the Thresh and Blitzcrank combo. I would love to see a Blitzcrank, just full send it. No Thrashes. We want action, and that is exactly what worked for RA in that game 2 and got them that win.
I'm just interested in how the comp works as a whole. Yes, you're always looking at the rocket grabs, but it is interesting how the rest of the comp coheses with that. This feels a little bit more reserved in the Thresh.
Look, I'm a big fan of Blitzcrank for either of these supports, but you also have to consider that you're hooking in a Nico into your carry, so that's probably not the most ideal. Thresh will also work for now.
There's a big front line.
Yeah, there's a couple of beefy tanks locked in for both sides, but BLG having this Nico for this game 2, compared to someone like the Annie, we saw him pilot this champion in the game 1, but he wasn't able to get that lane party that Leian so desperately needed to work off and play towards that bottom side. So hopefully in this game 3, we get to see a bit of a change in priority.
I think one big factor here is the Wukong finally making it into the series itself and piloted by Leian himself. And I think it will change a little bit of the give and take that we've gotten so far, but I do wonder how much it affects the matchups itself, because I think both junglers have had extremely big saves on how the early games in both these games, helped out by their solo laners, of course, but it has been about tempo setting for the junglers as a whole. So we're getting into game number 3, the culmination of our first series here on the last day of week 1 of the LPL. It is Billy Gaming versus Rare Adam. Going to 3 games, hoping for a 9-game night. But we should see a lot of heart given in this final game. It was already a bloody fest in game 2. We'll see if the chaos continues. Let's go.
Let's go. We get some roars in the crowd right now.
Fans woke up. Let's go.
They just rocked up to the scene.
And just said, wait, what's going on? Oh, wait, we're going the distance against BLG, the semifinalists at MSI. Looks pretty good. There was a little bit of level 1 cheekiness coming out from both sides. I don't think Strive dies here, luckily. at least. But both teams just trying to find as much of an edge as they can. But this is where I want to talk about those edges and where you find them for both sides. We already talked a lot about how RA are reminiscing off that first game. Some subtle changes to the comp.
Yeah, and with these two wards getting placed down by BLG, they're just gonna start Lian's blue buff, and that is going to mess up with this Wukong's clear because he just has to automatically go to the enemy blue and flip the map on a Jinx and Thresh, and that's going to be a very big problem if this trend continues, because we can't leave Jinx in an isolated matchup, especially when you have someone that can look for those engages like this Vi.
I'm just so excited because I actually get to see a Lulu. I don't know if I'd ever said that before, but Odd actually getting chunked out. I don't know if I'm super excited anymore because Assume is getting excited now. First blood to RA.
On playing a little bit too disrespectful against a Thresh, calling his... Wait, this is a sign in the bowling. Bin's gonna look for it.
Okay, the back came through just in time, but maybe they try to get Feather. They have the Insai on here, could tank a lot of those shots. Xiaoshu just figured out what he can do. Might end up TPing to the wave. There we go, to the tower. The hook actually comes through, and maybe Ben didn't want this one. He's trying to get out now. They do have to preemptively flash. Now Lien has shown up from the back, and now Ben goes down. Not the way BLG wanted to play this one. They set up the trap, but it didn't spring.
Who let them cook, Mazel? Who let them cook? They forgot that On died first blood, and they're still gonna go for that dive. And Xiaoshu coming in with that level 2 TP denies the dive, and they get a kill in return onto Bin.
Holy cow. There's a way you want to start game 3. It's this way for RA. We'll look back at that one as well. Started off by BLG.
Yeah, Feather just called On's bluff, starting the hook, and the Glacial just meant that On wasn't able to escape the sticky hands of Feather, and Assume committing double summoners for this Lulu as well with the passive got away just fine, and also getting that back really early on also denied the dive and BLG's entire early game composition.
Oh, barely out of the Vault Breaker range, and there was a Dark Passage right behind him, so really good evasion mechanics from RA, and Lien now looking to punish Shun.
Leon also does have the red buff in hand as Feather. He doesn't have the flash
really
available.
Wanted to, oh, the play from Feather was so beautifully timed, and now Assume is going to get excited. Feather is still alive. He finally goes down to On, picking him up. The glitter lands, but now BLG have bit off way more than they can chew. They need the check, please. Big kill from On, who finds himself a double kill. It's 2 going back both ways, but Lien makes it RA's favor with a 3.
But look at the scoreboard right now. You got the double kill, but into the hands of a Lulu, while the other side we have RA now Assume sitting on that 3-1 as well. So we had Elk even flashing in, committing for a Thresh, which is just never worth at the very end. And BLG setting themselves behind for this game 3.
Oh man, the way that it goes. We were talking about, do RA just continue to fight like they did in game 2? Well, they have answered by saying, yes, we do. And
Something
it's a
I'll
lot
never
of this
get sick
extension from BLG.
Yeah, something that I'll never get sick of is On playing Lulu. He's a combat Lulu. He goes in. He got the double kill onto RA as we have the other side, Wukong and the Jinx picking up these kills, and that is just never ever good, as we've seen what Fed Wukongs do at the very end, and they do have a punch for this early game, but it is going to be the flash committed from Lillian as well as Bin. He kind of just presses tab and his entire bot side's dead.
And unlike in game 2 where everything was going topside, now we just see consistent pressure towards this bot side of the map from both junglers. Shun just wanted to farm up his top side of the map. Now he's going to have to bolt it over here as Lillian's looking for a gank.
And the problem is that we don't have any flashes available for BLG. On being his combat self, he's gonna go in. He doesn't care that the Wukong's there. The wave is gonna get pushed in, and RA starts this first dragon, which naturally falls into their hands as they do have that early game lead. The Noon Quiv already in the hands of Assume. BLG, they need to slow down the tempo. They have to play around those level 6 spikes as Lulu and Phelios need to go scale. Ultimate from Xiaoshu misses.
Man, Ben just walking away, no sweat, no problem. See actually a contest coming out from BLG here. The dragon takes a long time to go down. Lien Getting a little bit low, but they want to go for the fight. Shun into the pit.
He got
Leon's
it.
already gone, and it's Yagao who picks up the dragon, and everything now, just like dominoes, falling back the other way in BLG's favor.
How did Leon get so low where Yaga flash ults over and just gets both the Wukong and the dragon? What is happening, Mazel?
It is chaos, and what was a 2,000 plus lead for RA is now down to nothing, even up at 6.5 minutes, 9 kills in. And we'll get a replay of everything that just went down in that fight.
Yeah, alright, didn't have vision of Yaga as he just flashes over and one-shots Leon out of pure thin air, I suppose. And then we don't really have that engage from Strive that RA was trying to look for. We even had the Thresh landing committed for this Annie so he can get a bit closer to the Aphelios, but we just didn't see it from Strive.
Now back to laning phases. There's a little bit of maybe some worry coming across both sides. A lot of stress-inducing moments. 7 minutes into a game. This one's still going to be a long, hard-fought one. And that's where I want to focus back into the win conditions here. I think you were talking about reservation for BLG, getting to a state where you feel more powerful. Those item spikes are going to be super huge to play around. They already got one of those dragons, but now RA on the other side, they have gold where they need it to go, and they need to find ways to play around that.
Yeah, especially with the Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds and Strive didn't use his combo for the previous fight, they can potentially force something here while Yaga has his cooldowns for the next 30 seconds. But it does seem like, alright, they're going to lean more towards his bottom side as Elk doesn't have that flash, but he has the cleanse, so I'm not too sure if they can pull it off, trading off this Rift Herald priority.
It's like Shun should just walk back up there, get that Rift Herald started on spawn. Is the case, and we have a double roam down towards bottom side, trying to clear as much vision so they can try to get into the lane for a lane gank. Don't want to come around the river as they knew there was potential warding that way. If Feather gets a preemptive gank here, it could be huge for a big death sentence, but Strive and Lian have made it in. Oh, big preemptive flash though. Strive can't connect the combos, and that's an unfortunate sight.
No flash ult from Yanni? That would have been a double Tibbers if he landed it, but in the very end, flash.
Q.
Yeah, it was a flash Q onto the Annie because they knew that Elk had the cleanse, but if he flashed Tibbers, then it would have at least burnt the cleanse from the Aphelios, but at the very end, you trade the Rift Herald for a Lulu flash, while this Annie, now you have to wait another 4 minutes.
They're still gonna play towards like, we gotta get something down here, all right? We gotta find something. Yeah, that Tibbers would have been huge there. Maybe just a little bit something to look back on for Strive. The Annie, still question marks above it for me. And they want to try to banish Strive, who still has the Tibbers. Actually, now it just died. And now it's gone. And you have to look now back onto the map for RA as they got a reset from Lian back towards this top side of the map.
I'm not too sure if... well, I guess Wukong is just going to clear towards that bottom side once again without that flash available for the Lulu. However, BLG slowing down the game tempo with stealing that first dragon away is going to help them in so many ways. As you already see, Elk is slightly ahead in CS, surprisingly, with how the early game went for this Aphelios.
Assume has completed that Kraken Slayer. We'll see if Elk can answer on this back, but I would assume not close because those 3 kills definitely help in that fashion. And it looks like just Elk just taking up shopping at the market. While Assume now a big power point because he has a very, very early item in terms of the Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, and a big headache for RA is that because you burnt the Annie flash for that previous bot dive, Yago coming off his cooldowns, having that flash pop blossom for this upcoming dragon in 50 seconds, RA need to play extremely carefully and set up that vision perfectly to avoid this Nico from one-shotting this Wukong once again. But if they're able to find a choke while Yaga is looking for that flank, that could be the angle for them to take.
Just gotta find those angles. Make sure you took or at least took attention in geometry class. I don't know if I did.
That was terrible at geometry.
Well. I know obtuse and acute and 90 degrees, you know, all the main ones. But we'll see if they can actually find those angles here in this one. With this dragon spawning up. Oh no, don't even get me into the maths. Oh, that's how I walked away. That's when I walked away. As soon as it started getting complicated, it's like, it's not just shapes. Yeah, that's I don't want any part of it. We do get the Rift Herald spot in mid lane, and if they can do a little bit more damage, that should be 2 plates going over to Yagao.
The Dragon does get started by the side of RA, but I'm sure they're more than happy to go with just collecting mid plates. Nico is such a broken champion right now. Her Q just does way too much damage. BLG, they want to contest.
No way. Not again. Not like this, Leon says. I'm going to finish it. And
He's
I'm
on the
gonna
wrong
flash
side
over
of
the
the
wall.
map.
Hey, he's a sneaky son of a gun. Maybe he can get away from this one. They do have the vision on him, and there's the cease and desist. They still need a little bit of damage follow-up, but Yagao coming right around the corner here to make sure it's so. Shin might not even need him. They try to leave it to a solo bolo, but at least I'll try to give the credit over to Yagao. He's going to dodge out here. He's going to try to get Shin, but he doesn't. Yagao gets the kill.
I don't know what angle Leon saw, but I definitely didn't see him living that after he secured the dragon. At least RA secured the second dragon, but he could have held onto the flash and of course the cyclone, as we also just know that this Wukong is more than gone. But BLG coming out on top, getting that mid-tier 1 plates and also getting this kill into the pockets of Yaga, as this Nico is slowly becoming a very big problem for the side of RA once again.
It always is, it feels like at this point. You did get that Storm Razor completed for Elk, but it's Yagao who is point and present for BLG at this point. And that is where I want to start talking a little bit about the meta adaptation we've seen here. It's just been Nico at this point. I love that RA are going back to some of the styles they saw in game number 1 that didn't work for them. BLG are going with a lot of the other meta picks, but it just feels like these Nikos are so pivotal to the way the composition is being played out.
Yeah, there's a reason why Nico has had a very high presence in the LPL so far, and every time it does slip through the banning phase, it gets picked up instantly from that blue 1 first pick. But my biggest question is that I'm surprised that Ari didn't opt into something that counters this Nico a little bit more, something like the Syndra, where you do have a much more prominent laning up against this Nico in the early game that does allow your jungler to go around the map. Shun, out for revenge, gets the blue buff from game 1.
He just can't get a break.
Oh, the hook connects.
Ooh, nice little hook onto Elk. He will have to burn that cleanse. Something to be revisited, I'm sure. But as we go back to the laning phase, it is just now 13.5 minutes. Feels like we're so far into this game, but really we have not crested very far. Should be just re-clears out from these bottom laners. And I do see resets on the horizon for both junglers, and maybe even looking back up to this Rift Herald side.
You already see that RA's tempo is slowing down by so much, and that is purely because Yaga has his he has first move from mid lane, and it is stopping RA from being their usual aggressive selves, which found a lot of success in that game too. And it did find some success in the start of this game, but
true,
with Yaga being 2-0 now, and I don't think Strive on this Annie is working out, but hopefully he can prove me wrong with this upcoming Rift Herald.
I do really like this. RA are moving bodies towards this Rift Herald fight. They got Assume in mid lane while BLG have responded. It just means that RA are thinking proactively. They also have the TP available for Xiaoshu from the side lane.
Does seem like we're going to get a full-on 5v5 as both top laners have their TP available, but is RA going to be willing to flip the entire game for this Rift Herald? I'm not too sure. BLG most likely going to give it, as they don't have correct vision set up. Strive still trying to look for an angle, but I don't think he's gonna find it.
That will be the Rift Herald going over to RA. Fits their color scheme, so it fits the home. See if they can actually utilize it. It looks like they're just gonna go, okay. I was gonna say, are they just gonna go straight top with it? I do wonder where the resource allocation comes from. I would love to see it go to Assume.
I just had to take a breather, but Assume now sitting on the most gold from how that early game went, getting this Jinx to 3-1, but the bounty gold has disappeared. I'm not too sure if he had a bounty. Definitely at one point, because this Jinx was so massive compared to the Lulu getting the 2 kills. But if you're gonna play slow and stand it up against BLG and look for those 5v5s, I'm pretty sure out of 70 times BLG will come out on top because they just have better mechanics. I'm not going to lie. They're really good players, guys. They were our MSI finalists, and they made it all the way from like 8th position or something from the playoffs, or 5th, I believe. But if RA is going to continue this trend, I'm getting a little bit worried with how many options they have, especially with how unproactive Strive is on this Annie.
got to find a way to be proactive in these engages, and RA trying to find an engage on the Elk again. There's that Rift Herald dropped in mid lane, right in time for the Dragon to spawn. So you see RA want to try to utilize it as a bit of a distraction, maybe a little bit of a push in mid lane to help it. Make sure at least the charge goes through. And you do get the damage there, but now it's about clearing out the mid lane wave and pushing down towards this Dragon for them, just posturing around it. TP utilized here to get Bin towards the team fight, and we're setting up for a 5-on-5.
They lost all priority of this mid lane, and it is going to be BLG opening up the map with this tier 1. Strive has an angle here, no vision.
Oh no, Shun, he misses it. It's a big death sentence on, but that big pop awesome right in return. BLG trying to escape now. Bin very tanky on the front line as well. And this might actually signal Elk to move forward. He does have a lot of damage in the tank, and he's looking for the Calibrum shots onto Strive. There's On blasting over. On! You monster! He capitalizes on Elk's positioning and helps make it happen. They pick out Strive, and now that's a Dragon for BLG.
And then Nico once again finds 3 people with that Pop Blossom, and I don't know how RA is going to come back from such a tragedy on being his usual self, flashing to secure that final kill. But we have a look at how this fight continued, because RA, they thought they found the pick, but Shun being the first one that RA spotted, they just didn't have the damage to one-shot this this Vi, and Jinx wasn't able to find those resets that they so desperately need, because Bin, for the remaining fight, Elk is now dead for some reason.
They caught Elk in the mid lane, and now Zoom gets to get fired up after that tower goes down. Now look at a replay of that. The cleanse has been burned as well, so summoner spell and a death.
But yeah, back to my previous point. Shun didn't die and Jinx wasn't able to get her passive off, and playing front to back, this Sion champion is pretty funny in the meta. So if you're just trying to DPS a Sion with a single Stormer or a single Kraken Slayer, it is not going to die anytime soon. But we'll have a replay of how this Aphelios got caught in the mid lane. The Jinx W connects, and a really nice flash hook, which gets instantly cleansed, but he still died at the very end. I'm assuming a flank from the mid jungle potentially that got onto Elk.
Yeah, maybe something along those lines. We did get the Gale Force completed for Assume, so that's going to be a second item completion for the Jinx. Pretty big in terms of just the execution of targets in big team fights. But it's still waiting on those 3 item spikes, as we know. Still waiting, honestly, on 2 item spikes for Elk here, just to feel relevant in these team fights. And that is where, in a position like this, we have seen, maybe not in this series as a whole, but Jinx does have a more, I guess, consistent time than the Aphelios when picked into it.
Yeah, and we are approaching 2 item territory for this Jinx as well, so assume he has to play these team fights perfectly. No summoner spell. Strive! Ooh, Strelly's gonna run away for BLG.
Yeah.
Yeah, but from how Assume played that game too, as the Xayah, this Jinx needs to kite out the initial engage from BLG, especially if Shun gets his hands onto this Jinx, and play a lot slower to allow Assume DPS in the backline. So hopefully, alright, they slow down the tempo.
Shun is coming in on a flank. He's way back there, and now a TP from Xiaoshu. That's 5 members up the gut of BLG here. Try to get on, but can't get him. That should be a tier 2 tower going down. Shun looking for the big wraparound. Strive was waiting over the wall here. Shun will make his way back to his team comp. And you still have side lane being pushed in by Bin, just as he does, while RA need to look for picks.
Yeah, but if you look at BLG's vision, it's all on Baron, so they know that RA isn't starting the Baron. So Bin just taking the tier 1 tower in that bottom lane without any pressure put on him. Bit of a slip up from RA. However, they do open up the map a lot more by taking down that tier 2, and it allows Strive to look for more. But I cannot stress enough that it is 20 minutes and the Annie is 0 KP.
Yeah.
So hopefully the next one is going to be an explosion for this RA team.
Just looking for one big Flash Tippers ulti. That's all you want.
Elk doesn't have cleanse either.
You got to punish it while it's down, but it's going to be coming up very shortly. Elk in the mid lane, potential wraparound by Xiaoshu. They've been looking for this angle for a long time. First it was Loyen, now it's Xiaoshu. If Elk steps up, that could be something of a trouble, but it's on RA to try to force the hand of BLG, because right now BLG are perfectly fine in this position.
They also have a really nice top wave getting pushed in, so RA not really managing any of their side waves. They're just playing ARAM at this point, constantly trying to force something in the mid lane where they're not catching any CS in the side, and you already see that CS differential coming in between the mid laners, and this Nico working towards that Shadow Flame now. If they wait just a little bit longer, I think this Nico is going to do way too much damage for the RA team to handle.
And there is a red alert that's going off behind me right now because Elk has gotten his Gale Force. As soon as this man sees this item, he's like, that means I get to go in now, right? I get to be aggressive. So we'll see what this second spike for him will do all this Aphelios, but expect a fight around this next dragon, a potential soul point for BLG.
Yeah, my eyes are on Xiaoshu and where he places that ultimate, because Elk, although having the flash, we've seen what Gragas's can do in these team fights. But the vision right now is just non-existent for the side of RA, as they are just putting down defensive wards.
15 seconds on the dragon spawn. We'll see BLG move from the mid lane. As RA maybe threatening a trade here, Kitty.
I don't even think they can trade because BLG, they have a really nice pink ward on the dot bush as well. So RA, they're running out of options here. Most likely going to give over BLG with this Infernal Soul point, as they are playing it very, very scared.
Be very careful though, as again, one big flash Tipper's ulti makes a difference, and Strive has just been consistently looking for it. It will actually pull BLG over here. The big target are Elk and Yagao. It ain't gonna be Ben as your target, but Strive is looking over the wall. Strive could make something happen here. The unstoppable onslaught. Strive just doesn't go over, doesn't want to commit just yet.
We do have TP available for Bin, so he's just going to come back with that as well. As alright, they are going to start this and threaten it potentially, but they've been sitting in this bush for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made the decision. Now they finally commit there, as they will be trying to burn the Baron, but more so looking for the fight. They find Shun. He goes in, but the Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum. That's so big, man. And the Gale Force forward. It could unlock him. The Mega Death Rocket doesn't go through. The Pop Blossom misses on. Trying to find another kill. It is Chaos that is leading RA's way. BLG just didn't know where to run, didn't know where to go. Assume though you've overstayed your welcome, and Ben is a big old meatball coming to your pasta soon. Big kill from On, who flashes for it because that's just the Chad he is.
Watching On play Lulu just makes my day so much better, but what a huge team fight going towards the side of BLG, because all their focus was onto Elk. We had the Flash Lantern for Strive to take, but he got instantly bursted with the Inferno coming out of Elk on this Aphelios, and that is going to be Soul Point going towards the side of BLG. We know that BLG saw the Annie on the very side, but look at so many abilities getting committed onto Shun, where this Inferno was just absolutely nuts, and fighting in such a tiny choke. Yaga's ultimate, although missed, it doesn't really matter because assume he was so far away from the remaining team. Only 2 members survive out of this entire team composition, and Sion managed to get his hands onto this Jinx as she doesn't have that LDR yet.
It just feels like Shun invited the entirety of RA to a shooting range and just said, "Hey, come join me out on the lawn over here. You want to come? You want to come stand here and wait?" And then it was just Elk saying, "Let's go."
I like how Bin had that kill, but On just had to flash for it. He had to flash for it. Oh, the inner Blitzcrank jeans or whatever was just really showing in that instance.
Is gonna be looking sick nasty on the support for On.
I like he has the most kills on BLG as well.
Yeah, he wants that MVP. They give it to me. We'll see if actually RA get punished here. Elk has red-white. Ben not going to look for the big engage there. There's really nothing to fight over except if you want to try to force a Baron, which we saw the way that it ended for RA when they tried.
Yep, and looking at both of these teams' visions, we have nothing on the Baron right now, so RA very, very stressed about if BLG is going to dance with it, especially with the red and white available for Elk as well. No cleanse though, but I'm assuming, I'm not too sure if On sitting on that Michaelis just quite yet. Does have the flash, it's going to be very careful.
Unstoppable onslaught. Luyan is on the backside. Bin is tanking up a storm right now, but it's Strive on the side who gets caught. Is he even going to get to use Timbers? He does get it down, but I don't know if he got the combo right there. And that is a huge turn in the events for BLG. They find Luyan on the side again, and Pop Blossom comes forward. Not going to hit. The death sentence does. Assume trying to get excited, trying to make something happen, but it's so much damage from Elk, who just keeps cooking him down, and that's 4 kills, 4 more for Elk, and another big fight for BLG. Calm, cool, and collected is the killer of Billy Billy.
Name me a more iconic duo, Elk and getting quadra and pentakills on this A-Feelers. They're gonna get the Baron now, but we'll have a look at how this fight started. So it was a trade initially, 1-for-1, as Bin was getting targeted down by RA, but Strive getting caught on the side and not having enough damage to burst anyone on this Annie does mean he just dies for free, and Land desperately trying to look for a flank angle, but Elk dodging everything. Other than this initial cycle when he walked into it, but it wasn't enough from the side of RA. There was no follow-up on this Jinx, especially with the Nico ultimate just zoning them out. This ultimate from Elk and the Gale forcing in, that's the classic LPL ADCs that we all know and love.
Absolutely, and at this point, like I said earlier, as soon as that Gale Force comes online for Elk, he is just another man, a machine, if you will. Does less damage than Assume in that fight. That was 7,400 damage from Assume, still unable to get anything. But 6,500 ain't too shabby either. And again, it goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of this series, is so far, besides that game 2, which was a bit of an amalgamation, BLG have looked on form since MSI, since even falling to JDG. I think we got to see them discover a lot of their own strengths.
Most definitely, and I think something that I keep highlighting about BLG is they are truly one of our best teams at slow fighting. As we saw that Elk, he was playing with his spacing and waiting out Leyen to use all of his spells to commit into the fight, and then he Gale forces in because as he finds an angle onto Assume. But now with the Dragon spawning in 1 minute and no vision available for the side of RA, they are really put on a timer for this remaining game.
They are, and 3.5 items on Elk is going to be really strong. You do have those 3 items completed for Assume, but the base is starting to become tatters here. As they take down a tier 2 for BLG, might be looking at the mid lane as well. For the Dragon to spawn in about a minute and force the hand of RA.
And if you take a look at the summoner spells, we have Cleanse and the Mikhails available for this Lulu. So I'm not sure how they're going to look for a pick that they so desperately needed around 5 minutes ago, as they're getting closed in with this Baron buff.
They do end up getting another tier 2. Ain't too shabby. I love to see them utilize this Baron buff. Still about a minute to go. 3,000 on the Baron power play as well. The last tier 2 up in the top side, way too defended to do anything about. But BLG may be looking for picks in their enemy jungle. As oh,
Shin took it.
Shin just wanted to make sure. All right, just wanted to make sure, Kitty. Right?
Yeah,
right. That's not an atrocity against ADCs, right?
Yeah, I think so. You know, he has a Lulu. He has enough lifesteal anyways. Go to the Dragon. Just start it. I don't know if RA ever
it's
has
really for
an
Elk's
angle to even
benefit,
contest.
right? Like,
what if that was the real Wukong? You know,
sausage.
what if?
We'll see.
The
Check
Jinx
by Assume to see if they're doing the Dragon. And guess what? They are. I don't think there's anything you can do about it either. Lian's still fighting his demons over here, but there is a hidden Yagao, and Lian takes half his health down. He was just waiting in the wolves, like one of them, raised by them. As he doesn't get the kill though. That was kind of cool.
And RA, with the lead that they were given so early on in the game, Assume started this game 3-1. Strive.
Oh, Shun, that is not a fight necessarily you want to take. Vigil might make the difference, and that definitely evens up the odds.
I'm not too sure why RA keeps committing every single spell onto this Vi. He is so incredibly tanky where I don't even think they have the damage to ever kill him unless he's in an isolated situation. But yeah, back to my point where RA, they had the early game lead. They had this Jinx 3-1 up against Elk, who was the one at a disadvantage, but they were so hesitant to make any plays and snowball with that lead, where this is the game situation now and they're running out of options, Mazel.
They absolutely are. The checklist is starting to get whittled one by one, and you did get that 4th item for Elk. So now there is an item discrepancy as both ADCs had just reset. See if Assume can get his 4th very soon, but they are trying to barrel down this top tier 2, the final one, in defense of RA.
Their squad is extremely split right now, but I honestly think they should just play for the base. This tier 2 tower isn't even worth protecting because of the amount of flank angles that BLG is able to take.
I just need to see a big Flash Tibbers ulti, all right? That's all I want right now from Strive. Please give it to me. We haven't gotten to see a big one.
Is that you've waited so long to the point, yes, you can go for a huge Flash Tibbers onto BLG. Maybe not Elk because he has that cleanse and everyone knows that, but now Lulu has the Mikhail, so if you want to go on either Yaga or On, he can honestly self-Mikhails, and that's just your only engage, or at least hard engage, gone from RA as they do fix the waves on the side just a little bit, but Baron spawning in 1 minute now and no vision whatsoever. The only ward is getting cancelled out by that pink in the Baron pit, so they just have to full send it.
And it goes back to a systematic issue that we were wanting answered from RA, where at the beginning of the series and throughout we were saying, where does the initiation come from? Who becomes the shot caller? Who becomes the leader of this team? And while we saw a big resurgence of that in game number 2, we're seeing a very big lack of it here in game number 3. And while BLG take full advantage of it, Xiaoshu does make it out alive.
But what does it mean? More vision going over towards BLG because they can't even face check anymore. I think whoever face checks, although Xiaoshu is extremely tanky right now, they just get instantly one-shot with Elk's guns available. Strive trying to go for a wide flank
the Baron
now.
Fight here. I mean, the Infernal Soul is just so big for this composition, especially with the green and white for Elk. He just pepper down so much damage, and here comes Yagal over the side, waiting for a big Pop Blossom. But that Baron, it's already gone. And now BLG could just look to take the fight. Look who's reared it up at the front. It's Bin. Moonlight Vigil connects. You got so much distance. Lien has found Elk, but literally does no damage to him. Bin survives. Pop Blossom out, and Yakao gets one. A big caliber as well. Feather goes down. Another goes, and that's BLG with Elk flashing forward. Over 8,000 damage, and the man is popping off BLG. They should find a finish to this game 3.
And once again, Mazel, another clean ace coming out of BLG, and they're gonna look to wrap up this series 2-1 going against RA as they're going to close in on the base now with the Baron, with the TPs, and settle the week 2-0 with their series.
What a way to do it. Consistent team fighting, the slow fights, as you said, but it's more importantly, Elk that waits. He's a predator in the jungle, waiting until your last dying moment to jump out and smack you. And an incredible strength-to-strength jump for BLG. Yes, they had to work for it. They had to go all 3 games, but they will start their first week of the LPL Summer Split at 2-0. And especially the way they did it over both teams. This one a little bit more work, but the first one so dominant.
Yep, Elk is having an excellent performance on the Sephilos, but that is what you expect out of BLG when you do reach the 30-minute mark and you do have an Inferno Soul going over to the Sephilos, having a Lulu that's constantly buffing him as well, as they take their bows and rest for the remaining days before their next match. But this is what we all expected, BLG to take this series away from RA, but I still need to give credit to RA because they were able to take away that middle game from BLG in a very convincing manner as well. So we know that the biggest problem from at least this is that Nico has won 3 out of the 3 games. So this champion, a very big issue, and I think if you don't have a clear answer towards, just don't let it open.
Maybe. I think that's the right ticket. BLG don't get a lot of rest here. They will take this 2-1 victory, but they play yet again tomorrow against anyone's legend as well. Another scrappy team. So we'll see if they can continue moving with this momentum.
Rest for the remaining hours.
Definitely, yeah, a couple hours of rest at least. But I think for RA, I do want to be a little bit introspective. We came into this one asking for initiation. I will say the proudest moment I had is the fact that they stuck with these very heavy initiation compositions where they had a few things that if they did it right the composition lines up so well. I think game 3, you didn't see any of it really go right, but they had the tools, and that's what I need to continue seeing from RA and find who's going to be the leader.
Yeah, and the biggest takeaway from this series was that Feather and Assume gave On and Elk a punch, or at least a run for their money in the 2v2 situation in that bottom lane. As Feather, we need to remind everyone that On got caught very early on in the game, level 1, and it kind of did mess with how BLG's game plan went, because this Scion was at bottom lane, level 1, looking for that dive and trying to do the Scion tech, but it all went downhill. Fortunately, this game tempo slowed down so much that the Sephilos was able to get items online, and of course the Nico being absolutely a monster in these team fights really stopped any angle of RA to look for those team fights.
There were so many fireworks going on in the team fights, and everybody forgot about Elk because every time the man just came up into the front line with full health and ready to go with the right guns every single time. And I think that says a lot about the power and the BLG represent in a lot of these team fights. We know them to be very scrappy, but when you're walking up to a team fight and the names across the bow are Bin and Yagao with a huge setup potential and Shun able to find backline, you're happy with that, right? And the other team is scared. And I think you can factor that into how Elk is able to, you know, go underneath and find so many resources for himself and find so much success.
Yeah, and someone that we haven't highlighted so far is Bin on the Scion. Yes, he wasn't as prominent throughout the laning phase and the early game team fights, but the main difference is during those team fights is that Bin was constantly on Assume to the point where he wasn't able to reach the backline and really get his hands onto Elk and On, where he gets those resets, because there was just so much threat from the Scion, where on the other hand, Xiaoxiu and the Gragas, we didn't see the same thing from RA, and that became the biggest difference when it came to these really clutch team fights.
And I know it was Strive's first foray in the team for this split, at least. Obviously, RA trying to change things up in the mid lane a little bit. I just want to see more use of the big tippers in certain moments. Even I know you had the argument of saying like there weren't really good moments because they were so far behind, but the fact that there was a lot of holding in that one made it really difficult to play around. I think if you're going to choose something like that when we're talking about the decisiveness for RA, you got to be decisive with it. We do actually have an interview for our first series of the night here. We have Christina waiting for a member of BLG, so let's go ahead and kick it on over.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Elk, the ball laner for BLG. Congratulations on your win. You've got 2 consecutive wins to kick off your summer split. Actually, after the MSI LPL summer split kicks really early, maybe from my perspective, the schedule was a little bit tough. And how did you guys manage to maintain your dominant performance until this matchup? 欢迎 Elk 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 BLG 获得了本局比赛的胜利。那么其实，在 MSI 结束之后，我们 LPL 的夏季赛开始的比较早嘛，可能看起来这个中间的赛程和时间表是有一点点稍微紧张的，但是 BLG 这边是怎么样做到回来之后还是依旧着以2连胜的这样状态开启了你们的夏季赛呢？
因为我觉得我们就赛程虽然比较紧嘛，然后但是我们其实也一直都在训练吧。然后虽然我们大家就是打新版本的磨合比较少，但是其实我们每个人都各自也都打了新版本，然后也打了很多对局，所以说了解的还是比较快吧。
Although the schedule was a little bit tough, maybe, but actually we have been keep playing scrims. Actually, maybe we do not very familiar with the new meta, where every player individually and played a lot of games and played so many scrims. So maybe we can maintain our performance and our form till there. And second question, I want to touch on how did you guys manage to adjust your form after losing game 2? Because Rare Atom, they got Silas and Nocturne this combination and they dominate in game number 2. Did you decide to ban Silas or the other things in order to bounce back in game 3? 那么其实今天第一局 BLG 这边是非常顺利的拿下了，但是在第2局的时候，对面 RA 拿出了上单塞拉斯，打一眼 NOC 这样一个体系打的也是不错嘛。在输掉第2局之后，小失一城之后，队伍主要在哪些方面做了什么样的调整呢？比如说有没有说要搬掉这个英雄啊，或者说是其他方面的游戏内的一些调整和准备呢？
因为其实第2局有很多失误吧，我觉得就是可能就是我们到4、5楼的选择，其实也当时可以选得更好。然后还有一个就是我们在游戏内我们下路的就是对线其实也是可以不用去死亡的。然后 可以减少死亡，然后让就是整个游戏不会变得这么艰难吧。对。
Actually, from my perspective, overall, maybe we made some errors and mistakes in Game 2. In terms of BMP strategies in 4th and 5th bans, we should get better choice on BMP strategies, and in-game content, we died too much on the volley, and we should perform better in game number 2. And coming to the game number 3, I think there was a lot of skirmishes and team fights, maybe kills on the bot lane in very early game. In 4 minutes, Jinx got 3 kills. Until then, from my perspective, I would say, oh my god, it's a little bit hard to play. So from your perspective, how did you manage to stabilize the situation personally, and how did you guys manage to take some better team synergy until the mid to late game and close the game 3 very smoothly? 那么其实第3局的时候，在最早最前期的时候，围绕着下路有非常多的线杀、击杀和小规模的团战嘛。在4分钟的时候，对面的金克斯可能就已拿到3个人头带赏金了。其实可能看到这样的画面的时候，Elk 选手会不会觉得有点难打，或者说是你和队伍是怎么样去协作处理，成功过渡到了中后期，并且拿下比赛呢？
因为我们第3局的时候1级团的设计就是出现了一点问题嘛，然后打到后面的话，其实我们也就说没事，然后慢慢找机会吧，然后等待打团。
Actually, maybe we made some errors and a mistake around our level 1 design. After that, we just, it's okay. It also can be acceptable. Let's just farming and skilling to the mid to late game and find some opportunities. Final question for you, Elk. You did a really great job this year, no matter in LPL stage, but also for international tournament stage. Coming to the summer split, what is your personal goal for summer alongside with the BLG, this whole squad? 其实今年 Elk 选手的表现大家都是有目共睹的。想问一下，现在来到夏季赛了，Elk 选手个人的目标以及整个 BLG 队伍的目标会设定在哪里呢？
就对于我自己来说的话，我希望自己能在常规赛就是能取得一个前2的目标吧。然后因为自己打了这么久，其实还没有在常规赛取得一个特别靠前的排名吧。
Personally, for me, I do want to make top 2 in regular season because I have been played for so long, but I didn't achieve top 2 in regular season. So maybe in this summer season, I want to achieve that personally. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Elk 来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and great to hear from Elk a little bit of words on how the season is going and their expectations as well, Kitty.
Yeah, and I like was the team representing us at MSI. So we'll have to wait and see at the very end as we only have 7 weeks. But for this final match, we have Yagal picking up the MVP with this Nico.
Huge stuff. The Nico obviously playing a big part of it, but it was about the sneakiness he was utilizing. Obviously leading the way on how this champion should be played, but it came down to a lot of underlying effects within team fights that really made the difference.
Yeah, Yaga has so many Nico games on the stage now. I think at least 3, perhaps the most Nikos we've seen out of the teams in LPL so far. But towards the later end of the stage, it was still the Elk show and how he was able to translate the lead, or at least balance out the lead and then start DPSing the enemy team. But look at Assume, he wasn't able to play the game because there were so many backline threats onto this Jinx where 1, nothing was dying because you didn't have the LDR at this point, and 2, you were getting zoned out so far away where you couldn't hit those squishy targets that you were so desperately wanting to kill. And on, how many times has he flashed over to get a kill? I think 3 times this game.
Oh man, his KDA was actually just insane in this game, and it started off with a difficult kill, but it was also just him consistently flashing for kills, even taking them away from his teammates because he wants the better KDA. And I will give a tip of the hat to Assume in this one, really putting up the damage numbers, trying to find what works for RA, but again, the other side was just better tonight.
Yep, and going into tomorrow, like you said, they're going to have another game. So not too much rest, but hopefully with this dropping this game up against RA, they know the significance of this Nico. We were talking about it in the break and how this champion, I mean, BLG realistically could have ended the night with a clean 2-0, but they decided to go for the Vi first pick instead of the Nico. So, we'll have to wait and see.
It's going to be interesting. I wonder how many more Nikos we get tonight, but that is going to be it from me for the night. I know you're continuing, Kitty. We will have Ashin coming in for the second series, and then for the third series, Lyric is going to be joining Ashin for the match of the week in JDG versus LNG, but next up will be OMG versus Weibo, and you don't want to miss it. We'll see you there.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어 제일. 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 물론 방송의 그 거부감을 좀 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고 그리고 도파 형이랑 지내서 우선 재밌었고 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的晒啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3比2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号勇士被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班 ，IG 轻取 SKT。
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
Rookie 在侧边等待进场，对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接带到了开二，
被刀了，给咱帅被秒了，没给出来。
帅自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇진 않은데 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까 이제 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请 Weibo Gaming 上单的晒。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각하기에 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第1天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们现在才打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머로 할 수 있을 것 같은데 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
crack of thunder as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's like. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's Everybody's looking at you. People up in front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now.
下场面对 WBG， 我觉得不需要做什么准备吧。我觉得我的队友应该能随便打爆对面。跟他交手的话，就交手了2次都输，交手2、3次都输了嘛。然后这次我就跟他就刀尖上铁血吧，就不是他死就是我死。热赛选手，我这一次要打败你。
우선 새로운 코치님과의 약간 팀원들과의 단합을 맞추는 과정이 있었고, 그리고 저 스스로로서는 이제 탑으로서 사실 제 팀을 믿는 그 감정의 연습을 많이 한 것 같아요. 샨지 선수의 라인전 방식은 정말 평범한 탑이라고 생각을 하고, 라인전 했을 때 어떻게 될지는 사실 매치업을 봐야 될 것 같은데, 이제 현재 메타에 따라서 탱커 매치업도 자주 나오는 편이라서 그렇게 재미있진 않을 것 같은데. 네.
Not that interesting, but always good to see the Shy kind of giving his thoughts on those things. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our final 2 series of the day of the week. I am not Mazel, but I am Oshin, and I'm joined again by the absolutely fabulous Kitty as we're going to be bringing you this second series of the day. And look, for this one, I think a lot of expectations here coming on onto Weibo. I think a lot of people very excited considering they just took down JDG 2-0 earlier in the split.
Yeah, very strong start for Weibo as well, making their debut with Weiwei, and I think something just clicked within this team where every single fight they played it perfectly, and it was all thanks to the clear initiative idea that they had throughout that early game. And something that was very interesting to me is that Weiwei, this type of jungler, he kind of worked of counter ganking the enemy team because he read Kanavi like a book, and surprisingly it was all towards top lane where they won all those skirmishes in an ADC centric meta. So playing towards the Shy, it's still working out for Weibo, while Light and Crisp in their normal state where they're just easily scaling towards that late game on something like the Enchanter and the Hyper Carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like we saw the Shy saying there, it is a tank, you know, kind of centric meta up on that top side. Not very interesting for him, but that's just kind of how you have to play the game. And for me, I'm very much looking forward to seeing kind of how Weibo are able to kind of develop. Because like we said, they were very much a disappointment from the spring split. Didn't get to the high highs that we all kind of expected them to, but looking very strong coming into this first day, or first week, I should say. And honestly, I think that if they can kind of come out with a 3-4-0 start of the season, this is a team that kind of can build further and further. I need to see a little bit more from Weiwei because he had a great debut. I need to see how consistent he is with it.
Yep, and every time we talk about Weibo, we always talk about consistency. But something that I'm also questioning is that Weibo has shown us one type of playstyle, which is Weiwei on something that is engage heavy, and Xiaohu playing the carry on that Syndra. But we know that in a Nico-centric meta, something like the VO can be picked up. And we also saw from an earlier series today where Shun was playing the Kazakhs and he was doing the heavy lifting. So I'm not too sure what to comment about just quite yet. But of course, tonight we have Shanji versus the Shy in top lane, and these two players are very big fan favorites. And although Shanji lost their first series up against BLG, I think he still had a very good showing in that game too on the Rumble alongside Aki. Unfortunately, just a little bit too far behind from his bottom lane, getting kind of punished for their mistakes.
Yeah, it really did feel like Shanji was a bit of a one-man army, but that army just wasn't good enough, unfortunately, against BLG. And we'll see if they can kind of shore it up today. Of course, it is only week 1, but plenty of games to still kind of come for this particular squad. We'll see now where they want to try and kind of bring this one here. Because again, it's a big game for OMG. They were top 4 in the in the playoffs from Spring Split. This is an opportunity for them to kind of, solidify themselves as a bit of a bigger kind of, threat towards those bigger teams. Because at the end of the day, they were the ones who beat, top Esports, LNG. They were really kind of putting down these very, very kind of seasoned squads. And now they get an opportunity to try and do that against Weibo.
Yeah, and someone else that I wanted to highlight is Abel throughout that series against BLG, because we have very high expectations of him playing these champions like the Aphelios and the Jinx, because we know that he is a very good carry when it comes to those later game team fights. However, someone that was missing, or at least a little bit silent on the team roster, is Cream, and we saw 2 Ari games out of him. Unfortunately, we were missing that mid to jungle synergy throughout the entire game, to the point where Abel wasn't going to do anything with how far behind he was in that early game. And I think for this game, for at least OMG, their main focus is to get Cream in a comfortable position up against Xiaohu in a decent matchup to allow for Aki to start looking for those angles. But my biggest question coming to the jungle matchup is Weiwei versus Aki. So Aki is that type of jungler who often farms until level 6. He's not too proactive until he hits that level 6 buff. However, Weiwei, we obviously saw in the previous series that he's a very good counter jungler. So when the enemy jungler is so inactive, can he still find the same angles coming into this game 1?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well. Weiwei had a fantastic debut, really ran the map around Kanavi, like you mentioned earlier on, and I want to see him try and continue that today. But on the other side of this for OMG, Aki's got to be able to kind of keep step with that. He can't be letting himself become overwhelmed coming into this particular matchup, because again, you're looking at some of the star power on this Weibo Gaming side. They have a lot of incredible talent that can and will just take over a game if you let it. So we'll see where these two teams can kind of go from this one here. And I think for Weibo, they are looking to try and continue this momentum. Look, you got the win off of JDG, a 2-0. Very, very solid start to Split. But, we'll give JDG a little bit of a pass, just given, how early on in the year it is so far. But even looking forward to kind of what Weibo is going to kind of take on next. Now they've got LNG, then top Esports in week 2. This is a little bit of a mini gauntlet here for Weibo to kind of really see what they're made of.
Yep, strength of schedule is not working in favor of Weibo, but I do want to talk about OMG just a little bit more as they are appearing on our screens. Is that I'm a big Shanzi fan, just to let everyone know that he is definitely one of my favorite top laners in the LPL, but I'm gonna be a little bit mean today. Please don't pick Sion for him anymore. I know we've had an entire off-season for him to go practice this very broken champion that is extremely high priority in the meta right now, but we saw that in the series up against BLG, and he was still flopping it. So we need him on something like the Cassandra or the Rumble, where he is in his element up against the Shy, as these two top laners, I feel like they're hit or miss.
Yeah, I mean, it does really feel like these top laners can definitely, definitely prefer to play the carry champions, and it does look like OMG definitely, especially in that second game, which they still did lose to BLG, but they looked a lot more comfortable on something like the Rumble, and I am curious to see now if Xiaohu will kind of, or not Xiaohu, excuse me, the Shy will be able to kind of step up to that. Will he just default back to the tanks himself, or will he be looking to try and, go toe-to-toe with something that, that can kind of have a little bit more lane pressure into the Rumble? We'll have to wait and see how that all kind of goes. And for Weibo, I mean, this is going to be a bit of in a weird sense, it's going to be a long split, because I feel like no one's going to really know how successful, how unsuccessful this roster is going to be until we get to playoffs.
Yeah, most definitely. And everyone's biggest concern for this Weibo roster is that they also had a very strong start to the spring split, taking a lot of teams down. But obviously, as the weeks went by, they started to show cracks. And that is the biggest problem that they had to face when we did get to the playoffs. And of course, like everyone's been saying, the results were very disappointing for the first half of the year. But I think with this change up in the jungle role and Xiaohu being very comfortable in the current meta right now, where he is a spectacular Syndra player, and we know the priority on Nico right now, where we saw in the previous series that into JDG, Xiaohu had no problem playing into Knight's Nico, and that is going to be something that is going to allow them to draft a lot easier when it comes to these ban pick phase.
Yeah, and that's kind of the meta right now has been very, and it's why I'm excited whenever OMG are playing, because the meta is very stale. If I'm being totally honest, it's very just the same as it has been. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Teams are very set up in their kind of, you know, their ways as such. But OMG are a team that have been able to kind of bring out a couple of different, you know, feels for things, a couple of different movements. The Rumble top, the Shyvana was something that Shanji was, you know, kind of a big purveyor of. I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon. It's just not very good for the moment. But these are little things that I do think that can shake up the meta. And we are seeing things come back into it. Things like the Alistar we saw in the last series. Things that are kind of coming back to people realize, oh yes, Milio and Lulu are fantastic, but if you pick these hard engaged supports, or maybe something that has a little bit more spice to it, you can get the upper hand, and sometimes you need that.
Yeah, and when you do drop the support priority to 4 and 5, a lot of those supports do get banned out, and the champion pool gets narrowed down so much, where I would love to see OMG, PB God in particular, to pick up something like the Rakan, where he found so much success on it throughout the spring split. And I think this champion in particular, one of PB God's biggest weaknesses is his positioning and the tendency of getting caught before a team fight. So with a champion with so much mobility, then that is completely fine. And someone else that I have very high expectations for coming into this series is that he has to redeem himself from the previous one is Cream, because he had, like I said, 2 Ari games where he made a lot of careless mistakes and he got caught constantly in a lot of instances, and it put OMG in a 4v5 situation. And if you think about the champion, well, she has 4 dashes, including the flash, so this Ari champion shouldn't be getting caught. So maybe they switch it up a little bit in OMG's team draft today.
That's the thing as well. Cream has always been, especially because now he's no longer the new up-and-coming star. He's been around a couple of splits. He knows how, we know how he plays. We know what he wants to do when he does get onto his, you know, kind of, you know, staple champions like the Akali and of course the Sylas. But these are things that we'll have to wait and see where they end up kind of building it as such, because it does feel like OMG kind of, you know, the perfect storm happened for them in spring. They were able to bring it all together. They were able to make this roster work, and we have seen such great high highs. Unfortunately, we have seen low lows as well. You mentioned a couple of times out in the last series that Cream was getting caught out. I distinctly remember Abel in the playoffs against BLG in that 5-game series in spring, just not really making the right calls. The pressure getting to him. He was going in on weird gale forces and such like that, not putting himself in a bad position. But it really does feel like for OMG, it's about calming those nerves. It's about trusting yourself, trusting your process, and trusting in your teammates to be able to say, look, we know we're good, we know we can get the result, and just letting it happen. Don't play anyone else's meta, play your meta, and we'll see if they can do it against Weibo, because Weibo again looked exceptional against JDG.
Yeah, and aggression is the perfect word to describe OMG, but sometimes unnecessary aggression is also going to be their downfall. As we enter into banning phase, the Nico and the Syndra have been instantly taken away from OMG, as we saw in the previous series that this Nico had a 3-0 win rate throughout the entire series.
And a good win rate, but we'll see if it ends up kind of being a massive factor here. It does feel like Nico Gaming is the name of the game, and there's Weibo respecting that top lane. Kasante, the Rumble. I remember last split we used to call it Kasanji because he was so damn good on the champion. And then of course the Maokai as well, all banned away. So for OMG, they're gonna have to try and go for something a little bit different here. And it's the power of the blue side for Weibo. They're able to kind of get these target bans in. There's still a lot of AD carries available here. We'll see if the Zeri ends up kind of making its way through, because they've actually opted in for the Syndra instead, and now the Milio. So
no.
Zeri could be the pick here now for Light. We know exactly how Light and Crits can pilot this champion.
OMG is sinning right now by not getting rid of the Zeri Yumi, which is going to get insta-locked by Weibo right now. So I'm going to assume maybe they picked the Lucian Nami to respond to this, but we all know how this goes and how broken Zeri is in the current meta with that Triforce build, and of course Yumi going Mikhail's Ardent Sensor, which is just as disgusting as ever. But still, Weibo Gaming coming to this game with a very clear idea, shutting down Shandy's champion pool, getting rid of the Cassante and the Rumble. So I'm getting a little bit worried for OMG, but they're going to deny the Yumi, and I'm wondering what they will pair with this.
It could be the Aphelios, could be the Jinx. You would imagine the thing is, the reason why we're seeing the Zeri banned and not the Yumi is that the Yumi and the Zeri combination kind of relies on, you know, the Zeri is still exceptional, but the Yumi kind of relies on the massively high mobility of the Zeri to kind of maintain presence, to keep her going, keep her survivability, and just constantly be putting out massive DPS. So curious to see what the adaptation will be here for OMG as they look to kind of pick that one away. They could have went Lulu Aphelios themselves, but they said, look, we just don't want to give over the cat onto the back of the Zeri. It's just too much for us to deal with. And I imagine we could see a Wukong coming in here for Weiwei. No real junglers banned outside of the Maokai, so you would imagine with the Vi taken away, they'll just go and kind of lock that in for themselves.
It does seem like it is going to be a Gragas hover, as top lane champions are getting slowly narrowed down with only the Sion left up. And I've already complained about this earlier, where Shandy's Sion just isn't it, especially when it comes to those team fights. So hopefully they have another answer and Shandy locks in something like the Gwen that can have that side lane pressure. This is completely off topic, but I also wanted to highlight that Xiaohu had a very cute setup with a pink keyboard and a pink mouse. So respect to that, I really like his setup. But of course it's going to be the Aphelios paired alongside the Yumi for this bot lane matchup, but I still much prefer the Zeri over the Aphelios when it comes to those major objective fights. With this Vi, you do have the lockdown, but sometimes the Vi, if it doesn't kind of scale properly from the early game, it does just get instantly one-shot with how tanky the Zeris are nowadays. But coming into the second banning phase, mid and jungles are still not picked by Weibo Gaming, so it does seem like the Viego and the Wukong are going to get taken away.
Yeah, it does feel like it's kind of one of those things you just have to do. Unfortunately, it's definitely a bit of an issue right now. Zeri having, I think it's like a 97% presence at the moment now. I think 30 bans, 4 picks. The only person beating that is Cassante with 100% presence. So, you know, it's definitely a little bit of an issue there. Definitely some high numbers. I think after Nico a ton of and Ari, I think it falls off to really drastically down to like 50% or something like that. So we'll see what they end up kind of wanting to work towards at the moment, but you would imagine the Wukong and the Viego will be banned away here by OMG to make sure Weiwei does not have a traditional jungler, but with having things like the Gragas and the Zeri, they may look for a Nocturne, which we are seeing kind of be that fringe outside pick once all those meta junglers have been taken off the board.
Yeah, we saw Nocturne 4-lane in the previous series do wonders for RA, but of course, talking about the remaining champions that we have left open is that I have a feeling Kree is going to default to the Ahri this time around. There is no hard lockdown by Weibo Gaming just quite yet, as Shandy's champion pool gets continuously banned out with the Kennen also gone. We saw, I believe it was Invincible having a really good Kennen game, but Shandy left with no choices. Maybe something like the Gwen can help in laning phase, and Aki can also pub towards there.
We'll see what they want to go for here. Ari going to be picked up and locked in there for the side of OMG. Cream didn't have the greatest of series against BLG with this particular pick, but we'll see if he can do anything better with it. Weibo now looking for a bit more aggression, bit more burst damage. In fact, a lot of burst damage if they they lock in this Annie. Plenty to be working with here as they get themselves the Kazakhs locked and loaded. So that's going to be a lot of external pressure onto an Aphelios if he ever gets isolated.
Yep, I love this draw from Weibo Gaming so far. The ability to set up from Xiaohu and then allowing Weiwei to carry, which has been the biggest question with this new roster of Weibo Gaming, because we don't know what Weiwei looks like on a carry like this. And Xiaohu picking a champion that is going to set him up for success is going to put a lot of pressure on him, especially into OMG, where they are able to snowball if you give them the lead. So the final pick is going to be left for Shandy as this top lane, and of course it's going to be the Gwen, naturally, as you have a stronger lane, or at least easier time. Potentially a Poppy just to stop Weiwei from having a fun time in those team fights and also stopping Light, which I would also prefer for this final pick. But it does seem like it's going to get locked in. Never mind, he's just going to go with Aatrox. Never mind, I'm sorry, Shanji.
I love it. I love it. Aatrox for Shanji coming in out today. And again, this is what we want to see from him. I don't want to see him on tank duty. I don't want to see him going for things that kind of, you know, just sit in the lane and don't really do a lot. We need to see him being proactive, and an Aatrox is something that can be proactive, especially in those more scrappier team fights.
I would have much preferred a Poppy because you just make Weiwei and Light's life hell in these team fights, but it is going to be the Aatrox first time in summer, and I'm really excited to see how this top lane matchup will go because we haven't seen Aatrox in a very long time due to just top laners being fridges, and this Aatrox won't have too much of a presence in these team fights as you will only get kited. But we'll have to wait and see because we have Zeri, Lulu in the bottom lane, and that is going to get out of control if Ari doesn't come bot lane.
A lot of A names there. You gotta just, yeah, a lot of both. You know what? Both of them should be able to get down there. The Ari and the Aki. You're correct in both sense of the word. You want to shut down this area as best as you possibly can. But I mean, like you said, Weibo have got themselves a pretty damn cut and clean kind of draft in terms of what they want to be doing. They want to burst you out. They want to get the Tibbers down, have the Kazakhs jump on top of your face, and then just see what the Zeri can do. That's kind of where this comp starts and ends. We're on the other side of this one here. You're looking a lot more in terms of kind of getting those picks off, handing those charms off, where the Vi and the Ari can combo in together, and then you play cleanup crew with this Aatrox and of course the Aphelios. We will have to wait and see how this all kind of ends up going out in the execution, but for OMG versus Weibo Gaming, is OMG still searching for a first win of the season. Weibo looking to build off of their undefeated start, especially considering they knocked down the MSI 2023 champions in a 2-0 fashion. And we'll see if Weiwei is the real deal, if he can keep up that fantastic start we saw him have in his first series of this split.
LMG Jayo! As we are having a fan 1v1 in the crowd, but I do want to highlight Aki for this game one because I was very impressed by him throughout the spring playoff split, where I think he had an amazing performance, being such a proactive jungler when it did come to those team fights, and he had a very good idea on how and when to engage. But this game, I am expecting him to play a little bit more aggressive, enter into the enemy jungle, and give Weiwei a hard time before he starts hitting up those items. Shy?
I mean, he's spotted on this. They know he's there. They don't know about Weiwei, though. And now the Shy is just going to walk straight into two members, gets the belly bop off and a little bit of extra healing. And now it's a bit of a 3v3, but Weiwei's happy with the taking the Raptors for the moment. Just kind of saying to himself, look, I'll get level 2 very, very easily from this. So you can see already now Shanji looking to try and take away some of this camp, and it will not deny him the experience. So Weiwei now level 2, already starting to have a bit more of an aggressive time. And again, just kind of running the map against Aki, and we're only 2 minutes in.
I get it. The Shy wrapped around because he was a decoy for Weiwei to take the Raptors, and it hit OMG's top jungle duo with the confusion ability. And that is just going to be red buff and Raptors going towards Weiwei as the map kind of gets split off for the side of OMG for now. But we will have to wait because Aki, he does have to go towards that red buff or he's going to get triple buffed by a Kazakhs, and you don't want to be behind in this matchup.
It really, really don't, as we can see there. Shanji just has to be a bit more wary that there could be a Kazakhs coming up into his position. So you can see him now just kind of trying to push out this wave as tentatively as he possibly can, and just trying to punish the Shy where he can, considering he does have that level 2. But the Shy on this tank should be in a decent position to be able to kind of, you know, get the damage down. I imagine he'll go the full AP build. We've seen that a lot more often than not here in the LPL rather than the full tank. So curious to see if the Shy will still technically be on a carry.
Most definitely, and I was just taking a look at the mid lane matchup. I have no idea how Cream is already at half HP with no pots. Kind of bad trading from this Ahri in this early game, which is stopping Aki from even considering to invade the enemy jungle. To be fair, Xiaohu also placed a really nice ward in the dot bush towards the bottom side river, so the Vi would get spotted out as Weiwei is going to triple buff this Vi and deny a bit of a level kind of advantage from this jungle of OMG. And you already see Weibo Gaming being extremely proactive and not standard for this early game.
I love what Weiwei's doing as well. He's kind of saying, look, I can leave my red buff bot side. You've probably already cleared your camps here on the top or on the bot lane. So if you're going to be anywhere, you're going to be top side. And that means that I don't have to take this red buff at all. I can wait until, you know, kind of keep myself nice and occupied. We saw, I think it was Tarzan do something very, very similar. But now Aki recognizing, look, no real point in me kind of going for something that's already been taken. We're going to see both junglers come up into this top side. The Shy will get brought back by the Infernal Chains. We're going to see Weiwei getting jumped on here. We'll probably have to flash if he can. 1 or 2 auto attacks would have done it. But OMG just primed and ready there. They don't want to commit too much. They get themselves a flash and they're happy with it.
And once again, there's another 2v2 where it's perfectly counted by the OMG jungler, as I don't know how Weiwei expected the Vi to be top lane. I guess because the Vi didn't see the Vi at his own red buff. Another kill.
Oh!
Potentially?
One more auto attack. Oh, the healing. Shanji miscalculated. It's a flash for flash, though. But Shanji on this Aatrox already making moves on the Shy.
Yeah, and the wave state is perfect for Shanzi, as he just has to back and come back waddling with taking that slight advantage in terms of that trade. But that is the flash from the Shy. I wouldn't be surprised if Aki continues to play towards his top side, leaving the bot lane in an isolated 2v2, because this Aatrox needs to get ahead with his items.
Absolutely, and look, we can see the Cole being picked up by Shanji straight away. Recognizes, look, with both of our flashes down for the moment, definitely going to be a bit more of a farm lane, and the early bit of aggression not going to be, you know, leading to nothing, shall we say, but definitely not going to be the most exciting time of the game as we wait to see where the junglers kind of want to move their moves now. Weiwei hasn't really kind of been farming for the most part. He's kind of got that first little invade, and that was it. Good sharp by Cream in the mid lane, actually. Puts a fair bit of damage on the Shao, who does finally get up to his level 6, so we will have that Glacial Tomb available to him if he wants to try and combo up with Weiwei, who now knows that Aki's on that bot side of the jungle.
Yep, Xiao without the TP, so Weiwei isn't going to go for that invade just quite yet. Although Cream is also very in the mid lane, but it does seem like this early game is going to be very standard and slow to allow the Zeri and the Aphelios to get their items online. But I think towards the end, I would still much prefer someone like this Zeri, because with the Triforce and a Lulu protecting it, I just feel like a 3000 HP Zeri is going to be impossible to kill when you're in Aphelios. But to be fair, we'll have to wait and see, because I think Abel, when he is given a champion like Aphelios, no matter how behind OMG is, if just has the right guns, he's going to be able to match the DPS of the enemy team.
I just feel like Aphelios in general just has so many opportunities to be able to be an aggressive thing, as we do have ultimate available for Shanji. He pops it. He wants to try and be aggressive here onto the Shy. It's going to be difficult for him to really do that. There's the Infernal Chains coming out. They want to try and belly bop his belly bop. And Shanji just says, yeah, I mean, it must have been on cooldown. The Shy gets killed, and that's just an easy pickup here for the side of OMG.
And the Shy flops on his belly, but it does seem like a 2v2 is happening in the bottom lane. It is going to die down as we have the heal burnt from Weibo Gaming's Lulu. But yeah, Aki pathing towards that top side as the Shy had to carelessly burn his flash from earlier. Does mean he gets punished for that, and the kill goes into Shanji's pockets, which is exactly what you want from OMG.
And this is why I wanted to see, again, we talked about it so many times, but having Shanji on something that can carry, something that can have pressure in this top lane is been a winning formula for OMG since he arrived on this roster. So really good to see him kind of making waves in his top side, punishing the Shy for his lack of a flash. And again, just, you know, I feel like the Shy wasn't really being respectful there. You use the belly bop at some point. It's on a massive cooldown this early on in the game. You cannot just walk into that and expect that that's not going to be punished.
Yeah, and this is starting to become a common trend for Weibo Gaming games, where you see the Shy often dropping the ball in laning phase, and when you do give these solo kills over to the enemy top laner, especially in the case of Shanzi, he is more than happy to snowball that into a much bigger lead, while Weibo Gaming, they ideally want to just let Light scale into the late game and look for those 5v5s, but the Shy is already starting to show that weakness for this game.
Yeah, the Shy has, honestly, even this last split, kind of trending back into this one. We'll see how many games before, you know, it kind of changes, if it does at all. But definitely struggling, it feels like, in the laning phases, and having, I think in the last series he did, where there was 0-3 against BLG, I think he ended up with a disgustingly bad scoreline. So really not what you want to be seeing or what you'd be expecting from someone with such high caliber, or even just high, you know, hopes, I suppose, from a lot of different teams or players. A lot of people have a lot of love in their heart for the Shy. has some high highs, but definitely on a bit of a low for the moment. And it's not what we want to be seeing, really. We want to see this guy get back to the highest of highs, because again, the top lane in the LPL and specifically is so damn strong. Like, you have so many incredible top laners here in this league that it's like, well, you kind of have to be able to kind of go toe-to-toe with them. Otherwise, you are going to get punished just like this.
And Cream's gonna get engaged on by Xiaohu here. Good cleanse.
Great cleanse, yeah, great cleanse. Had it in the back pocket already for him with the Summoner Spellbook. Sheen,
I need to highlight something. I spy with my sneaky eyes that Chris has bought an Oblivion Orb on Lulu. And I'm a very big hater of this ever since Chemtech has been changed, especially Chemtech Putrefy, where when you do reach the later game and you are dependent on those team fights, this Oblivion Orb, at least Grievous Wounds, won't apply onto the enemy team unless the Lulu is the one doing the DPS. And we often see Lulus doing very limited damage when it comes to these team fights. So I don't know if this Oblivion Orb is going to last for too long. Obviously, it's going to try and even out the lane state where you don't have that heal compared to the Yuumi in the passive, but still, I'm a big hater.
I mean, you are. I think a lot of people are. If you're not, I think it was. I do believe it was Molecule at Molecule Lol on Twitter who did the maths on it and actually went through it. How even if you do finish off the Chemtech Putrefier, it doesn't add on to it. Unfortunately, it's actually not a. It's not a good item whatsoever in a lot of different senses. But unfortunately, it's not gone over to Crisp. But we'll see. We'll see if it ends up being a good or bad purchase. I mean, we can't request it, but I would love to see the healing reduction at the end of the game. Generally speaking, I know Chakras is a big fan of that as well. Back in the day when healing reduction was just bad. So yeah, we'll see if it ends up working with something. Not a good look for Chris for the moment. 1,000 gold lead though for OMG. Mainly concentrated in that top side where it's almost a 20 CS lead or so, and that coal kind of going to pay for itself now in a very short time. And this is kind of where the game gets a little bit funky, because we have got level 6s kind of across the board. Everyone's got their summoners available. It's going to come down to who gets a bit more creative to make things happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Weibo pushes this mid wave in and looks towards that top side, because you have the cleanse available on this Ophelia, so it's going to be really hard to try and get your hands onto the AD carry. But we see Aki wrapping around the vision again. No vision in the river for the Shy, but he is playing a little bit more disciplined as the wave is slowly pushing into him. But Xiaohu has constant push in the mid lane, and I'm getting worried for how Aki's going to path.
Yeah, again, it's kind of, you're relying, especially as the Kazakhs, for either isolated targets or for Xiaohu alongside the Gragas to kind of set you up for things. But that ward will spot them out as they do kind of pop out that Scryer's Bloom. And now you know that you're kind of free on the bot side to go for a little bit of a roam, maybe look for a little bit more of a push into the lane or anything like that. So it's the thing, Weibo, they have got tools available to them, but they kind of need to be together to use them. Individually, they don't really have the kind of same level of playmaking as you would on the side of OMG, as you've seen with the Vi and even things like the Gravitum going, being able to kind of set people up for success in these lanes.
Most definitely, and with the dragon spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds, Weiwei does get spotted by a ward that has been sneakily placed down by PP God. So I'm expecting a 3v3 getting countered by Aki as well. However, we don't have the TP in Cream's hand just quite yet. He's gonna make his way down as the Repel gets spawned.
Aki is here, so I don't think you can really fight this, because Cream, as you mentioned, is on the first rotation. This is Weibo getting nothing for that Rift Herald. You get the local gold, a bit of experience for Weiwei, but that is just a really unfortunate Herald usage right there, and that means that Weibo kind of go wanting once more, and this is feeling just not really, it doesn't feel very confident right now from Weibo. It feels like they're a bit scared to kind of go for anything. It feels like that, once the Shy went down once, they kind of said, all right, everyone hunker down. We're going to try and go for the scaling and hope that Light and Crisp can just carry the game from later, which isn't a great look if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, and this is what we're getting, Weiwei on a carry, and it is showing that Weibo Gaming seems a lot more restricted with their early game plays. But my biggest question will be these team fights, because it does seem like Weibo Gaming is putting all their eggs into the 5v5 late game scaling basket, as we do have a Kha'Zix who just hit Yoms. He can potentially look for a fight here, as he does have a huge spike coming into this skirmish.
He's not going to find the red buff. We'll probably find the Krugs, and two junglers passing each other. No, Shanji's actually making his way all the way back to base because this dragon is spawning in 10 seconds, and that will put OMG up to 2. And with the pressure that you're seeing from Weibo kind of on that top side, there's no real contest going to come out from this. I'll be curious to see now if Weibo kind of makes his way down, but with a Stormrazor finished up here already for Abel, it does feel like they just kind of have to give this one up as well, and potentially we'll see a fight going around this Rift Herald in a minute's time.
Yeah, and because Weiwei is pathing towards that top side, Weibo Gaming lost all their priority in this bottom jungle, and it was a very big question mark in their first series because we did see the tendency of Weiwei constantly hovering for the Shy. And it did work out for them because I believe it was Kanavi consistently tried to force a 2v2 in the top side, and they came out on top every single time. But we need to remind everyone that this is a bot side meta, and now OMG is now sitting on 2 dragons, so they can potentially force a very early soul fight, which does put Weibo Gaming's composition a little bit in an uncomfortable situation.
There could be a TP coming in here. There is indeed. That's going to be the Gragas coming in here, possibly with Xiaohu. It might be a double TP. Never mind, it's just Xiaohu joining in with Weiwei. They're going to try and get the cleanse. The Shy finally gets himself going. They will catch out the cat alongside the Aphelios. Shanji TP'd in. It's a 5v3. Aki had to back away just a little bit. Shanji doesn't feel super confident. A lot was used by the side of Weibo. You can see 4 flashes to get in on top of those AD carry and support, but they get their men and they get themselves out.
I have a love-hate relationship with Gragas. I feel like every Gragas that we have in the LPL, they show to be a little bit shaky in the laning phase, but once you get that first TP up, once you get that first flash E onto the enemy carry, that is where you start flopping everyone, because we see Abel already burning double summoners, and we said that Weibo Gaming looking a little bit slow, but they're willing to catch these ADCs out of position and just pull the trigger straight away. So this is another sign of life as they pick up the Rift Herald now.
They're looking to, but Aki's in the vicinity, and they have got a lot of members of OMG around. So yeah, I was going to say, you used a hell of a lot in that last fight. You got to wait for a couple of cooldowns to come back before you can really start to fully contest it. Triforce finished up as well for Light, so he's going to be happy with that particular pickup for himself. But yeah, I don't, even though, yes, they get the 2 kills on bot side, you cannot really contest this because you had to use so much just to make that play happen.
Despite Xiaohu getting this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, OMG is still coming out on top with collecting this Rift Herald in top side as well. So there's going to be a TP from Cream. I guess it saves the tower, but with Aki picking this up, he can just place it mid and open up the map.
We do have the Echoes of Helia, excuse me, being picked up by Yuumi now. The newest of the support items gives you a nice bit of ability power and ability haste, which is always good, especially with the mana regen that it kind of picks up for you, which the Yuumi desperately needs. And we'll see if this Yuumi can start to scale, because it does feel like when you have a Yuumi on your team, scaling is just such a huge part of the game you're playing, and that, yes, you can put her down early, but it does feel like when the Yuumi gets into that late game with that healing and the shielding, it just becomes nigh impossible to deal with later on.
Be honest, Sorshin, do you think the old Yuumi was more broken or the adjusted Yuumi is more broken? Because I
honestly
don't know how I feel about the new Yuumi yet. The new Yuumi,
I hate
like
both Yuumis, I'll be honest.
I just hate Yuumi.
Yeah, again, they kind of said they addressed the issues. The issue was that she went invulnerable all the time, and it didn't matter, and now it's still the same. So I don't think it's really been changed all that much. I think she just same destination, different journey, you know?
I guess the only difference now is that because of Echoes of Helia, the items have changed a little bit, and the Yuumi has to play just a tiny bit more aggressive with that ultimate, as you do get quite the significant damage with changing direction and also healing through that ult. But I still think the old Yuumi was way more disgusting. But to be fair, the old Zeri was also really annoying. The BT and Immortal Shieldbow combo, compared to the Triforce, that one had like a 3k shield, but now you have 3k health.
Yeah, now you just get 3k's flat health. It's not even the shielding, it's just flat health available to you. So, I mean, it's why the Yuumi has to be kind of picked away from the Zeri, because with the Echoes of Helia, to anyone who's not even sure what it does, maybe not playing support, you're not keeping up with the support items and stuff like that, but gotta stop myself for a moment. They're gonna get the tower, and immediately there's gonna be a TP coming in on top of this one here. Light trying to just play Very aggressive. It's a double TP on the backside of this one here. They're going to immediately go in and try and burn down Light, and they will. Aki still alive, finally goes down with the explosive cast, but it's a double kill coming in for the Aphelios now. OMG looking to turn their sights on the solo laners. The Shy flashes over, but it gets followed by Cream, who gets some reset, and that is a beautiful team fight from the side of OMG. They get 5 kills, they only lose 1, and everything goes their way.
And that is the redemption that we needed to see from Cream. He gets onto the backline and shuts down Light alongside Aki as Light falls down as that first member, while Abel tanking everything that entire fight. He had the red and white, and Xiaohu just didn't have enough damage to kill this person because they had the Yumi on them. But I think Weibo could have just left this tower a little bit greedy. I guess Light thought he could have out-mechanicked here, but Xiaohu just wasn't able to find an angle as Abel walked forward, and Lissandra ended up being too far behind. We need to also look at what the Shy did here, because I think with the Gragas ultimate, it could have just easily displaced Abel closer into Xiaohu, but it was a very late ultimate to say the least.
Oh, for sure. And the thing is that, like you said, it was very, very greedy from Weibo to try and contest that. Maybe they thought, oh, look, you know, there's, you know, we can get there quicker, we can go in. But then when the double TP kind of happened, nobody off the TPs kind of moved in. It took about 3 or 4 seconds after the fact for the, you know, for Xiaohu and for the Shy to really make a move there. So now you're 2 TPs down. You just lost a massive swing of gold that basically all went into the carries of OMG. Actually, it all did. You got it all on the Shanji, Cream, and Abel. This is now 2 items across the board. You're falling significantly behind. And look, I'm all about the Zeri Gaming. I know how powerful she can be, but there's only so much a Zeri Gaming can do.
Maybe this really is what the Zeri looks like when you don't have the Yumi constantly buffing you with those heals, as we have Shandy getting caught out here.
He's still got the mob of Mortius, and he's going to take this 1v2 because he knows he can win. Weiwei is a very squishy champion. No flash for Shanji. He's got a bit of extra movement speed as now the rest. Oh my god, Abel! He wanted blood and he got it. There's a fantastic charm from Cream. Going to try and jump on the Xiao, who has nowhere to go. Double kill, and now OMG are starting to feel the momentum.
And they're going to just start Baron with the red and white available for the guns on this Aphelios. They're getting wrapped around Weiwei and Xiaohu, trying to get something done in that top side, but they just didn't have the damage. And Shanzi coming out with the unexpected pop onto Weiwei, getting him to such low HP, and then Abel flashing over the wall, flanking as the AD carry, while Cream having significantly improved performance on this Ahri in this game 1.
Massively different compared to series number 1 against BLG, looking like the OMG from playoffs, looking like the team that kind of said, no, we are a top 4 force and we are looking for international league. And again, you're going in here with isolation damage, that's great, but it's still an Aatrox. The healing, the drain tanking is so real.
Look, we have the Chemtech Putrefier available for Chris, but he wasn't there, so there was no heal cut going onto Shanzi in that trade, and a really slick charm to finish things off from Cream on this Ahri, as OMG just has complete control around the entire map right now, because Weiwei on this Kha'Zix extremely silent for this first game.
Absolutely, and look, you know, I don't want to put it all onto Weiwei. It does feel like Weibo as a team just kind of very inactive to try and make things happen. 3.5 minutes till the next soul, the soul point, I should say, or soul itself is available. My God, I'm getting my words, my terms mixed up, but I mean, OMG are just feeling so confident. Look at the damage! Oh my lord! Xiaohu had to ult, otherwise he would have died, and now they're going to jump straight in on top of Weiwei, who's got nowhere to go, should not even be there, all because Abel's just a monster, 2.5 items, and this Aphelios is just unkillable, frontlining into Weibo.
Name a more iconic duo, LPL Aphelios and just walking forward doing 2 billion damage, as he has the red and white with the Yumi buffing him up constantly as well. Weibo Gaming's frontline can't really stand the pressure anymore. Cream also has a Banshee's Veil, so Weibo Gaming, they're running out of
great charm.
their choices.
I mean, the question is who tanks, who walks forward? Like, the Shy's gone full damage. You don't really have a Nautilus or an Alistair or someone to kind of go, okay, cool, I will be the sacrifice. I will put myself into harm's way so that the rest of my team can get their abilities off. But you don't have that here on the Weibo composition, and it does feel like because they've fallen so far behind, they're just not able to stand up to the pure damage that's being thrown at them.
And once you get to a 5v5 stage, this Kha'Zix not having those items available in the early game does mean that it's not going to provide as much compared to something like the Vi, which people default to,
I mean, that's her
to get an
stance.
easy go. tower is dead. Abel shooting from 2 screens away.
Oh, Xiaohu trying to go big. They will get the Aphelios though. They finally get themselves the assassination. They're looking to try and turn this one back. The Yumi's turned her best friend into Ari. Everyone's very, very low for the moment. They get one. Abel walked a little bit too far forward. Xiaohu having that good cooldown on his ultimate meant that he knew he was able to take him out.
Classic Abel, and stepping a little bit too far ahead. I can see where he was going for. He tried to get the tower, but Xiaohu getting his hand onto him. Even with the cleanse, I just didn't expect the damage from this Weibo Ross. It does give them a little bit of a breathing room, but with the Baron expiring now, they weren't able to get too much. Oh, I think they could have gotten 2 inhibitors if they were a little bit greedy
that
with
other
it,
inhibitor will respawn a little bit. It was like 1 HP or something like that, but they'll get it on the next push, guaranteed.
Copium, they'll get it. As the dragon is spawning in 1 minute, this is going to be Cloud Soul for the side of OMG. And that is a result of Weiwei consistently pausing towards that top side and prioritizing the Rift Herald in the early game.
I mean, he prioritized the Rift Herald, but he only got the singular Rift Herald. The second one actually went over to the side of OMG because of the fight that Weibo took in that bot lane. And I suppose the kind of question is now is that, I suppose the question I pose to you is, how do Weibo want to try and bring this one back? How do they look for a fight? What does a good fight look for Weibo?
It's so hard because once you get to 24 minutes, you look at the items available. 3 items on the Aphelios, also the BT, so a slight lifesteal. But the biggest problem is that the Yuumi has a Mikhails now, and the only hard CC that Weibo Gaming can play of is Xiaohu. But Xiaohu being level 13 compared to Cream's level 15, he only has 1 shot, while we have to really depend on the Shy.
Yeah, I mean,
he's dead.
No, yeah, he's dead. Not a lot else he can really do about it. He is going to fall. Cream will pick up that kill. 12 stacks on the Medjais, even has a Banshees to keep himself nice and safe. They will be able to pick up this tower. Like I mentioned, 1 or 2 auto attacks was enough. And now OMG, they may look to try and just kind of keep the pressure on. They might not look to end the game just yet, but they've taken the base is in tatters. They've taken everything.
Yeah, they do have a slow wave in the bottom side, but they are going to just go for the safer route with this Wind Dragon going over for that soul point. I feel like this Zeri has been a little bit silent with the Lulu. It doesn't seem as explosive compared to something like the Zeri and Yuumi. Can Weiwei get anything done as Shanji's alone in the middle lane, or are they just going to give over the soul for free?
I mean, it feels like they just, yeah, I mean, there's your answer. They give away the soul for free. They try to look to something maybe on the top side, but no Baron to contest, no real way you're going to kill off this this Aatrox. And it looks like Zeri is going to be hitting her first loss of the LPL split. Was sitting at 4-0, 100% win rate, but unless we see some absolutely crazy shenanigans, it's definitely looking like it's going to be the first loss here for this champion.
Yep, and if we just take a look at Weibo Gaming's builds right now, it's that Xiaohu is trying to go for that Zhonya's, but they are so behind in gold that this Lissandra, no damage and no survivability in these team fights. They're slowly running out of time as OMG closes in on them through this top lane inhib. The Shy needs to look for a flank angle with this TP, and he needs to get his hands onto Abel, catching him off guard.
That's the thing. It's a lot of you needs and if buts and maybes. Just not really going to work out for you in the long run. 8,000 gold lead, a Cloud Soul, which is so good for the champions you have right now. You think about it, in Aatrox, in Ari, things that are going to pop their ultimates and then have that extra movement speed to be able to kind of jump on top of you is going to be so valuable. Red and white for Abel means that he is ready to fight. They're going to jump straight away here, right on top of Weiwei, who knows he has to flash away. Kept his flash, or used his flash, but now he doesn't have that available for him should he have to go and try and steal this Baron.
And imagine walking in as Weibo Gaming towards this Baron. The red and white available for Abel as well. They have to face check this.
They do, but they did put down a little blue wards. They know it's not being taken right now, so Weibo feeling a little bit more confident to delay this for the moment. Look at the shield being put up here from the Yuumi on top of Abel. Alongside that BT, it's just disgusting how much he's able to kind of, you know, pseudo tank, I suppose, if you want to call it that way. And OMG, much more cohesive in this game comparatively to where they were in, again, the BLG series. And again, I'm so excited for this team because this is why I fell in love with this roster. They didn't go meta. They don't go towards the most obvious kind of routes, especially not in top lane. And now Xiaohu looking to try and see if he can get someone on the backside. They're looking to turn. The Glacial Path was used there to try and be a little bit of a distraction, but Xiaohu had to flash over the Baron pit because Cream popped the ultimate. And again, just more and more resources being taken away from Weibo as they look to try and find something, anything to bring them back into this game.
Yeah, but look at the bottom lane wave that Weibo Gaming has to deal with. Someone has to back
Xiaohu! Xiaohu is caught. He goes into his ultimate, which means you're not going to have that available to you. You can see Abel now pushing the Shy away. Xiaohu goes golden, but it's only to delay the inevitable. OMG find their man. Bot lane pushing in with 3 super minions, as you mentioned. So that's going to have to be dealt with. There is no steal on the cards. This is just OMG's, and straight up, OMG are just smashing Weibo right now.
They really are just playing Weibo around the map. I think they should have just started the Baron, or at least force OMG to fight a full-on 5v5 and take your chances, because with this Baron buff going over towards OMG, they're just going to start out macroing you, and you can't really step outside of your base due to the pick potential that they can from this Ahri and Vi. But yeah, we didn't really talk about the bot lane wave also giving Weibo Gaming extra pressure for that Baron, so they were really on a timer and they didn't pull the trigger fast enough, unfortunately, as Xiaohu had to burn the flash to get over the wall and ended up getting caught at the very end.
And this is why we were very, I wouldn't say hesitant, but we're definitely saying, look, when it came to when it came to Weibo Gaming in general, after their win over JDG, we said we'd give it a bit, you know? We didn't want to fully commit onto having, you know, oh, Weibo are #1, they're going to be looking at the best team, because this isn't exactly a million miles away from the issues we saw from Weibo in spring. It's that one game they look exceptional, the next they just randomly decide they're not going to have any presence whatsoever. They've done effectively nothing in this game, and I mean this in the most genuine sense of, like, there's been no real proactivity apart from like one move down on bot side, and the execution's not really been there. It just feels like they're just so unsure about how they want to try and take these fights, and there's a cleanse already gone from Light as he tries to defend this last inhibitor turret, but it's all for naught.
Abel's an absolute machine gun right now with the Inferno, as the Shy is forced to flash away, so that is one of their only engages gone from the fight, as Yumi's still sitting on that Mikhail's. He's just gonna hold on to it for Xiaohu's cast, and Weibo Gaming find themselves in such a sticky situation as the bot lane spawns, but doesn't matter.
Here we go, Xiaohu trying to go forward, but instantly deleted. Able to get that cleanse off, and yeah, this is going to be an easy cleanup fight now for the side of OMG. Abel looking so good, gets himself the triple, looking for a quadra, not gonna die at the fountain just yet, knows it's not a penta, and in 30 minutes, OMG styling on Weibo.
Yeah, in the very end, Weibo Gaming were the ones that were hesitant, and OMG took advantage of this with the Ahri and the Vine. They were consistently forcing on the sides where they got many picks from that, and one by one also Abel on the Aphelios, impressing us once again alongside the Yuumi, which we didn't expect because we rarely see Yuumi paired alongside any other ADCs outside of the Zerys, but we still see it doing extremely well once you get those items online.
Yeah, and look, you know, it's obviously the Yuumi is the problem, maybe not so much the Zeri, as we maybe small sample size, but definitely a question to be asked as we look towards the next kind of picks and bans and such. But I mean, much better from OMG. Cannot sing their praises any higher than I already am. They just knew how they wanted to play. They picked themselves a decent composition in terms of, like, it was a standard mid jungle, bit of an off, you know, kind of meta top and bot in terms of, you know, we don't really see the Yuumi and the Aphelios pick that often together, as you mentioned as well. And the Aatrox just worked. I feel like the Shy didn't really do a lot, if anything, on this Gragas. The TP plays were okay, but never game-changing. And it did feel like Weibo were making them just kind of at the wrong times. It felt like that double TP play bot lane could have been amazing if it was right into a dragon, if it was right into a turret take, if it was right into something else, but it was always just kills and never really objectives to follow up with it. So Weibo got a lot to fix coming into game 2.
Yep, exactly. And throwing it back to my initial question about Weiwei joining this Weibo roster is that Weiwei is a great counter jungler, and he's great at tracking the enemy jungler when across the entire map, but does he have his own initiative when it comes to these games? And like you said, these kills in the bottom lane, they were able to shut down Abel and the Aphelios and burn a lot of the summoners, but they weren't able to play off that even more and kind of extend the lead outside of just kills.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing, is that, you know, just getting kills is fine. It's kind of what I always kind of gauge off of, like, different teams. The LCK teams are obviously fantastic at this. They'll get a pick, but the timing of which they get that pick ends up being a tower or a dragon or a Rift Herald or something else, or even potentially a Baron. We saw it against JDG where one kill led to a Baron and then led to the end of the game. So this is something that Weibo need to kind of get a bit better at, whereas OMG were basically the opposite. They were getting a pick and then turning it into a dragon and then turning it into a, you know, an objective. We saw them get a fight and bot. They go straight back back up to the Baron, they get that, they push in. There was a much smarter play coming out here from the side of OMG, and rightfully they come out with the win. And I just feel like Weibo just not really coming together with this composition, very much relying on the Shy and Xiaohu to be those initiators, and it just never happened.
And we need to remind everyone in the audience that Weiwei prioritized that first Rift Herald over these dragons in the early game, but the Rift Herald got dropped in bottom lane and it got instantly killed by OMG. A really good response from this team, and it ended up meeting into nothing. And we just take a look at the graphs, all the objectives kind of went over towards Arkin this first game, and he was very proactive with how he executed with the Vi. And someone that I have to highlight is Cream on this Ahri, a 180 compared to his first series early on in the week, and this is exactly what we need for OMG to shine.
Absolutely. And again, look, you know, looking at this fixture back in spring, I believe it was like week 8 or 9 or something like that, that the Weibo went against OMG. Weibo smashed them. It was a 2-0, wasn't really that close. It was very much about Weibo just kind of owning OMG in that regard. OMG have shown now that they have come miles from where they were even just a split ago, and I'm very, very excited to see what they can do now coming into the series. They still have a job to do though, Kitty. It's only one game. This is a best of 3. They still have games to win, but what a great start to this series for them.
Yeah, a really confident start. Like you said, no one expected OMG to grab a game from Weibo, kind of coming off their series win up against JDG. We really thought they were unstoppable, but they still have their weaknesses kind of from spring, so we'll have to wait and see how they approach this second game in terms of draft, because I feel like this Aatrox really did become a very big problem by the later stage of the game, as we did have heel cut on Lulu. But when you're trying to look for a pick with the Kha'Zix and the Lissandra without heel cut, then how do you really kill an Aatrox?
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the heel cut, as you say in quotation marks, on putting it on the support is just a bad idea in a lot of senses. You're delaying the Mythic, you're delaying a potential Mikhail's Crucible as well, or even an Ardent Sensor. One of those 3 items, in my opinion, is far better than the Chemtech Putrefier in any sense of the words. So it does feel like it's just kind of like, oh, well, no one else wants to build it, so you're going to have to build it. Whereas I feel like an Oblivion Orb on the Shy, or even on Xiaohu, would have went a million miles ahead. Having an Executioner's, calling is even probably a little bit better there. But sometimes, sometimes the carries get a little bit greedy. Sometimes they ask to, not have to spend that 800 gold. And it's not that expensive, guys. Just pick it up. I'd argue that most people should pick it up in most games, just because it's just an annoying thing that stops, healing from becoming a ridiculous factor. But, I mean, OMG played exceptional, and I think for Weibo, a lot to kind of do. I need to see Weiwei probably on a little bit more of an engaged champion. He had an opportunity to go for that Wukong early. They actually opted in to go for the Gragas. The Gragas did nothing. They got the bans taken away from them, the Viego and the Wukong, and then taken away. He had to go for something a little bit off. So I think the draft needs to change a little bit here for Weibo. I think they need to kind of give themselves a little bit more priority in that jungle pick, especially if OMG gets something as high priority as the Vi.
Yep, and throwing it back to how this game kind of spiraled out of control was that Weibo wasn't willing to give that tier 1 tower in the mid lane and forced a fight upon OMG, and that's how OMG kind of got the ball rolling, because Abel was picking up so many kills on this Aphelios, as we saw a slight mechanical misplay from the solo laners of Weibo Gaming, where they weren't able to occupy this Aphelios from doing damage, while on the other hand, we have a Vi and Ahri on Light's face 24/7 on the Zeri, where he wasn't able to DPS, and I think a very big problem was just how Light was approaching that game in terms of his items, because I feel like the damage was really lacking. Something that we constantly see in the meta right now is the Titanic Hydra plus the Triforce, but without that, you don't really have the wave clear, and what makes Zeri so annoying is the tankiness and also the wave clear that does AoE damage, and you can slowly kite the enemy out like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Zeri picks up her first loss within the LPL summer split as OMG take a 1-0 win over Weibo Gaming. We'll see if they can make it a 2-0, or if we got 3 games in this series. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans of game number 2.
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah, tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart.
Welcome back. We decided to fake the timer just a little bit, just to like, psych you guys out because we had too much of a time on it. But welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to be getting our, into our second series, our third series of the day as soon as possible. But we got to finish off our work here. That is going to be starting off in Suzhou very, very soon. We will get to that eventually. We still got to finish off Weibo versus OMG. And I mean, look, for OMG, do it again. Just run it back. There's no real problem with it. It just looked like, they went from having so many issues against BLG to really looking like, again, the playoff team that kind of made that run, that nice, deep run in spring.
Yeah, they really cleaned up their play between these two series, and it really is credits to Cream for that game one, as I think just him being such a proactive mid laner where he was able to find those constant picks onto Xiaohu. He really limited the way that this Lissandra was able to find angles onto the enemy carries, and that allowed Abel to just start DPSing and shotgunning everyone with the Yuumi attached to him as well with a 10 billion shield in Yuumi fashion. But yeah, I think this Ahri is definitely a signature for Cream in that mid lane, and it should be something that that Weibo Gaming considered to deny, just pick it away from him. And I think Cream just has a very big question mark when it comes to what he wants to play, especially with the Nico taken off board, because we know that this champion is going to be a permaban. But that also brings me hope, because I think Cream has one of the most interesting champion pools that we have in the LPL, where he's willing to play the assassins, where he's willing to pick something like the Kiana and really go for those flashy plays with the Youmu's meta that we have right now.
Absolutely. Youmu's being such a powerful item right now on that spike. And we did see it a couple of times where Weibo were able to kind of make something work in that bot side with double TPs, but I mean, the Yuumi made it so difficult because, again, the Yuumi is kind of the big thing, is that you have to have isolated targets for that Kha'Zix to get that big passive damage, or the unseen threat, and, of course, the Q damage once he has it upgraded. So definitely wasn't to be in that particular game, but we will see now with game number 2 coming up whether or not Weibo can kind of deal with this. And again, I feel like it does feel like you need a bit more agency from your team. It felt like across the board, I'm not pointing at any particular lane, but nobody did anything. It just felt like they were all just waiting for stuff to happen, and then they tried to all, overload on TPs every few minutes, but once they did it once and OMG learned about it, OMG never got caught out from it again.
Yeah, and throwing it back to that initial mid lane play, just a lot of mechanical mistakes coming out of the laners from Weibo Gaming. So that was their biggest mistake through that game, and they weren't able to catch up from how OMG was able to snowball with that lead given to Abel. And when he is on something that is so comfortable like the AFLers, they're not going to stop anytime soon. So coming into this next game, I mean, I'm not too sure about the sides just quite yet, but potentially the Zeri does get banned out. Zeri or Yuumi, one of these two will get eliminated, so it is going to be a classic Jinx versus AFLers matchup that we have coming up very soon. But something I want to reconsider for Weibo Gaming is, do they really need to ban off 4 top lane champions for Shanzi and for the Shy?
That's it. Well, I mean, Shanji got so many bans onto him and then still picked out the Aatrox first of the split and really just kind of owned them in a lot of senses, regardless of what he was kind of picking into. So we'll see what Weibo kind of change up this time around. They are going to focus in towards that jungle and say, look, Aki, we don't believe you should be getting that one there. They are going to be back on the blue side. So do they keep the same kind of Zeri priority? That is the question. Or do they swap out their pick towards that Yuumi instead?
Yeah, I really like this priority in terms of narrowing down the jungle pool for Weibo Gaming right now, because they can just pick away the Vi, and Aki without these 3 champions I think does lose a bit of his identity, where he's not able to find those angles onto the side lane and play alongside Cream. So it is going to be a big challenge for him as Emilio does get taken away by OMG here. So it is going to get the insta-lock from Weibo Gaming, potentially even an Ahri as well, which double denies the side of OMG.
They banned away the Yuumi themselves because they want that Vi. They want to be able to get that one. That means the K'Sante is left open. So, I mean, again, K'Shanji, something he is so exceptionally powerful on, so that he feels that he can make such massive impacts with. And that's a no-brainer in my head for the side of OMG to kind of pick that one up, lock that one in for your team. And honestly, they go for the Viego here as well. Maybe they want to go try and get their AD carry in a little bit earlier, but I'd be happy with them to go to the Viego, maybe get their AD carry in later.
I wouldn't mind a Nocturne either from Aki, as we saw the Nocturne do wonders in the previous series, but it does seem like they're going to default to the AFLers Jinx matchup in this bottom side. I wouldn't be surprised if they just default to that. I have a question. So, do you think OMG will ever flex this K'Sante to Cream? I mean,
maybe.
So. I think every time they lock in the K'Sante, it's always for Shanzi, so...
I mean, it's kind of one of those things. It's like when Uzi was on RNG years ago. It's like, yeah, you can focus in on Uzi. You know he's going to do these things. It doesn't change the result. He's still going to be able to do all the things he wants to do. So even though this is probably almost certainly going over to Sanji in that top side, you know it is, but it doesn't matter that you know, because it doesn't matter what they leave open for it. He's going to be confident to take it. Now, I imagine a Sion ban, maybe even an Ornn ban coming in here for OMG to try and really put pressure on top of Weibo. But no, they're going to try to put pressure onto Xiaohu, get rid of his Talia and his Syndra, showing that, look, when Xiaohu doesn't have these very staple picks that he's been comfortable on for so many years, Xiaohu just didn't really have an impact.
Yeah, Xiaohu is a very big initiator for the side of Weibo Gaming, and that is going to be the Tilly taken off and away from the mid laner. But my biggest question is OMG going to ban out their own Ahri coming into this game too? Because we haven't seen Cream play anything else outside of this for the summer so far. But my next question is it going to be Nocturne and Ahri together, where they're going to be able to find these picks onto the side lane once again, and you're just giving a lot of comfort over to OMG in this game too, and that's exactly what they thrive off. While on the other hand, Weibo Gaming, they have the Lucian and Nami, and I'm gonna be real. I think Lucian and Nami is a big bait pick that we have in the LPL. Lucian and Nami, you'd much rather the Millia with the Nami. You just don't have enough damage compared to what it used to be with the Electrocute. And once you don't pull the trigger early on in the game, the affiliates is just gonna scale for free. So hopefully this time around, Weiwei on the Vi, he's gonna force a lot of plays towards that top side, bot side.
And the Annie banned away as well. You can see so many mid lane bans, 5 in total coming out here now. So Xiaohu and Cream kind of digging deep in the champion pools. See what they want to try and go for. I actually might not mind a Silas pick in here for OMG if they wanted to try and combo in with a Sejuani. We've seen it once or twice there, but they go with the Nocturne. You mentioned it a little bit earlier there, so they get themselves a little bit of a dive buddy with that Cassante to be able to try and isolate someone and take them out.
Now, what is the Shy going to respond to the Cassante? Because I think it is just going to be a silent lock-in for the Shy. He does do extremely well when it does come to those 5v5s in the mid-game skirmishes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they lock it in here, as Xiaohu has to blind his mid-champion. It is going to be the Gragas potentially. I can't even go mid lane, but I would much rather Xiaohu to pick something like the Syndra, where he does have that AP threat. It is going towards the mid lane.
Okay, so
the Shy's gonna carry. Lock in the Gwen. Give us the Shy carry. Come on.
I was gonna say it's a maybe for the moment. They're still figuring it out, but the Shy on Gnar has had plenty of highlight reels. We're never gonna see the KL ever again, as he's still holding onto that flash from many years ago. But they're gonna get the Gnar. So Gnar in that top side, not quite a carry, but can have an impact up in that top lane.
It is going to be the Gragas for the mid lane, and just looking at Weibo's roster, not the biggest fan so far. A lot of CC and Engage, but do you have the damage to make up for it when you compare it to OMG's roster for now? It is most likely going to be the Cassante mid lane, and it is going to be the Rumble for the final pick for Shandy in that top lane. So he's gonna fight fire with fire and pick out his iconic champion. And overall, OMG, they are on so many comforts, while on Weibo, it's all up to Light.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're looking at this composition from Weibo and you're going to say, yes, absolutely, plenty of engage, plenty of great ways to kind of isolate and kind of, you know, take out team fights with the tidal wave, the Gnar ultimate, and of course the explosive cast. But as you mentioned, you're relying a lot on this Lucian for your burst damage in those big ton of team fights, or at least your consistent damage, I should say, in these team fights. Whereas OMG, they've got themselves so many ways of kind of getting onto your backline, getting onto this Lucian, the Cassante all out, into the Nocturne Paranoia. You get an equalizer down there as well. Going to be a lot of things being thrown here at this Lucian, and OMG, they're going to be happy with the way things have gone. And you asked if whether or not this Cassante could be flexed, and the answer is yes, it can.
Yeah, Cream is going to be debuting his Cassante in that mid lane, so a lot of expectations towards this player for this game too, but we all know and love Shanzi's Rumble in that top lane, and he's feeling confident as ever as we have it as a response to the Shy's Gnar. But coming into this game too, we have Gnar, Vi, and Gragas for that top side, so not a lot of damage when it comes to those mid-game skirmishes. And if they don't play towards this Lucian in the early game and get Light ahead, then it's criminal for Weibo.
A lot of pressure now on Light's shoulders to be the carry of this game. We'll see what the Shy could do with the Gnar. Definitely a staple of some of the highlights he's had in the more recent years. I've seen a couple of 2v1s where he's coming out with 2 kills with this particular champion. But the way this champion has gone in recent days is that in that mini Gnar form, it just feels like it's kind of taken so many hits, so many small little nerfs that have just made it so vulnerable in a lot of different situations. But we'll have to wait and see. OMG 1-0 up in this series, looking to get themselves a 2-0 and get themselves their first win of the series, and potentially give Weibo their first loss of the series as well.
A lot of chaotic dials for the side of OMG, but just looking at a scan of all these summoner spells, OMG knows that Weibo Gaming is going to put all their eggs into the bottom side basket, with the barrier coming out of Abel as well, trying everything in his little heart to deny those early kills going over to this Lucian. And a really good idea, to be fair, as I think Weibo Gaming, they're on a really big time in this game, as they will eventually get outscaled in these team fights. Is this Shy lane swapping?
He is. They want to make sure that the Gnar is into the Cassante. And that's why we're seeing the creams going up towards that top side. And they've actually been called out. They know straight away that Shanji said, look, we want this Gnar into the Rumble. That's how we want this lane to go because it has so much priority in that regard. And this is the power of the flex. It's why they waited to the last pick there to get their last solo laner in, because they said, look, the Cassante technically could get countered, but we can just counter it back.
Yeah, OMG has a really good read of Weibo right now so far, especially with this draft going this way. A lot of flex picks, which is something that we all know and love, especially with LCK introducing the idea of Cassante mid lane, which hasn't been nerfed yet, which was a really big pain in the previous MSI patch. But my biggest concern is that now Xiaohu is put towards his top side, and he isn't able to kind of influence the bottom side matchup anymore, as he isn't an isolated matchup without that TP before the 14-minute mark.
And we'll say it is a small little thing as well, but it could be interesting to see how Cream and Xiaohu deal with this top side. I have a little bit more faith in Xiaohu taking this lane swap than I do Cream, because he obviously did lane swap and won an MSI as a top laner with RNG, but it is one of those things that because you're in a much longer lane in that top end, you end up kind of maybe overextending a little bit more than you anticipate, and small little differences that can lead to a little bit more of a bit of a bigger problem in the kind of grand scheme of things. But for the moment, we will wait to see how this actual lane phase goes. And I actually like the fact that the Rumble is kind of mid lane as such, because it now opens up for Shanji to be able to roam bot, roam top, get off his equalizer in combination with that paranoia, and you're kind of just burning in the dark then at that stage.
Yeah, and a really big point for this Rumble is that in the previous matchup, or in the previous series that OMG played against BLG, is that Shanty had a lot of kills, and he was very strong in this Rumble pick, but I need to shut up before they start going for this pick.
Yeah, there's Ignite down. Barrier was used, as was the heal. So 2 for 2 in the Summoner trade. Weiwei now seen in that bottom half of the map. Aki straight off of spawn going to pick up this Scuttle Crab and get that one nice and easy for himself. Does have a smite should he need it, but Weiwei thinks the better of it and goes, nah, I don't think I'll go for that fight just yet.
Yep. 4 combat summoners traded for the bottom laners, but back to my original point was that Shanzi is very good on Rumble. We're all very sure of this, but in the previous series up against BLG, he wasn't able to really extend this lead and his influence around the entire map because of how top lane is an isolated matchup, and he wasn't able to look for those roams due to the game state. But this time it's a little bit different. With this Rumble being mid lane, he's more than happy to be there for those counter dives towards the bot side, which Weibo Gaming is more than likely to do in this early game.
Well, Shanji not going to be able to contest this one. We'll see how the early game goes. As you say, we'll see what they're able to kind of do with the priority they may be able to have. The Gravidum and Infernum decent at kind of keeping this this Nami Lucian away, but with a flash, they're going to be burned. Ooh, just about gets away from the piercing light. If that lands, the double tap is almost certainly to follow, and now Abel might have to be using his own flash if he's not too careful. And yeah, you just have to wait for this wave to kind of push into you. Unfortunately there, you just don't have a way to kind of fight this Lucian Nami in the lane for the moment.
Yeah, and that's flash burn from PP God. So if Weibo Gaming are smart about this, they will path towards this and abuse this fact and try to get gold into Light's pockets. But another kind of sign of weakness from OMG is I think PP God, he often gets himself in sticky situations where he is caught out of position, especially on these enchanters, where you need to have very high expectations of where they're placing themselves in these team fights before they get one shot, which is why I'm such a believer in his Rakan, how we haven't really seen that unless all the enchanter supports are off the table.
It's actually interesting as well. We're seeing lane advantages, be it small, but they are small incremental advantages here for both the top and the mid, regardless of who's playing in them. And we'll see the Gnar TP towards that top side, so they're looking to try and get this reset off. And again, you can see why they do not want this Rumble to go up against the Shy, because the Shy knows that he's in so much trouble if he gets caught out at that level 6 point. So with that Ignite available, Shanji gonna see if he can maybe rotate up towards this top side now already and kind of just catch out the fact that they've gone for this early lane swap.
And we had a little peek of the bottom lane wave slow pushing towards Weibo Gaming. So we already see Weiwei going into the lane and looking for a sneaky gank through these bushes onto PP God. Aki, he's level 4. He needs to be here very soon, as we also see Xiaohu making his way down here.
Yeah, they want to try and get this bot lane going, is exactly as you said. But I think Abel and PP God are very well aware now that Xiaohu's been spotted out. That, hey, if Xiaohu's coming, Weiwei's probably not too far away, so they're definitely going to be able to try and catch him out on that one. Xiaohu now recognizing that he's a little bit caught out with this one here. Should be a 4v4 if a fight does end up going out. You would want to try and reset this wave if you are on OMG. You want to try and push this one back. So you do have not the greatest of guns here for Abel. Weiwei still waiting patiently off to the side as they go all out now onto Xiaohu, who has the flash. Does he able to get away? I don't know if he can. They're going to flash in with the Q. The bubble is fantastic. And Chris picks up first blood. Weiwei patient and able to protect his mid laner.
Weiwei was sitting out of vision in the alcove that entire time, and when the opportunity arose, he went for the kill, and that is going to be first blood going over towards Weibo Gaming and extra security around this dragon in terms of the vision. But really good stuff. Weiwei once again doing his thing, counter jungling and letting the enemy team fall into his traps. Really good start for the side of Weibo in this game too.
Really, really well done there. And again, it's just small little patience there, knowing that Weiwei was coming from behind. It meant that they could go for it. Xiaohu, I will say, does get caught, but they had the numbers to respond.
Yeah, Cream, he thought he found an angle onto Xiaohu, but the final Gragas ultimate just displacing a little bit and not having the follow-up damage to finish off this Gragas was the difference, and a really nice bubble to stop the Cassante from moving away. It is going to be first blood going into Nami's hands, but I'm not too mad about this because Imperial Mandate is still extremely strong. So her getting the 400 gold, really good stuff.
I also just noticed something because I heard an Ignite go down. I was like, wait, Nami has heal. Who has Ignite? It's actually Light who has Ignite. Yeah, Light has Ignite as he's lighting up his own world. We see a fairly decent trade in favor of the Weibo bot lane there as they look to try and just continue their dominance in this bot side. Just burn the heal off of PP God. But that's how aggressive Weibo need to be with Light now, knowing that he has got that Ignite, knowing that he needs to be the kind of the beneficiary of all these kind of pressure and stuff like that, is that he needs to be the one getting these kills. Unfortunately, that Chris that picked up that kill, but look, getting her up to the Imperial Mandate, like you said, still going to be massively huge.
Not too bad, but it is going to be Aki picking up that Rift Herald as Weibo trades it for that first dragon. But if Aki just plops that top lane, which you already saw Shandy picking up 2 plates in the top lane tower, this Rumble is going to become a slight issue for Weibo to deal with. But of course, we still are waiting for those item spikes for the Lucian and the Nami to really get things done across the entire map. No flashes available for the mid jungle, so it's going to be pretty hard for them to force anything. While Aki does have the ultimate, he also has the flash, so he can look towards either side lanes.
And obviously he can't look towards either side lanes, as you mentioned, but I want to kind of pick your brain and say, like, where would he ideally be looking for now? We don't have a Rift Herald or a Dragon on the field, so where do you want to see OMG really try and like home in if they want to try and get an advantage?
I think at this moment, as Shanzi is just slowly winning the matchup in the top side very quietly, he can potentially just lean towards this bottom side and stop any ganks from Weiwei, as we see that all the junglers are hovering towards this bottom side. The Gragas cast ulted himself.
Yes. I didn't want to mention
friendly fire, I guess.
There isn't a Silas in this game. I had to triple check just to make sure. But Weiwei now in this bot side. Level 6 though, hit by PP God and Abel, both with their flashes available, makes this gank a little bit risky. Plenty to kind of come back, especially with green and white available to them. Paranoia now here for Aki, should he want to try and go for something a little bit more aggressive. But for the moment, you can see they're just very aware. They don't have priority. They don't want to push in too far unless they get caught out.
Abel is being extremely respectful right now, not walking up to this wave, as they do have a slight sense that Weiwei could potentially be in that bush once again, not trying to make the same mistake. I think Aki can just engage here and potentially burn a flash from either bot laner and play off this for the next dragon, but you already have Xiaohu and Weiwei making their way back in as Cream is missing.
Yeah, and they're going to see if they can land a bubble, but with no culling to kind of follow up onto this one here. Aki gets caught out on a ward. It's a great ward, that's what it is they now know that the Nocturne isn't here. And that's a huge moment now, because without that, with that information, they know they can kind of just stay here and wait for that kind of, you know, gank to happen should the OMG bot lane overextend. They are not going to do that, but they are going to give up more waves, more gold over to this bot lane, and Light and Chris having a much better time of it in this game than they were in game number 1.
Yeah, this is what you expect out of Illusion and Nami lane, getting this advantage very early on in the game, while Aki still has his Rift Herald. in his pockets, and it does seem like they're going to do a slight lane swap for the Shy. Maybe an ultimate onto the Shy with the Gravitum available as well.
The flash immediately has to be used there. The Shy will lose that summoner there because I feel like if he gets stunned up and then gets caught out, he's going to be caught out. I actually like this move here from OMG. They're kind of saying, look, we can't contest this bot lane, but we need to get more gold and resources into these Aphelios. We're going to drop it at the top side because that's already got plenty of damage done to it. So 2 plates should be going over here now to Abel and PP God. Won't get the full tower just yet, but good defense here from Weibo means they're getting it. So OMG able to kind of go tit for tat. And this is something that OMG were very, very good at in spring. Something they were very good at was just kind of constantly kind of having a little bit more macro play. You know, not very high kill games. Only been 1 kill so far in 12 minutes. But that's kind of the OMG style. They kind of adapted a much scrappier style in the playoffs comparatively to their regular spring split.
Especially when you have champions like the Aphelios and the Lulu that will work of scaling, while Weibo Gaming, they're the ones on the timers and they're the ones feeling the pressure. You see Weiwei constantly trying to get something done on these side lanes, but they just don't have the setup currently because of how respectful Abel is playing on this Aphelios, which we saw him crack a little bit in game 1, but so far so good.
Weiwei's still here. And the pop down the culling to try and just get a little bit of damage.
Nice
good
bubble.
You're going to see they get the heal out of him. They do. They get the wild growth as well. This is before Weiwei can get in. He's going to try and get him on top of the tower, and he will, but Weiwei will lose his life because of it. The Lulu picks that particular kill up. Aki is here, but Xiaohu TP'd in as well with Cream. So both top laners kind of moving in on the bot side to try and see if they can maybe cover the mid lane, but that should mean the tower, despite the kill going over in favor of Weibo, OMG should be able to secure this particular objective.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade going towards that, and Lulu picks up the kill at the very end and also forces the TP out of Xiaohu. Now Weibo Gaming sitting on no TPs. I'm surprised that Aki wasn't hovering around because we saw this entire game that Weiwei is only going to play around this Lucian and hover around Light for the early game, but when it mattered, he wasn't there, so of course the kill goes over to Weibo. Slight lead, but the dragon is going to be spawning in 15 seconds and they don't have any ultimates available to contest.
That's the big thing. You did lose a hell of a lot there to try and make that play work. We'll have the tidal wave and the culling over roughly around the same time. Actually, the cease and desist as well. So Aki does have the paranoia though, and that's kind of the bigger difference between these two teams right now. The engaged tools available to OMG definitely in their favor, but Xiaohu off to the side with a flash, with explosive cast. Does he look to try and get on top of Abel? He will. He's trying to be sneaky, but he doesn't really land it onto the priority target. Does get onto Cream, who has to flash away from the bubble. Lot of burn summoners there for the side of OMG. Don't know if they're going to be able to contest around this dragon, and Weibo finally looking like they found themselves a little bit of life in this series.
That was the angle for Xiaohu to get onto Abel as he wasn't on vision, but Weiwei now has the ultimate available, so it isn't all bad hopes for Weibo Gaming for this upcoming dragon.
Still have Aki with the paranoia and flash available to him. Wild growth just came back off. The Moonlight Vigil going to be coming back very, very soon. They've got pressure in the mid lane, and you can see now that Weibo, they haven't gone for the dragon. Oh, sorry, excuse me. They've only just sent the Vi to the dragon now. And it looks like OMG are just happy to let that one go. They'll probably lose bot lane tower as well in the rotation. They're just kind of saying, look, we don't have the item completions for the moment. We don't need to be able to kind of, you know, throw this game off of one small fight around a dragon that at the moment doesn't make the biggest difference.
Doesn't make the biggest difference, but they are going to be able to obtain vision for this Rift Herald, which does seem like it is going to be the next contested objective. But OMG getting rid of the Cassante and the Aphelios Flash is very big for Weiwei and Xiaohu to play off, as Xiaohu didn't need to burn anything outside of the cask. So this potentially, if Abel isn't too careful with his Lulu not near him...
Oh, he flashes in to get the explosive cast back up, but there's the Moonlight Vigil trying to keep him alive. He just can't do it. The paranoia was just a distraction from OMG, but I mean, this is the thing that I kind of talked about, is that Abel is one of those kind of carries that in game 1 looked exceptional, couldn't put a foot wrong. Game number 2, just not really respecting the lack of vision, kind of moving forward to put himself in harm's way when he had a Lulu who, no offense, that's kind of their job.
Yeah, this Gragas is doing wonders to really stop Abel from having fun in this game too, and this is the big change up or switch around for Weibo Gaming compared to that game 1, is that in game 1, Cream was constantly putting pressure onto Xiaohu, who was Lysandra, and he wasn't able to find any picks due to getting caught, but this game, he's free to do whatever, and Weibo is starting to slowly get the tempo on.
Aki is here, but does not have the paranoia. They do have a Mega Gnar available, so the Shy Not going to get hit by the Dustbringer. Maybe they still commit to it. There's a good equalizer here. Doesn't actually do a huge amount for the moment. They are going to try to burn him down as he goes into mini, but immediately Shanji gets hit by the Q flash from Weiwei. Flashes away, trying to make sure he can keep himself alive. And Aki hits the stride breaker, so Flash is burned on both sides, but at the end of the day, nobody dies.
You know, we'll take a 2 flash for 1 flash trade. The Shy is extremely lucky because he had his flash the second it was up. So if it was 1 second later, I think OMG secures that pick onto the side. But Weiwei being there for the counter jungle once again does mean that it is going to be 2 flashes traded for 1. As Light, he has the Gale Force now, so he can self-engage if Abel walks up too carelessly himself.
I mean, it's a nearly 40 CS lead in that AD carry role. Like, it's actually insane how much is there. Paranoia now available here for Aki if he does decide to want to go for this one here, but no Ignite, no Equalizer. It'll be very difficult to try burn down the Shy for the moment, but maybe they want to go for it just as he gets into mini. That would probably be the play if they do really want to try and make this one work. But again, they just want to wait a couple more seconds for that Equalizer to be back. That's the kind of key thing here. And here we go. They're going to go for it. There's a stride breaker to slow him down. They do get a good little bit of a fear down, but there's just no damage. And they're trying to keep going into this top lane. But, I mean, again and again, we're just seeing that why the Gnar is so good into something like this Rumble, because it can just keep itself safe.
I'm telling you, the Shy has mind-controlling abilities where it forces the enemy team to constantly gank against him, and he is very slippery with how these previous 2 have gone so far, where in return Weibo Gaming does secure the tier 1 tower, and it will also mean that they can work their way towards that bottom side and also get that one as well, so they can just open up the entire bottom side, securing this Mountain Soul point vision.
Absolutely, a minute 30 till that Mountain Soul point does come up, so it's a 4,000 or just underneath, actually no, just over a 4,000 gold lead now, and I think a lot of it's got to be in that bot lane. That is a full Gale Force in the difference. Nearly 50 CS ahead is the solution. I know you said it was kind of a bit of a bait pick, but it has been working wonders for Light and Crisp in this particular game. Abel and PB God just haven't been able to step up to them.
This is Lucian done right, when you're constantly forcing things to happen in the first 20 minutes before Aphelios gets those 3 items, and that is where you really shine, as now they're sitting on a 5k gold lead with the Dragon Soul point also spawning, which is going to be Mountain. So doesn't matter how ahead Shanty gets, you can't really burn through the Mountain Soul if you do give that over. Xiaohu, he's looking.
He's looking, but only tentatively for the moment. Has flash in a couple of seconds. May look for it after the fact as they do clear out that wave. Now the Shy going to run into Shanji, and the Shy's a level up. The Shy's got Triforce, so he is happy to take fights into Shanji for the moment. You can see on the top right of the screen, Shanji already half HP from just a small little excursion into the Gnar, so this is just going to be tougher and tougher right now. It does feel like OMG are waiting on the scaling game for the moment. They haven't really been able to find any kind of the big fights they wanted. They've tried, but it just hasn't been, you know, effective really in terms of taking out what Weibo have already built up for themselves.
And walking into this jungle is going to be extremely difficult for OMG as well, especially with no defensive items available on their end. So Vi just locks himself onto one of these players. They're going to get instantly one-shot, especially for Abel, where Xiaohu is consistently looking onto the backline.
Oh, there's a great explosive cast! Fantastic from Xiaohu, but now you're fighting into a little bit of a choke. They pop down the Equalizer, the tidal wave was used, Paranoia not going to be taken. They gain the barrier, the flash, and the heal from OMG. They don't gain anything else. A lot of ultimates down now for both teams, but again, you just can't walk into the side. The Shy hadn't gone mega, so he still has that in the back pocket.
The Shy's just zoning out 4 people by himself, but that was a really good Everfrost coming out of Xiaohu, getting onto the bottom lane of OMG, also forcing Shanzi's ultimate, which was stopping Weibo Gaming from starting this Mountain Soul, and now a Mountain Soul point, and now they obviously get the point, and they can move their vision to the Baron and start doing the exact same thing for this major objective.
Again, OMG is not able to find the fight they want. They're using all these engage tools so, you know, defensively. The Paranoia just to try and stop people from moving forward. The Equalizer, again, to kind of separate them off. It's not ideal for them to try and find this thing. And the thing is that unless they kill Light, there's not really a position for them to go for anything, but they're going to try and flip the Baron right away.
Shanny is still making his way there, so it is a 4v5 right now. We have the green and white for Abel.
TP over the top. They don't really have ways of getting anyone outside of this pit. PP got on the backside. Here we go. They're going to jump straight in. They're going to jump straight on top of Abel. And it's going to be Aki going down. The bubble lands. And they cannot do anything about it. The tidal wave as well to make sure everybody gets washed upon the shore. And Weibo, I mean, look, for OMG, God loves a trier. And it is definitely an attempt, but they're just too far behind. They had to go for something.
Yep, this Baron attempt was definitely a cry for help as they were just trying to force something to happen. We have PP God sitting on the other side of the wall as well. Shanji is making his way there, but there was just so much damage coming out of Weibo Gaming. It wasn't enough as Aki gets instantly bursted and Xiaohu follows up very nicely into this choke. And usually we call these the T1 Baron because you're so far behind, you're just going to force a 5v5 and hopefully win. Unfortunately, OMG, they got the shorter end of the stick and now they are further behind.
For OMG, night and day comparatively to game one, but if Weibo finally came to play, it does feel like it is a game for Weibo to lose, shall we say, as the Shy finally gets himself a champion that he feels very, very comfortable on. Nothing he can really kind of, do wrong in this particular game. They tried throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him and it just was not enough. Light and Crisp getting much more priority in that bot side. Things that can be aggressive, that can make things work. And they're going to try and make a fight happen right here, right now. The explosive cast separates everybody out. And even when you throw everything in the kitchen sink at you and you still come out with nothing, it's just not going to be enough. The Shy trying to see if he can get his Mega Gnar in just before he goes mini. Flash forward by Shanji as he goes into the overheated mode, the all-out to separate the Cassante away. Double kill coming in here for Light, and honestly, this could just be the game right here, right now.
It really does seem like the games as a solo laners of OMG are now down with the Baron buff, and the TP is coming in from Xiaohu as well. I'm not too sure if they're going to just settle for inhib and also the bottom side inhib, but it does seem so. The game is just going to go on for a little bit longer.
A little bit longer, but it's definitely not going to be a good spot here for OMG. They've just not had a way to get into this game whatsoever. 2 inhibitors will be falling. Not a single tower taken by OMG in this game. Didn't even get a dragon. Did he get a Rift Herald? Yes, they did. I believe they got a Rift Herald top. But like outside of that and 2 kills, not near perfect coming out here from Weibo.
I would love to get a replay of that previous fight because Shanji was desperately trying to get his hands onto Light, and we do get a replay. So this whole thing starts off with OMG being the ones that initiate, but Light plays with his spacing so incredibly well, where the melee champions of OMG's composition is just struggling to get their hands onto the carries of this Lucian, while the Shy, he's just being a little bit of a decoy on the side. But look at Light, they try to go for him again, but he just dashes away so perfectly once again. So OMG, they're running out of options, and it does seem like Weibo Gaming working towards that top side now as they suffocate OMG's base.
I mean, the thing is that the Shy can stay here. He's got a hull breaker available to him, so he can just kind of put the pressure on the tower. He'll melt it in no time at all. And while that's happening, mid lane, bot lane, all being pushed in by super minions. You're going to have to deal with this now on the side of OMG. You're going to be so much pressure around you from all sides. Then you're a full rapid-fire cannon behind your enemy AD carry. You haven't finished up a second item pretty much on anybody else on the side of OMG apart from your own AD carry. So you're going to need a god tier play or a massive throw from Weibo for you to try and come back into this one.
You need a 5-man Rumble ulti.
Oh, they're going to go for a 2-man one. They're trying to burn down the Nami, but cannot do it. Aki going a little bit too far forward and will be punished for his aggressive streak. And that means that the tower is still going to stay alive, though, for the moment. A good flash away by Weiwei. The base is getting destroyed. This is what I was talking about. There's Xiaohu trying to go in on top of the AD carry. The Shy take it very, very low, but he'll take out Shanji before he dies. He won't even die. And Light just zooms in to take out the rest of the carries. It's only Cream and BB God, and the base is being battered by minions. We're going to a game 3.
And for tonight, no one expected this series to go to 3, but Weibo Gaming, they come back in this game through Xiaohu's picks and through Weiwei going for those constant counter jungles. And OMG, they're going to get wiped.
Dominant game from OMG in game number 1. A dominant win from Weibo in game number 2. We come into a game number 3 not really knowing where either team really kind of lands themselves in the grand scheme of where they should be winning or losing. But Weibo, much better from them in game number 2. Had a much more kind of confident composition. And I do think that they maybe said, look, we'll take the Zeri in the first rotation in game number 1. This time around, they just recognized, look, the Vi is king. We need to get that hard engage. That point and click CC is just too damn important.
Yeah, and I'm slowly coming to the conclusion that Weibo Gaming do look the best when Weibo is on a champion that can initiate themselves and force those plays early on in the game. But I do also really want to highlight that Xiaohu had an amazing performance on this Gragas. Yes, that one cast probably missed in the mid lane, but we pretend that never happened. You know, if you never pan the camera onto Xiaohu during that instance, it just never happened. But he made Abel's life so tough to survive in those team fights where he was constantly burning his summoners, and that sets up Weiwei for success. And of course the Shy on the Gnar. It doesn't matter how he's slightly behind in CS or whatever, he's still 1v4ing and zoning out the enemy team from those major objectives.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's just that he's just doing his job, and that's exactly what he needs to do. And I look for OMG, kind of reminiscent to game 1 against BLG, where they just weren't really able to get anything going. Cream, very silent here. I like the idea of the Cassante flex, but I don't think Cream looked very comfortable on it at all. I still maintain that if you're going to have that Cassante priority pick, give it to Shanji. Shanji is so good on that particular pick that it just feels like such a waste. I know he's still very good on the Rumble, but him on the Cassante just feels right. And you know, even just the way with the Nocturne and everything like that, I would have preferred maybe a Sejuani. You go with the Silas, but you get to steal the Gnar ultimate, you get to steal the Gragas ultimate. There's actually plenty for you to do there. So a little bit of drafting kind of maybe fixes that come in here for the side of OMG as they look towards a game number 3. They're not down and out just yet, though. Weibo did smash them in game number 2, but that is just, in fact, that, a game number 2. It's 1-1 on the scoreline. They have another opportunity to try and bring this one home.
Yeah, and now that Weibo Gaming has called the Cassante flex being a bluff, it does seem like I don't think the Cassante will ever be flexed towards that mid lane again, because we saw that he did feel very uncomfortable in terms of talking about Cream. But on the other hand, I think Aki was definitely missing for this game too, especially when your whole identity should have been protecting Abel on those side lanes and helping him to counter those jungles, counter those ganks from Weiwei where they were diving him initially from the early game. But I still think at the very end really was a mid lane gap. We have so many clean initiations from Xiaohu, especially the one before that Dragon Soul point where Xiaohu got a double Everfrost onto the bottom lane of OMG. And how do you really play the game when the enemy team is so proactive like that?
Yeah, I mean, this was much better from Weibo. Do not want to take that away from them. They were proactive. They had the CC to kind of work with. They kept Weiwei just camping around Light. Like, Weiwei and Light were just holding hands for the first 20 minutes of the game, just constantly roaming around, trying to make sure that Light was always in a position that if an opportunity arose, they could capitalize on it. And I got to shout out Crisp as well. 100% kill participation, getting those early bubbles before in the laning phase to kind of burn a heal, burn a barrier, burn a flash, small little increments that will change the way a fight can be held here by OMG. Definitely felt a lot more kind of cohesive from the side of Weibo Gaming. And for OMG, they've got to try and figure this one out. Again, like, they try to be clever, they try to be smart about it. It didn't really work. It's still why I love them. I like the fact that there are a team that will just throw in a curveball every now and again, but sometimes those curveballs go way wide and they're just not really what you're looking for. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will have game number 3 of this series before jumping into our third series of the day.
来了，行，别有压力，兄弟啊！有你东北，我这位置还可以。好的，是。他们 AD， 我头泰坦很大呗。AD 光攻吧，AD 光吧，大师傅大呗。先退走。OK 了，先退。我绕过来。看，飞哥，拉开没到，奥了，慢点，拉开，拉一下。哎，这把可以打，开地。挖塔掉下。AD，赢了！慢点！看格文，跑一下，没够，太跑掉。看格文，泰坦没伤害的。啊，把 AD。哎呦，几杯！啊，是。 几杯？
会上吗，朱了？哦，来一次，来一次。
怎么这么难打呀？啊，兄弟，这格温这个。
哦，这样，打团你们别太冲，别给格温刷伤害。
是的，
让 AD 输出就行了，我们限制他们后排输出。
是的。
OK。小龙怎么说？好打吧？
好打，一定要打，会绕后溜球。
来跟大家。
好了。
慢点。
别秒。
慢点。
看，拉，
慢点。我没打。
位置很差，还行，慢一点。没错，还慢点就。出来。我会出来。走。
还行。
啊，这慢点。走吧。
大叔可以。
大叔上不去啊。
上不去的，他
没闪好像。
还行，不亏的，还行的。
我装备真的换套。
OK，装备很好，这不。
打团注意格温 LE。
是的。
慢点。
这么赢了，真的慢慢打。
对，慢打。
别急，别乱冲。
他们打不了。
无尽啊，这么可以打架的。
开打架。
别换。
我别换，没事。
玩 AD。
没关系。
玩 AD。
我看了。
对不起。开 AD。没闪。AD。
啊不。
走。慢。
走，别背一波。
好。
被开了。
没事。没关系，接上，这一波短的是。
啊。
往前走了。我
一个人打架。
啊，走。
大叔。慢点。我杀了。
慢点。出来，小心走。
走吧。
闭了大龙怎么样？
看大龙。
想他们去。
如果他们去，
他没打野的，他会拼。
他会抢吗？
技能抢一下。
哎，没打了。
啊，我们直接 run 吗？
可以，我吃。
我们来。
太打会好吗？慢慢走。太打会不会好？
会好。
再蹲人。慢点。我顶。
准备顶。
直接 run 吗？
可以 run。哎，
慢点。赢了。慢点。AD 没闪。
go。AD 没闪。慢。急，还没。哎，好了，走，拉出来。
没关系。可以的。
打探。
我格温。
看格温。一个。100。
可以打。
拉出。
一波。
我还逼了级。
没事。慢点。集中。AD 没闪的。
AD 没闪，可以一波。
我有表。
OK。
AD 没打。
好球的，自己小心，你自己小心。我们可以赢。
快一波。
自己小心。
下。慢点。
退场。
慢点。
先打。
来4球。替我赢。来。
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know.
在休赛期期间，我更多的想了一下游走方面的问题吧。面对 WBG 的话，就更要注意他们的中野联动吧。我觉得新版本来看，东南打法还是以游走为主吧。在新赛季就希望自己比上赛季打得更好吧。
其实上一场比赛打之前，我们心里就是至少我心里也挺没底的，因为我们才训练了3天的时间吧，然后就是上了赛场就各凭发挥嘛。但我没想到的是，大家的场上表现都还不错吧，然后希望大家都能够保持住这份状态，继续延伸到之后的比赛里。现在赛季的话，我更希望就是我们在整个队伍在团队性上有个足够的成长吧，因为我觉得我们春季赛失利，就是因为大家，打法什么都可能是配合的没有特别的好。我希望在这方面我们都有一个足够好的成长。
Just getting the play style down. That is the most important thing here for Xiaohu and the rest of Weibo. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. If you're jumping in and expecting this doesn't look like LNG versus JDG, you'd be right. That is in a different stadium. We will get to that later. We got to finish off this series. We are on par to hit a 9-game day. We are currently into game number 6 of the first 2 series, game number 3 of this series, and we do have ourselves the MVP of game number 1. I won't lie to you, Kitty. I've completely forgotten who it was, so I'm just going to let our fantastic director bring it up on screen. It was Crisp. 100% kill participation on the Nami. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not too mad about this. I would have expected Xiaohu, as he was one of the biggest reasons why Weibo was able to find so many successful mid-game skirmishes, but I won't lie, I think Chris has the best Nami in the LPL, hands down. I know Mako is a very good Enchanted player as well, and I truly think that he is also a very good Lulu and other stuff like that, but Crisp is just the best Nami we have. Every single bubble connects. This one onto Cassante stops Xiaohu from dying, and also just these engages and dives. Not really responded by Aki, which was the downfall of this game and where they started to spiral out of control. But in the very end, this Lucian Nami proved me wrong, and they were able to grab this game 2-0.
Yeah, and even like things like this where they're able to kind of just follow up with the team, get the bubbles down, like little small things like that, just perfect precision here. And then right into what was effectively the final fight, the last-ditch effort here from the side of OMG. They tried throwing everything onto Crisp, and Crisp refused to die. So really, really well done there from Weibo. And again, like I like to make note of what we saw from Xiaohu in the interview, is that their play style was the biggest inconsistency we saw from Spring. They recognized that. We are still seeing it a little bit here in this series, but if they can still come out with a 2-1, get those 2 wins down, it's definitely not a bad start here for Weibo.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think they will learn a lot from the first game in this series. And coming into game 3, I mean, the biggest problem was that OMG tried to do something spicy with their draft, which was doing that flex towards the Cassante into the mid lane. But like we both been mentioning, this Cassante we would have much preferred it on Shanti. How do you say his name again?
Shanji.
Wait, Shanti. Yes. I'm mixing up those two people. It's like when you think of Shandy, you think of Rumble and Cassante. But on the other hand, I think the Shy being the Gnar in this game too, yes, he did die that initial time, but for the remaining ones, you saw Aki was consistently trying to force onto the top lane, and they weren't getting anything as a return of that. And as a result, OMG's bottom lane, they were getting zoned out of their own tower, and Lucian was able to pick up 5 plates, and that's where the lead kind of started getting rolling for Weibo.
I like the way it's like you kind of say that as well. Like it's just kind of getting that lead rolling. And once that Weibo found themselves with a lead, they were comfortable, they were confident to move forward. It just felt like it was once they knew they got that first kill, that first executed dive or first blood, they got the confidence back in them. They said, okay, we're happy with this. We know that we can make this work. Let's continue down this path. So we'll wait and see if they want to change anything coming into the next ban phase. But for the moment, it looks like it's still going to be the same things coming in here from OMG. They say, look, it maybe wasn't the bans or the picks. It was the execution that led us astray in this particular one. Or maybe we'll see them maybe move that K'Sante back up to that top side. We'll have to wait and see. But for Weibo, get rid of the Yuumi, get rid of the Wukong. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them get rid of the Zeri as well. But maybe they want to leave it open.
Maybe, as we also do have the Wukong taken off the board from Weibo Gaming, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do just default to the Vi. I believe OMG... I'm not too sure actually, but we most likely will see something like the K'Sante getting picked up by OMG for this first half of the picking phase, while Weibo Gaming, they're just going to pick their bottom lane duo, and it's going to probably be Lucian Nami again.
I mean, you can pick up the Vi here. You go towards the other side. The Gragas getting banned away is nice for OMG. It's an adaptation, but that's a lot of emphasis in that mid lane into Xiaohu saying, look, we do not want you to have
Oshin, Milio's open!
Of course!
Oh my god, of course
Milio.
this rat is open. I cannot. OMG not
it's
banning.
Open, but it's not taken.
Wait, they let it They gave it!
They highly prioritized the Vi. They obviously feel like they have an answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just constantly forcing engages onto the Milio, there's not too much you can do. Yes, you can cleanse any hard CC, but can you cleanse a knockup? No?
I mean, I don't think so. I think it actually specifically says you cannot. So, no, unless the game has changed significantly, but maybe we see the Milio and the Akogma. Feels like we've seen it once before. It didn't work out as great, but they're going to go for the Aphelios themselves. I mean, if you could still get the Lucian Nami here, get that aggression in that bot side, this is still something that kind of works exceptionally well. The Lulu isn't going to have as much of a, or the Milio is not going to have as good of a time as the Lulu did either. So definitely some very powerful tools available for Weibo, because they're very happy with the comp they built in the second game, so they're going to bring it back.
And the biggest difference for me in this game 3 is that, yes, you're defaulting back to Lucian Nami up against the Aphelios, but this time with the Milio in that 2v2, I genuinely think it outtrades any bot lane in the current meta right now, where it's easy to pull off and it's always going to guarantee you a win. So if Weibo Gaming, they're going to just put themselves on that timer once again, this Aphelios and Milio is only going to get even stronger. And of course, the Poppy coming out of OMG that can be flexed to either top lane or jungle is going to stop a lot of the angles for Weiwei to find onto that bottom lane, and it's most likely going to go towards that jungle.
I really do hope it does. I really hope it goes into Aki's hands. We know how good he is with this champion, and also it just stops a lot of what you can see on Weibo so far. The dashes, the Qs as such from the Vi, the Lucian. These things will end up being kind of so much more difficult for them to kind of go for, as OMG continue to put down the her into that mid lane and say, look, Xiaohu, we respect you. We respect you so much that we're going to put 5 bans potentially into your champion pool to make sure you don't get away with it. I would like their last one to be a Gnar ban, because I really do feel like that's like the Shy's most comfortable champion, and get him onto something different.
It's a little bit criminal that K'Sante has made it all the way to the 5th ban, most likely going to get taken out by either OMG or Weibo Gaming for that last one, but it does seem like the mid lane champion pool is getting narrowed down so much. Annie is going to get taken away from Weibo Gaming, so that does leave Ahri open for both of these sides, and I think Xiaohu's ideal for this game 3 is are able to look for those on a 7-second cooldown, where Milio, your ultimate will only save you that one time.
Yeah, it will only save you that one time, but it can be a pretty big one to save you. So we'll wait and see where these teams want to kind of go for this particular one here. But the Gnar gets banned away. Thank you so much, OMG. I appreciate you. The Ahri gets banned away as well here by the side of Weibo. So still 6 bans into that mid lane between Cream and Xiaohu, I should say. But I mean, I still kind of think that you can go for maybe a Sylas here, but maybe they don't want to get that steal away, that point and click engage. They maybe want to give Cream a little bit more comfortability, knowing there's so many control mages taken off of the board. They can go for that and happily say like that's a blind, get the Akali in, get that assassination ability.
Sorry, I've been begging for Cream to pick an assassin for like the past 5 games, and he's finally done it on this 5th game, just comparing himself to the BLG series as well. So we'll have to wait and see how that does. But of course, Xiaohu getting the counter pick. What is this going to be his choice for this game? Lissandra is still a very viable option for the side of Weibo Gaming, and of course, I'm pretty sure although Shanzi has saved his counter for this very last pick, it is going to be Cassante versus San in the top lane.
Quite possibly. We'll see if he wants to go for maybe anything a little bit crazier, but they do lock in this Jace. It's a hell of a lot of AD damage that you'll be end up kind of throwing into here. Maybe we'll see something slightly different coming out here from OMG. But Weibo, yeah, I was going to say, you don't really want to pigeonhole yourself to being a very early kind of, you know, poke damage as such like that. With all the AD you would be locking in. So they're going to go with the Victor and say that that's a very, very decent pick for them to kind of get the control mages out. And there's the Cassante, like you said. So it's going to be Cassante versus Sion in that top side. Not really much else to kind of save it. But again, cannot stress it enough. Sanji on this pick is so good. He is so amazing with the way he's able to engage, get those solo kills going for himself. And I am very, very curious to see if the Shy can deal with it.
Yeah, it's very illegal that Shanti is able to 5th pick this Cassante on red side. And the only statement that I want to tell everyone is that OMG only stumbled at that 4th position in the spring playoffs because teams started to ban his Cassante. But this time around, Weibo Gaming, they're willing to let open this champion and let him be in an isolated matchup in that top side against the Shy. But the reason why we've been hyping up Cassante and on Shanti in particular is because in an ADC-focused meta, he is able to 1v3 any single team fight and have the most damage on this champion.
Can do it. We'll see if Weibo will allow it. Both teams now locked and loaded. Winner takes all in this game number 3. OMG desperate to try and make sure they get a better start than what they just had. They're already 0-1 down. You don't want those L's to be stacking up too quickly. And for Weibo, they want to build off that momentum of taking down JDG, get themselves now to a point where they are starting to be a bit of a championship contender. We'll have to wait and see how it all ends up unfolding. We are going to jump onto the Rift for the 3rd and final time of this series. And we'll see who's able to come out on top.
We don't have the gyros just quite yet, but I'm very impressed that OMG is able to...
Bit early.
Yeah, a little bit early, but I'm really impressed that OMG is able to take this series to the distance and really challenge Weibo, because I think Weibo does have or find the most success when this split does just start off. And Crisps, I do also want to highlight that he's on the Nami once again. And PP God, we saw in the laning phase that when he is playing something like the Enchanter, he is easily caught out of position. That does result in him burning the flashes very early on in the game. So if he's able to minimize this mistake, maybe that could be the start of something special for OMG in this game 3.
We'll see. The Scion did go down towards that bot side to see if he could maybe go for a bit of a cheeky play, but not to be. Aki taking up the phase rush on the Poppy. It's a pretty common thing to see as we wait to see kind of... We've seen it a couple times ago with Predator. It's a bit more of a run at the AD carry and see what you can make happen kind of vibe. But for the moment, just happy to get the little bit of a Q down, hit the buckler, and then run away with the steadfast presence. Makes you a very, very slippery champion in the grand scheme of things. And this is an opportunity now here for OMG to really kind of have a moment or two to put down some hurt. The Milio, we've only seen it a handful of times. I think this is the 7th time we have it now so far in the split. It's a 4-2 win rate for the moment, but see what we can do now. See what specifically PP God can do on the newest of the champions.
The heal's already burned from Weibo Gaming. Ignite also dropped.
It's 2 summoners for 1 there. You get the barrier, but definitely see why OMG kind of picked the Milio. You can see how much more presence they have with this champion, kind of able to kind of bring it in. There's the heal to kind of make sure that Abel doesn't go too far down. But already we're starting to see the pressure coming back in here for Weibo. Definitely utilizing this Lucian Nami as best they can.
This is something you don't see very often because usually Lucian and Nami find the most success after they hit level 2, but as a result, OMG's already burnt the barrier and the heal from just a few trades. And that's just kind of showing that Abel isn't really utilizing his spacing correctly, as we just saw Light Ian off the camera, but a really nice ward from Cream to split out Weiwei just in case Weiwei goes for a really early on gank.
We'll see. Right now, it's just kind of a standard pathing right now. Aki, please, don't flash over. Oh, he's thinking about it. Don't know if he got. He doesn't know he's been spotted out though. He smells a vibe, but I think now they don't have full vision. They're gonna try and see. They have no idea. Nobody knows anything right now. But Aki, he's just kind of waiting for it right now. Now he goes over the side. He's gonna see the Weiwei is there. And they have full information of this play. So now does Aki want to go for something a bit more crazy? He's gonna have the Hex Flash in a couple of seconds.
This really is going to be a game of chicken. Who pulls the trigger first? Aki does seem like he's going to be wrapping around first, but they don't really have the setup.
Flash. They're going to go for it. Light now has to get hit by the Steadfast Presence, but Weiwei shows himself, brings him in for him with his Flash Q. Both junglers showing themselves to the bot lane, but neither getting any real advantage. They will get the grab him onto Weiwei, but no one else is going to go for it. And this is good, though, from OMG. They kind of recognize, look, we can still go for this regardless. Get the flash out of Weiwei and get the push in from OMG bot lane.
Yep, and Aki does secure himself a bottom side Scuttle Crab as both of the junglers burn their flashes in that exchange. But Aki does have the Hex Flash available, so he can realistically loop around. But there is a very sneaky ward placed in the Tri-Bush, so he most likely can't recreate whatever he just did. As I'm surprised that he perfectly dodged Weiwei. Either he knew that Vi was there, or it was just very fortunate. Looking on a gank.
Let's see if they're going to jump on the Xiaohu, who's very calm in himself, just drops down the gravity well, making sure he's not able to get taken out, doesn't blow a summoner from that either. As again, this is just Aki kind of saying, look, we might not be able to get kills, but we can get resets, and I think that's the big thing he's looking for right now, is just to kind of put himself in a position that the team around him can get these pushes in, force out summoners early, and then they can get decent resets for themselves.
Yeah, and Aki does secure himself double scuttle around the entire map while Weiwei is tunneling vision onto this Aphelios, but luckily Abel is playing very respectfully with this wave, slow pushing towards them, so that is a huge breather for OMG, as we do have Aki hovering towards the top side, but it does seem like there's going to be no blaze. Something iconic to Shanzi and only Shanzi on this Cassante is he always proxies on this champion. It's something that he will do every single game, like a bingo.
Oh, good bubble. Great bubble there onto Abel, but Ignite immediately dropped down straight away as they look to try and trade it back one. It's actually a bit of an equal trade, and this is why the Milio is so powerful. Weiwei now realizing, oh, I can go for this fight. No, I can't. He's gone all out and will probably kill me with that Sheen. So proxying, like you mentioned, Shanji just kind of saying, yeah, look, doesn't matter. You can't send anybody here. I'm still going to be able to kill them.
Yeah, most definitely, and it does seem like all the action is towards his bottom side. The heal is going to be up for both of these supports very soon, as we have Aki slowly making his way towards this bottom duo, as the Gravitum Gun is running out, so I'm not too sure if they can pull it off with the ward in the lane as well, in the river.
I mean, Shanji's just free to do this. Aki now up on this top side, gonna have, or bot side I should say, gonna get himself
they know?
A little bit of movement speed. They do not know, and there's the barrier coming out straight away from Abel, but they're gonna be able to try and turn back now onto Light. You would imagine he flashes, because he knows if he gets caught within that Steadfast Presence, he is going to go down, and Aki having a much bigger presence in this bot side this game.
And that's the Hex Flash difference, while Weiwei is going to take a look at the opposing enemy jungle, but surprisingly, Cream on this Akali is getting lane party up against Xiaohu this early on in the game, so that does allow Cream to rotate towards here, and they can look for another one.
They're going to look for it. They do not have any kind of real catch-up here, and with Weiwei in the vicinity, they weren't really going to fully commit to that one there, and I gotta say, I don't think Aki's taken his bot side camps, really. The blue buff I don't think is actually reset, so the blue buff hasn't been taken by Aki, but he's also not falling behind. That's the crazier thing. It's like, oh, Weiwei should normally be like 4 or 5 camps ahead. No, because Weiwei's also trying to do the same thing, so they're just kind of not doing anything, covering each other in bot side.
Exactly. Both of these junglers were sitting on 28 before Weiwei went back to farming his Raptors, but it's really good that both of these junglers have been counter-jungling the opposing proactive jungler. However, you need to remember that this is an Aphelios versus Lucian, and Weibo Gaming once again setting themselves onto a slight timer, but this time around they have a Victor that scales equally as well, so it's not too much of a pressure point for them. But Lucian, I feel like you do want to aim to get those flashes offline as soon as possible, because you want to contest for these early objectives.
Yeah, you really do, and right now it is just going to be, I imagine, a secured objective right now for the side of OMG. They'll get the first dragon of the game. Weibo now up towards that top side as Weiwei really would love to get his level 6 soon. Should be able to clear these 2 camps and get it, so definitely not the worst case scenario for him. And now we'll see where Aki wants to kind of go. They haven't really warded him out at all, and he has flash, and we know how quick he is to be able to just kind of use that and get himself over walls, so they might look for another gank at this bot side.
Aki is going to start the red buff first though, so a bit of extra stickiness if he does get his hands onto Light, who doesn't have the flash available right now.
No flash, does have ignite though. Be very, very aware of that. As we can see, Aki now taking over this red buff. Won't get level 6 from it, but definitely not a million miles away from it. And now maybe thinking about where he wants to go next. Again, I feel like on this Poppy, he is like playing it as if, you know, you need to gank at all times. Screw farming my camps. He just needs to make sure that he is in a position to get on top of people. Finally, we see Weiwei kind of realizing this and saying, look, as long as my bot lane plays safe, there's not really a big deal, but he's getting himself a bit ahead, but now already we're seeing them moving forward and looking to try and punish this flashless Light. Who has got the level 6. Aki is here. They're going to be able to jump on top of him. They're maybe looking for Chris. They're a bit indecisive though at this point now. Weiwei kind of can jump in on top of this one here. Aki going to get jumped on here, and that's going to be a bit of an escape, you would imagine, here for the Vi. Has to flash at the end of it all, but isn't fully out of the game just yet. One more little auto attack or two, and Poppy gets the first blood. Try and try again, and eventually you will succeed, and that's the motto here for OMG.
And third time's the charm. Aki finally gets his hands onto the enemy jungler, and that is going to be first blood going to the pockets of the ADC. But I respect this, honestly. This is what we need. Upsetting the tempo, but Shanty going for something more.
Going for a little bit more, as the Shy was very low on mana, so we saw straight away the Shy just having just enough to get that unstoppable onslaught to get him away. This is why Shanji is so scary on this pick. It's going to be about if the Shy can kind of hold him to a fair duel. But let's have a look at this one here again, because again, Light actually gets out, but it's because of the fact that Weiwei kind of overcommits. He realizes he's overextended.
Yeah, Light and Weiwei could have just walked out as Cream was making his way very slowly towards this fight. Yeah, but this, I feel like they were on different pages. You see Light being a little bit lost over the Dragon Pit, and it was just the Vi and the Nami in this Trife bush, and it was just a little bit of miscommunication coming out of the Weibo roster. Unfortunately, the first blood goes over to Poppy, so it wasn't the ADC, but Aki is definitely fastening up the tempo in this game 3.
I mean, he wants to try and just kind of punish time and time again. Not picking up his camps, going for hard, aggressive ganks all the time. Weiwei and Cream now going to find each other. There's no flash, remember, on Weiwei. Doesn't have his ult available to him just for a moment either. Tidal Wave comes out. It's going to land on the 3, but outside of that, it's just a very quick trigger finger here from Weibo. And this is the big problem now, is that Weibo just lost that Tidal Wave while the Aphelios is free farming in bot side. So this is going to be 2 plates 100% over to Abel. And this is looking so much better now for OMG. Oh, the Shy.
The health bars are getting so low.
It's risky, but now Aki looking at Weibo and Chris does get the stun up against the wall, trying to see if he can maybe get on top of him, but the good bubble. Great ult though from the Milio, cleanses the CC, gets the flash out of Aki, and they get themselves away. So definitely a little bit overzealous from Aki, but OMG still looking aggressive, still looking to keep Weibo under pressure.
And that's the Vi ultimate gone for another 60 seconds with the dragon spawning in 1 minute 20. Weibo Gaming, their angles aren't just... The execution doesn't seem like it's there, as Aki's making his way back to bottom, by the way. The flashes are available for the Lucian and Nami duo. They have to play a little bit more carefully as Vi isn't anywhere near.
Anywhere near for the moment. You do have the Keeper's Verdict to knock people away should you want it. As we are going to see a TP back from Shanji up this top side. 2 plates though for the Shy, so he's doing fairly well containing this... This Cassante for the moment. Bubble does land. You still don't have the Milio ult for the moment, so you have to be very careful with how you kind of go for this one here. And this is a much closer affair. Yes, there's a dragon and of course a kill in favor of OMG, but outside of that, not really a lot. The Shy does have ult and flash. One's going to use it now, seeing if he can maybe go for it, but the all-out stops him. Nice stop, flashing away, has a blast cone to keep him safe. And just about the Shy keeps himself alive and well in this top side.
And the worst thing is that Abel picks up 2 free plates with the red and white in that bottom side because of Aki's constant pressure that he is applying towards Weibo's bottom lane. Weibo wasn't able to get anything done on the other side of the map. He had a good 30 to 40 seconds for him to take this Rift Herald, but no, Aki gets the first dragon and the first Rift Herald.
See Xiaohu getting caught on top of here, but I'm not quite sure what happened there. Was it? Okay, I'm gonna try to break this one down, but I believe that the exact frame of which the Cream was trying to go in with the ultimate, the Chaos Storm came down, and that does have a micro stun in it. It does stop teleports, it does stop things like that, so, I mean, it could have been it. It's hard to tell, though.
But the animation went off, so surely that's the ultimate or R2 going off from the Akali, but other than that, the ultimate...
Oh! Nice. Nicely done there by Weibo. They get themselves the dragon, they equal that particular one up, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but either way, it is going to be a dragon, and still an equal game. So one dragon apiece, one kill in favor of OMG, but the gold means that the kill gold doesn't mean anything other than about 100, 200 in favor of OMG.
And that's 5 plates going over to this Aphelios now, and the game tempo is way too slow for Weibo, where they're just slowly scaling or allowing this Aphelios to scale. And we already mentioned this problem in that game too, is that once you really let Able to be this comfortable in the early game, it kind of seems like Weibo Gaming, they're getting led around by Aki in particular. And we'll have another replay of what happened here, because it was the R1 coming out of the Akali. It really did seem like a solo kill onto Xiaohu, but that final tick of a stun from the Victor stopped the R2 from connecting onto Xiaohu. Another solo kill in top lane.
Potentially Deshai's still waiting a couple more seconds. He doesn't have ultimate for the moment. He's just trying to see if he can put himself in a position for it. But now he's going to try and get away, but he just has nowhere to go. No flash and no life. Shanji with the solo bolo, and this is why he's got himself the nickname of Cassante.
And this is what you get for letting the Cassante open to that R5 and allowing Shanti to finally pick it for himself. But Cream, he wants to look for another pick in the bottom lane.
Xiaohu feels like there's something up. He's walking a little bit close to it now. They're going to drop down the gravity well. Flash in to try and stop it. Not
so
quite
close.
enough damage. Cream not able to get it. And this is the thing. The Victor will eventually just kind of be able to sustain a lot of this burst damage. You can see Cream trying so hard, just not quite finding his mark.
Yeah, I think Cream was playing a little bit too safe. One more auto would have been the difference, but he wanted to get out of that tower's range ASAP. As we take another replay of what happened in this top side, with the Shy trying to catch this wave in, but he cancels the stun. Although he didn't really cancel, it still got him over the wall. And this is just Cassante doing Cassante things. The Shy unfortunately didn't have that flash available or the ultimate to escape this time. So in the 1v1, the Cassante will always outtrade you.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Iceborne Gauntlet now, so he's got plenty of damage to be able to go for it. Even threw up the emote right at the end. And again, this is looking very good from OMG. Again, game 2 very much felt like they fell behind. They didn't know how to come back from it. But this one, they've gotten more aggressive. They've gotten more proactive. And they've been throwing a lot at Weibo. And again, Weibo feels very null, very kind of passive in how they've been playing this game. It doesn't feel like they really know what they want to do once they fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, I feel like with the Shy on the side, he should really start forcing some stuff around the map, because Weiwei is definitely struggling a lot on this fight, at least trying to find angles, and that is all thanks to this Poppy pick getting locked in from OMG in this game 3. That is denying a lot of these kill angles that can allow Light to get ahead. Oh my god!
It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage.
I fucking love Milio.
I mean, it does feel like that kind of a champion right now. Very overloaded. You rush the Ardent Sensor as well. So minute. Rift Herald. Not going to spawn for at least another 2 minutes. You got Dragon in a minute 30. What? I
thought I muted my mic, but I thought I muted my mic and then I unmuted right away. So yeah, I have a bit of a cough right now.
Sounded like you were saying like a heh for it. Yeah, just like I was like, oh.
Cassante and Milio goes over to OMG.
Literally. But we'll see if it ends up being too much 200 years or too many kind of front-loaded champions. But for the moment, Weibo have got options. They've got ways of starting fights. We saw how good Crisp was on this Nami, protecting and also just setting up this Lucian for so much of that game number 2. So for me, I'm just waiting to see what Weibo can kind of, wake up a little bit, come back into this game and actually got to give OMG something to think about.
Yeah, especially with this dragon spawning in 40 seconds, that can potentially be another fight for Weibo Gaming to force, but it really doesn't seem like the Shy has any interest in joining in on these fights whatsoever. So it is all up to Weiwei The difference between Game 2 and Game 3 is that Xiaohu also acted as a source of engage, but this game, only the Vi has that hard CC that can lock down the enemy team.
Well, 20 seconds, not soul point or anything, but it would be a nice little boost to get you towards that goal should you want to try and go for it. As we see that the Aki trying to be a nuisance and clear out some of this vision. Weiwei just making sure that his vision does not get cleared out by Cream, who's already used the Shroud. Shouldn't be on too long of a cooldown at level 12, but we shall see as the Dragon does get started up. Both top laners have got TP, all summoners available across the board. No one really kind of focusing it just now. There's going to be a recall. No, never mind. It's going to be a 2 TPs coming in. Shanji thought about a recall maybe. Moonlight Vigil goes way wide, and that's a lot of potential damage no longer available here for OMG. Dragon down to about 50% HP. Cream seeing if he can find a flank on this backside, but there is a ward. There's a Keeper's Verdict to knock back Weiwei, and immediately they look to try and burst down this Dragon. No jungler available, and there's no way you can contest it. Weibo, unfortunately, just get ousted out of this particular contestation. Now do they look for the fight? Bubble does not land. They're just clearing out wards, making sure they got vision, and OMG get themselves back towards the mid lane. Nobody dies. Dragon goes to OMG.
Yeah, and that is just... Oh, I think OMG is looking for more, potentially. As Weibo Gaming, they're just struggling to find an angle to ever pull the trigger because of this Poppy, especially with her ulting away your own jungler, so there's just no way you're going to be able to contest for that Dragon. And OMG getting that first push in the middle lane does allow them to get to the objective first, which is something that you never want to be giving over to OMG. And something that we also have to highlight is Cream being an absolute nuisance on this Akali. Weibo can't really walk up because the Akali was consistently looking at the backline, even if the front line does go forward and contest.
I mean, again, it just feels like it's so hard. There's so many answers from OMG to try and stop anything that Weibo want to move forward with. Again, great Keeper's Verdict knocked out the Vi from any kind of contention. Cream looking like he wanted to go for a bit of a 1v1, but it wasn't a 1v1 in the end. Xiaohu had a friend at the back of this particular fight. Now 2 items finished for the AD carries. We can start to see a little bit of a gap being built up now between OMG and Weibo. It's about nearly 3,000 gold. And the Cassante and the Aphelios are definitely the big keepers of that. He should be able to get this tower no problem.
Yeah, and this is what you expect out of a Cassante versus Sion matchup, where later on in the stage, Cassante will have a slight edge in terms of the side lane push, while the Shy on the Sion, he realistically should be just pulling the trigger every single time they have the opportunity into the mid lane. Force flashes out, so Weiwei has an angle to re-engage and abuse the fact that the enemy team doesn't have summoners, but we see Weibo Gaming kind of taking the approach of slowly scaling and hoping that Xiaohu is able to get his items, and especially that Rabadon's and Shadow Flame online, so they're going to be able to match the damage of OMG, which is going to be the Aphelios and the Millie in the late game.
We just kind of wait. It's been a slow game. 2 kills in 21 minutes. You're on your 6th game. I could potentially be on 6 games later. I think both teams are definitely trying to keep our energy levels at a solid pace, but can't say
you
that I'm not.
You should have seen the BLG vs RA series. There was like 10 kills at 7 minutes.
Yeah, we're paying the price for it now. We have to make back the kills we got, and now there's going to be like 1 team fight end of game. It's going to be less than 10 kills in this entire setup. But I mean, it's happy for OMG. This is what they did very well in the regular split of spring. They were slow, they were steady, they made sure they were smart about where they put themselves around the map. Speaking about being put themselves around the map, Xiaohu is chunked out by Aki just as a little bit of a warning shot and says, hey, look, I'm here. And this is the thing, look at the map. Bot lane pushing in favor of OMG. Top lane in favor of OMG. Mid lane controlled by OMG. They are pulling and pushing Weibo around the map, and Weibo can't respond. So little by little, bit by bit, 20 CS lead, 20 CS lead. These are small incremental leads that are growing in the favor of OMG because of how they're playing around the map.
Most definitely, and we see a repeat of how OMG was able to take that game 1 away from Weibo Gaming, and it was from indecisiveness coming out of this roster, and particularly Weiwei. I mean, to be fair, the first game he was on a Kha'Zix, and it's extremely hard to force anything, but this game 3, I understand that you're versing a Poppy, and that even if you don't like counter the Poppy in terms of her ability to gank the bottom lane in the early game, you can't look for anything towards the top side either, because you decided to let the Cassante open all the way to that 5th position, and Shanzi is able to get a solo kill onto the Shy, and he's most likely most likely going to find even more pressure from the side lane.
And this is the thing. OMG feel like the ones in control. It feels like that no matter what you throw at them, they have an answer. Keeper's Verdict, the Steadfast Presence, the Milio Ultimate to try and stop anything, even just straight up mobility in a lot of their champions. Right now, we're going to wait to see if they want to go for something, because Sanji's on a flank. Didn't even see him there for a moment, but no one really to kind of back him up. He is just going to get a little bit of healing and shielding from his support and then back themselves away. 30 seconds until this Dragon Spalls. Kitty, what do you want to see from both these teams?
I want to see a hard engage coming out of the Shy, but I don't know how he's going to get his hands onto the enemy carry because of this front-to-back composition that OMG has able to... they've been drafting for this game 3, but Cream, my eyes are definitely on him for this upcoming fight because he has the potential to just instantly delete Light out of this fight.
Midwave has been dealt with. Xiaohu kind of zoning Abel away, so Abel's about 20 seconds before he really kind of joins back into this fight. Shanji going for a quick reset before he comes back in and TPs on this fight. There is a flank ward for him. You can see it there on the banana bush. Well, the new banana bush, you say. There, it's exactly it. He's going to TP straight on top of it. They're going to try and maybe turn on top of him, but that's a Cassante. You're not going to be able to burst him down. They maybe thought it was Xiaohu, or sorry, Cream on this Akali, but another great Keeper's Verdict means it's a 5v4. Xiaohu is out. There's going to be a TP to get him back in. Smite is stolen away by Weibo. Now the fight can really happen. Good tidal wave to try and disengage, but Weiwei has to flash. Good bubble here from Crisp. He's keeping his team alive. The Shy trying to see if he can get away, but he's already flashed. He's already been caught out. He's being burnt down. Cream almost gets caught, but he gets his flash to get himself over the wall. Now Shanji lunging into a 1v4 and looks like he wants some more. He wants to get the knockback. Triple knockback. Shanji, you are a monster right now, and you can see how confident Abel is. He goes forward to try and take out some more people, but what a move from Sanji. 1v4, and he sets up his team.
And that's Baron going over to OMG. No jungler, no top side for the side of Weibo Gaming. No vision whatsoever. And Xiao is so incredibly low. They can't even trade it for the mid tower.
Light almost goes down. They get themselves a bubble, though. It's absolutely perfect from the side of Weibo to defend their AD carry. They will lose the Baron, but they get themselves a little bit of a consolation prize as the mid lane turret and a kill goes down.
Let me introduce you to Milio.
Oh, my lord. So much damage and the range extension as well onto Abel. They're not able to convert that into a kill, but OMG, they don't get the dragon, but they'll be happy enough with that fight.
I think that was the most beautiful Cassante fight that I've ever seen coming out of Shanzi, especially when it came to these clutch moments, as Xiaohu instantly got knocked away by Aki with that Poppy ultimate, forcing him to TP into the middle of everything. But luckily, Weibo Gaming was able to deny this dragon away, and they needed to look for a disengage, as Shanzi popping the ghost as well, sticking onto Light, as there was just no space being created by the Shy, and without that flash available and the ultimate, oh, he did have flash, but he had to use it eventually. Shanty's just zoning out 4 people again in classic Shanty style, but I believe everyone's highlight in this team fight is him landing this Q3 onto 3 people, and that allowed Abel, who still had the Gale Force, to go even further in. Unfortunately, had to dodge the bubble at the very last second. I think Xiaohu could have died as well, but an overall net positive for OMG. Now they get the Baron, and they get that late game scaling composition rolling.
Watch this bubble. They're going to show it here because there's nothing else happening. Watch this bubble from Crisp right now. He knows exactly where Cream is going to go.
Mind control.
Boom. Absolutely perfect there from Crisp. I mean, just adding to your claim that he's probably the best Nami in the league. Just so damn good. Does mean that it's a little bit better coming out of that here for Weibo, but it's 5,500 gold down. It's not a good place to be. And OMG looking to try and take a big scalp right here at the start of the year. Or start of the split, I should say.
Now the question is, can Victor wave clear this properly when the Aphelios is shooting you from 2 screens away? As Cream is also working his way in through that topside wave, and they have no reason to be walking into this topside jungle due to the vision control that OMG's been able to set up. And no flashes available on either carries as well, so if Cassante is able to get his hands onto these people, they might be in trouble.
The Cassante can get onto the Lucian, who has got 3 items and is very powerful, but definitely not unkillable in that regard. You're so squishy in these setups, but see now mid lane getting pressured in here by Shanji. He looks to try and just kind of keep putting in half the health of the turret just from one demolish proc. It's just so disgusting. Cream died. Not quite sure how Cream died, but Cream died. And they do end up getting themselves that kill over to the Lucian. So Light still very relevant in this game. And Cream, unfortunately, having a little bit of a bad time trying to assassinate this AD carry.
Not too bad, a sneaky pick into Light's pockets, but without these towers in the mid lane, it's going to be so hard for them to even walk up on the side of Weibo Gaming, also forcing the TP out of Shanty. We're going to take a replay of what happened here. It was just Cream getting caught on the side and locking this Akali down with that Vi ultimate and a follow-up from the Lucian. This Lucian still hurts a lot, but you know who he doesn't hurt? The Cassante. So if Shanty is constantly on the carries of Weibo Gaming, these fights are going to be really hard for them to fight out unless they play off these picks, and especially Xiaohu going towards that Rabadons for the third item and not the Void Staff. You already saw a slight trade before Cream got caught and it did nothing to this Poppy. So I still want to see Weibo Gaming look for these consistent picks on the side, because obviously Cream is still very vulnerable to these.
Absolutely, and I love the build coming out from Aki as well. Foregoing the Mythic, getting the Dead Man's Plate and the Sunfire Cape just makes sense in my head, just because you're kind of going, look, I'm trying to be a nuisance. I'm not looking to, you know, out-sustain or anything like that. I'm looking to get on top of the AD carry. I'm looking to get on top of Xiaohu. Doesn't matter if I have the Radiant Virtue or not, or obviously wouldn't be building the Radiant Virtue, but maybe a Iceborne Gauntlet, but not to be for the moment, and he's happy with the build he's gotten so far. Stopwatch was picked up and completed there by Kareem, so he's going to have that in his back pocket available to him. You would love a Rabadons right now for Xiaohu before the next big team fight, which is probably going to be in a minute 40 around that Baron, as this Dragon is going uncontested as OMG finally get themselves on the soul point.
Xiaohu is level 16 now, so he's going to start hurting, especially with that death cap in hand, but not just quite yet. The Baron is going to be spawning in 1 minute 30, so we're praying that Weibo Gaming, they can't find a sneaky pick here, but OMG playing very disciplined and working their vision towards that top side. And I'm not too sure how they can really walk in, because this I feel like is going to really hurt with the LDR, so even the Shy can't really tank it for too long.
I love the vision as well from Weibo, just kind of cutting small, not putting them in the traditional spots, just putting them in a little, maybe not the most optimal, but definitely giving them information. So in the Raptor camp, off to the side near the Red Buff, things that can kind of just make sure they know whether someone is coming in or out of their own jungle. They don't get themselves caught out. Xiaohu finishes up his Rabadon's death cap, so he is going to delete somebody if he gets a full combo off. That is the big thing I'm looking at towards right now, and I love this coming out from Light as well. Forgoing another damage item, getting himself a Hex Drinker, making sure that he's got the survivability should he get caught out by Cream.
And ideally, Cream wants to have his eyes focused on the Xiaohu, because we already have a Hex Drinker coming in for Light. Just having that extra bit of magic resist against this assassin, but we see OMG kind of already setting up their vision for this Baron, while Cream is constantly pressuring towards the bottom side. So Weibo Gaming ideally want to force something here, but Aki needs to play very, very carefully with how he places the W.
All summoners available. The only thing not up is the teleport on Shanji. Level 16 for Cream. His ultimate is going to hurt. He's got pressure in that bot side and a teleport to use should he want to. There's a blue ward as well in that pit, so they know that the Baron's not going to be taken from spawn. Pushing in that wave on the bot side is very, very solid here from the side of OMG. They know where they can go. They know how they can pressure out this wave. And they know what they need to do to try and take down Weibo. This game, despite the gold lead here for OMG, it's still very, very close. We're getting to late game territory where gold means very, very little.
Yeah, and because they see both the side lane is showing towards that wave, they're going to just regain their vision for this top side on the side of OMG. Now resetting for that vision once again onto PP God. But I don't know, Weibo Gaming, they kind of seem like they are running out of options very slowly, because OMG currently looking like they have the better macro. Maybe they just flip it. I don't know.
Be very, very LPL of them if they flipped it. We'll have to wait and see what they want to... Yeah, just flip it.
There's 6 kills at 30 minutes.
Yeah, I had a big yawn there. It's been a slow burner of a game, shall we say, but it's building up a bit of a tension right now because nobody wants to give up this game. It shows you how much respect is being given to both these sides. They know how good they can be. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. TP going to be forced out from Xiaohu as the Baron has been started and is getting shredded. Cream off on a flank. Shanji trying to play keep away on Wei, and he should be able to get the all out should he want to try and keep him off of this. They are going to try and bring this Baron down. Wei, why would you go backwards on that one? They're going to try go in. He got it! Flash is in and gets the smite down. That's going to be a secure there for the side of Wei, but can they get out with their lives? That is the question. Shanji taking so much damage. Cream looking to see if he can be a nuisance. but they only get the one. It's daylight robbery for Weibo. They get the Baron. They only lose one. They're going to be happy with that.
Look, although Weiwei only has 1 KP at 32 minutes as a Vi, he was able to secure this Baron and bring Weibo Gaming back into this game. Yes, they scale and they finally made it. The death cap in hand for Xiaohu now. They're going to be doing wonders with this Baron buff, but we're going to have to see how this happened because Weiwei somehow ended up at the very back of this team fight as Xiaohu did get ulted away by... he didn't... end up at the back of the team fight, but he just flashed in and stole as PP God trying to get a better positioning. That was a classic LPL flip.
And then we go back again. 1 minute till Dragon spawns. And you said that Light or Shanji won't be taking damage from Light. I think Light had something to say about that. He is massive right now with so much crit, so much kind of tank shred as well with that Lord Dominus Regard. So really, really scary prospect for him to kind of run up into you. And now, see what they want to try and go for. The big thing is you got the Shurelya's Revelry finished up, the Ionian Boots of the City as well for PP God. It means that his cooldown reductions are going to be so good. His ability haste is huge right now to be able to kind of get these cooldowns back. So we'll see what they want to kind of go for. Light at level 16, just hit it just there. You'd love to have able to have that level 16 as well. And this poke is becoming a bit of a problem for the side of OMG.
Yeah, especially with the Dragon Soul spawning in 20 seconds, Cream is desperately trying to get his hands onto the backline, but every single time it's been a tiny bit unsuccessful because of how well Weibo is grouping up right now. No vision whatsoever towards his bot side though. So Weibo Gaming, they need to face check this.
Will they face check it? That is the question. They kind of have a bit of vision to kind of go for it. Bot lane goes down to the minions as they were pushing in favor of Weibo. It's another little bit of gold, 23,000 gold lead. And again, it means very, very little. The flank of flanks. They have not seen Cream in such a long time. And they're going to see him very, very soon. Here we go. Tidal Wave to try and disengage. To jump on top of it. Aki is already dead. Light is the target, but can he be assassinated? That is the real question. No, the assassin has turned into the assassinated as he just got turned on by Light. But they've killed off Weiwei. And now, can they get on top of the rest of the team? They get the double knockback, but the Akali has already gone down. They go forward. It's all about the Aphelios who flashes in, and they want to try and take them all down. It's all on the Aphelios solutions. They both fall. Xiaohu is still alive, but he is running for his life. Milio to try and get him a little bit of extra movement speed, but it's not going to be enough. The Dragon is still alive. Drunglers are dead. That was a team fight to end all team fights.
That's a 3v3 trade, and no one's gonna be starting this Dragon anytime soon as Xiaohu barely lives on 1 HP. I wouldn't be surprised if Xiaohu comes over and just starts this Dragon straight away, but Shandy does have that TP available. What a fight, because we had Light in the back of everything and just killing Cream himself, but he was a little bit too overextended, and then Shanzi realized that this Lucian was becoming a very big nuisance. But while that was happening, everyone forgot that Xiaohu is a 3-item victor at level 18.
We can see Cream does not have the damage to kill off this Lucian at this stage. The Lucian can kill you, and now this will be sold for OMG. Could be huge for them. They have none of their damage dealers on it just yet. Weiwei coming in here from the backside, maybe looking to try and steal this one away. Knows he's not seen. Maybe another little steal. He's gotten 2 so far this game. This could be to try and delay the game a little bit more. Double TB coming in. That's going to be Xiaohu and the Shy here. There's a TB on the backside. That's going to be Cream coming in on the backside of this fight. Looking to try and maybe get an assassin as well, as he knows there's no real kind of damage protection here. There's no vision for the side of Weibo. This could be perfect. This could be amazing. This could be everything they want and more. Shanji just about gets the Galgo Storm out of the all-out to try and make sure the Shy cannot get anything going. The Keeper's Verdict keeps Cream alive. The Shy goes down, and OMG go back to the Dragon.
And Shanji doesn't die throughout the entire fight. He still has a TP available, so he's just going to TP, maybe even looks for a flank with that minion wave in the mid lane. And Weibo Gaming, they're desperately trying to deny this, but Xiaohu, he can't find his poke.
Weiwei's got to get this. They know how powerful this Ocean Soul would be for a team with a Poppy, a Cassante. There's a great Moonlight Vision. A lot of damage! And not able, picking up so much there. Xiaohu, who hadn't got a chance in hell. Soul confirmed, and now OMG, they may try to run up mid.
With double laners down, Weibo Gaming, they are looking desperate. I don't think they have what it takes to defend this final push from OMG. They're going to look to end.
They're going to look to end. They're so short range. They got to defend at their Nexus. That's what they decided to do. They're going to have the Shy back in 8 seconds. OMG at 38 minutes may look to try and end the game right here, right now. They don't have Baron. It's just an Ocean Soul. There's a tidal wave to try and disengage. Cream takes a lot of damage there from the Lucian, and the Lucian still does a hell of a lot. PV God does get taken low. Weibo almost destroyed, but he still stays alive. That's the important thing. As long as nobody dies, the death timers are irrelevant. As he jumps onto light, he is assassinated by Kasanji. Sanji on this champion just hits different, and he hits hard. OMG will pick up their first scalp of the season, and you can see how much that means to them.
What an amazing team fight to wrap everything up as they upset the entire series, taking the series to 2-1 up against Weibo Gaming, and they pick up their first win of this summer split.
A close, tense game, but OMG showing that they have got the resolve, they have got the team fighting prowess, which every LPL team needs if they want to try and succeed. We could get a little excited for this team once again. It was a very rocky start for them. They went 0-2 down to BLG in the start of the season, but now in the second series, they were able to take down Weibo, who took down JDG, and we come back into the circle of suck coming into it. This team beats that team beats this team. This is what makes the LPL so enjoyable to watch. You just do not know who's going to show up on their day.
And there is an absolute reason why Shanty hasn't been able to get this champion called Cassante throughout the entire spring playoffs. And that last two team fights were the reasons. And exactly, I mean, not even the last two, all the team fights throughout the entire game, the triple knock-up, the isolation on the Cassante, getting the Shy back into the team fight where he isn't able to get out and making it a 4v5 situation. I think OMG approaching this game 3, they just had a much better draft, and when you give them their comfort champions, this is what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, Cream on the Akali. He went for stuff. It never always worked out, but he definitely went for stuff. It made people think about it. And I just have to say it every single time. If you're picking Cassante, no offense to you, Cream, Shanji's just better. Shanji is so damn good on this champion. It's insane. I do not want to see teams letting him have it, but if they do, I never want to see it in anyone else's hands. It has to go into Shanji, and he just exceptional in team fights, exceptional in the laning phase, exceptional full stop.
Yeah, and someone else that I also want to credit is that last team fight. Abel managed to get his hands onto 3 people with that ultimate, and really just hurt so much. And bringing it back to why this game kind of got to this 40-minute mark and why OMG was very happy with this game state is that they have Milio and Cassante sliding through both of these drafts. And I just think that those two champions getting onto the same team is extremely illegal. I know that Weibo Gaming is very good individually and mechanically, but sometimes you just can't deal with the OP-ness, the OP champions of Riot. Can we cut? Can we cut?
Hey, it's been a long day for you. You've had 6 games so far. That it happens. It happens to the best of us. Unfortunately, there, Kitty. But I understand what you mean. The way these kind of champions work, the way they're kind of built right now, it just feels like they're so front loaded. You had the Milio, you had the Aphelios, you had the Cassante. There's so many ways, so many different things you can build off it, and a great kind of scalp here. Great win for OMG. It is a bit of a weird one for Weibo because, again, I think we're seeing very similar issues that we saw for them in Spring Split. Again, similar things where it's like, okay, this team looks amazing. They come in, they smash JDG. There's not even a question about it. It's a 2-0, get wrecked. Weibo looks a fantastic fit. And then we come into today, and after game 1, it was like, okay, you guys didn't really do anything. Game 2, they found themselves a little bit of a lead and they were to work from it. And then game 3, again, similar enough to game number 1, they just didn't move forward with it. They didn't really kind of push themselves to get any kind of advantage, and once they didn't find an early advantage, they didn't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if Aki didn't lose that one Baron, as you can see in the goal difference over time, that created that whole shift in goal for the side of Weibo, or given the Baron to the side of Weibo, it would have been a very good game from this Poppy as well. And obviously, looking at the damage graphs, Aphelios and Milio, these two champions just working together, once you do reach that stage in the game, I really don't know how you counter this. You had the Victor, you had the Rabadons in his pockets as well, but he doesn't have the range to ever challenge someone like the Sephilos in this current meta?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was just a great game from OMG, great series for them, and gets into 1-1, the first win of the split, which is so important coming in for them. They got a bit of a run, though. They got to go up against JDG on Wednesday next week. Then they go up against RNG, who we still are kind of figure out where they want to go. But we're going to send it over to our interview with Shanji and Christina.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Shanji, the top laner for OMG. Congratulations on your win. It is your very first win of Summer Split. Maybe it was a little bit shaky in game number 2, but eventually you took down game number 3. What do you think of today's matchup against the WBG overall? 欢迎山鸡来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 OMG 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，同时这也是你们在夏季赛的首胜。虽然说可能中间第2局是小失一城嘛，但你们最后赢下了第3局。整体来看，觉得今天这3场比赛打下来，感觉怎么样呢？
就感觉我们今天都睡醒了，就今天睡醒了。
Actually, I think maybe today we slept very well and we are awake to play this game. And I want to start with the game number 1. Why did you pick Aatrox as the last pick in game number 2? And how do you guys manage to snowball very smoothly in game 1? 接下来想问一下，第1局的时候最后一选是这边选出了剑魔嘛？其实看到你在很多英雄之间摇摆，所以最后选下剑魔的原因是什么呢？并且在第1局你们是怎么样稳扎稳打的滚起雪球了呢？
第一把就3板斧被ban了，没办法，只是掏出4、5板斧了。然后当时那个阵容就剑魔很合适，然后我觉得就这把正常发育，我会无敌。
Actually, because that our opponent have banned 3 my signature champs, so I just want to try my Aatrox as a first very signature champs, and I think Aatrox is very suitable for our whole draft. As long as I can farm and I can just skill to the mid to late game, I will be dominant and powerful. And the next question is about how did you guys make adjustment after losing game number 2? Because I saw you still let the Lucian is open, and so what your focus point before the game number 3? 那么在第2局的时候呢，可以看到结束之后，想问一下队内这边做了什么样的调整？好像这是不是把重心放在了除了英雄之外的其他的点呢？然后你们觉得主要是在第3局关注的重点是什么？
就第2把当时脑子有点抽，就兰博其实并不是个正确的选择，就从赤裸开始选梦魇就有点错误了。就我们当时不会觉得是我们自己的问题，就会觉得我们所有人就没想到，BP 就是没想好。然后第三把的话，我觉得就是我们正常打，我觉得我们是能赢对面的，就这么简单。
So the reason why I think we made adjustment is I want to start with a ban pick phase because I don't think Rumble was a very good pick. Maybe we just pick Nocturne was a mistake from the forced pick. So maybe we just to try to change our draft a little bit and come into the game 3. I'm sure that if we perform normally, we will win the game number 3. And coming to the game number 3, you actually got leads ahead from the early to mid game to the whole game. But one thing I'm a little bit curious is about that when their jungler still stole the Baron. Are you still confident of winning the game number 3? 那么其实，在第3局的时候，正如山鸡选手所说的嘛，你们是很自信可以拿下比赛，但是可能虽然在整个游戏当中都拿到了经济领先，除了对面的打野抢掉32分钟那条大龙之后。 你们队内的氛围是怎么样的？会不会觉得这一点会影响你们后续的一个状态呢？
就反正我们就正常打吧，反正就正常交流，就没什么压力。就当然被抢了，我们还是会说就随便打喽，感觉随便赢。
Actually, we just perform normally, and we don't think maybe the Baron still cause a little bit big trouble for us, and we just need to play normally, and we can still win at that time, even though we lost our Baron in that team fight. So, final question for you: you and OMG performed pretty good this year, especially in Spring Split. Coming to a new season, what is your own personal goal and your team's overall goal for the Summer Split? 那么，其实今年春季赛的时候，山鸡和 OMG 整个队伍都打得很好。我相信到了夏季赛，大家对你们有更高的期待。那么山鸡选手个人对于夏季赛的一个展望是怎么样的呢？
就开在这4场应该检一下实力。如果4场能赢2场的话，我们应该能进季后赛吧？应该能进猫爆赛。如果我们这4场能赢2场。
Actually, I want to test our strengths in the first 4 games. If we can win the 2 games of 4 4 games of the summer split, I think we can make to the regional finals for the world. Thank you so much for joining me. Hope to see you there. 谢谢珊姐来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. I love that. We want to get regional finals. We want to go to Worlds. Absolutely love that. Shanji looking like an absolute beast in the Cassante, but he was not our MVP, Kitty. Not today. It was down to Aki, who just said, I'm camping bot lane, and there's nothing you can do about it. He was impeccable with his ultimates. He was incredible with his engages, and he was what they needed him to be in that game.
That's my boy getting 9% damage share on this Poppy, but that's not the important bit, okay? You need to see how this first 20 minutes played out, because Light and Chris were living under constant fear of getting wrapped around by this Poppy from the back with this Hex Slash in hand. And of course, for a lot of those major objectives, Aki was able to find his ultimate and it connected onto a major carry onto the enemy team, and it forced a 4v5 where it allowed OMG to reach that soul point pressure. And it all started with Aki trading at that flash for flash against Weiwei, but he was able to kind of continue that trend with the Hex Flash.
Yeah, I mean, look, using the flash with the Poppy feels like, oh, wow, what's such a crazy thing to do. But you are going to take the Hex Flash. You are going to put yourself in such a, you know, kind of almost better to have the X Flash than the flash, to be perfectly honest, in a lot of situations, because you can use it off cooldown so often. But again, just so good to see him kind of coming into this. And again, amazing to see OMG get this win. They have high hopes. They want to make it to Worlds. And this is the big thing. You know, we obviously talk about championships and such. JDG, one of the bigger favorites in that particular conversation. But we have 4 seeds that will be going to the World Championship. And I mean, it's hard to tell who will actually be going on that plane over to South Korea. We don't know who's going to be kind of representing us, because there's so many great teams that we have in our league.
Yeah, and the best thing about our league is that we truly don't know who's going to come first, because there's this weird system going around where the hierarchy, it's like JDG's never won against Weibo, and the Weibo, they've never really won against, what was it? I think was it OMG? No, it wasn't OMG.
Possibly, yeah.
It was possibly OMG.
It was possibly. I know exactly what you're saying. It's a circle of
EDG's never won against top esports, and the list continues. But yes, the final 4 teams that will be representing us in Worlds will be truly a mystery. But in the very end, I will be happy with whoever, because they're all my
absolutely.
teams.
We just want everyone to have, they're all our teams, absolutely. But that is all the time we have for this particular series. That's all the time you have for today. You're going to go off and get yourself some rest. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we return, Lyric will be replacing Kitty, and we'll bring you our final series of the day.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero and I'm in my own life.
我觉得我们刚刚打完麦才回来嘛，就可能英雄版本还没有那么熟悉，可能还需要一点时间去了解一下。下场打李宁的话，就他们中野也是非常强势 ，AD 也是引援了嘛，所以感觉他们整体都非常强，就感觉只要我们打好地了就行了。和死哥的对线嘛，就也是比较了解他吧，就之前怎么玩，就现在怎么玩就行了。
装备改动之后，就法师就会特别厉害吧。然后现在 OP 的英雄是妮可吧。我觉得 Knight 选手的话，就擅长打输出吧。但是 MSI 的时候是，他也利用了一些功能性英雄，然后也特别打得挺好吧。然后打他们的话要注意一下他们的中野吧。夏季赛的话拿个冠军吧，想跟自己说加油吧。
A lot of respect between these mid laners as they go into a Clash of Titans. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have replaced Kitty. She needed a rest. She already did 6 games. We got in Lyric to try and bring us up to the last series of the day. We are going to be trying our very best to get this as quick as possible. So we should be seeing the picks and bans on our lower half of our screen very, very soon, Lyric. But this is a massive game now between these two Titans of the league.
Yeah, exactly, right? Match of the week coming in. LNG up against JDG. MSI champions coming off a loss against Weibo, who did just lose in that last series. And LNG, who have to make a really quick turnaround. Because if you didn't watch yesterday, LNG played yesterday against RNG. They did win that series. And now here we are, hopefully about to get in the game. Because, again, we know we have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's going to be an absolute banger.
Absolutely. And again, look, this is the big thing for LNG. They played 3 series this week. They played yesterday. Now they're playing today. They are lucky in the sense that they have their own home stadium in Suzhou, so they don't have to do a lot of the traveling, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of down to the other teams to travel to them. That's kind of why they kind of get away, quote unquote, with having this kind of a setup. But again, curious to see kind of where these teams kind of line up against each other. JDG did take a bit of a beat down against Weibo Gaming, and again, I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to bounce back, because we were talking about this, that normally at the start of split, we give teams time to let themselves have a little bit of a breather. You just came off of winning MSI. It was literally 2 weeks ago. Now you kind of have to come into it, but it's such a short split. We're already coming to the end of week 1. There's only 6 weeks left.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of time. And I think the person you're going to be looking at is someone like Kanavi, because even in spring, I feel like Kanavi at the beginning of the split had moments where looked a little bit off kilter. In the Weibo series, he was one of the people who it felt like was getting a little bit exploited. So hopefully he can come in today up against tough competition like Tarzan and have a better showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing that I'm looking at, like you said, is that Kanavi needs to have a little bit more kind of control of what he's doing. It did feel like he was a little bit lost in that Weibo series where Weiwei was able to have the much better time of the matchup in that particular one, but not quite sure
Always
when it's
has,
coming
though,
up.
Sheen.
Yeah,
Always has.
It's a historical bogey team or at least a bogey player for Kanavi, but not quite sure if there's a delay or not, but we should be getting our picks and bans from game number 1 below our screen very, very shortly. I hope we are getting them very shortly because, again, I just want to sink my teeth into this game. I don't want to have to wait any longer than I have to. I just want to see what these two teams want to bring out because, again, I want to see if JDG bounce back because, again, a 2-0 right at the start of the season, regardless of your own circumstances, regardless of the excuses we give you, as an MSI and reigning LPL champion, that's never going to feel good.
No, not at all. And again, like you said, don't know what we're waiting on, but I'm just gonna expose them. I'm just gonna say what we have in these drafts.
You looked at the spoilers.
Looking at the drafts, I feel like that's a-okay. We don't know how the gameplay is gonna go, but we do have an Elise coming out on the side of JDG, which is always incredibly interesting to be able to see. Right? We're saying someone like Kanavi needs to step up, going into the pool, bringing out some pocket picks. That could be the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing we're seeing. It's always that fun thing that happens that, yes, the meta is a little bit stale at the moment, especially for a lot of the kind of maybe lower down teams or middle of the table teams. They all kind of pick the same things. But we're seeing it today with OMG. We're now seeing it, obviously, if the Elise you say is true, even though it's definitely happened and we are much further behind in the schedule setting. But these are the little pocket picks that can kind of change the dynamic of how these pick bans go. It's like, oh, well, you can't just pick the Zeri now, because we saw in the last series, because the Yuumi is far more powerful. You can't just leave the Cassante open because it's a bit of a flex. These small little things that kind of change how you kind of bring into a matchup is going to be the biggest kind of differentiator between what I would say is like an innovative team and a team that's just kind of floating on by on what they've been told is kind of the correct thing to do.
And it seems like we're gonna have to kill more time than we intended.
Yeah,
so
we're not getting any updates.
we can tangent
we're
this into
reviving the Last Hit podcast. Let's go from yesterday to today.
we're only 1 week. We haven't even finished week 1 yet, and already like this. But
I know,
so
right?
what you're telling me is you want more players like Hung, not support Hung. You want WE Jungle Hung, where he brought out what was it, the Rumble Jungle the other day.
Rumble Jungle, and he played Nautilus as well. He played the two pocket picks.
And I believe, other than Maokai, and now this Elise that I've revealed, because I only revealed the Elise because everything else is stock and standard that we're going to be seeing in this draft. Those are the only AP junglers that we've gotten so far. Again, Nico just way too powerful of a laner. It seems like for teams to even want to think about flexing that champion into the jungle. We sadly haven't gotten any of like the Nidalee coming out from like our Nidalee specialist people like Shun. So hopefully we get some more of that sauce as the split goes on. And there it is.
Jumping into the game. You got the Elites and the Jace, something that can work very, very exceptionally well. And a Malphite coming out here as well for LNG. So definitely a little bit of meta, but nice to see the Elites kind of getting back into play. It feels like it was one of those things that kind of happens to kind of, fall out of the meta because she was so reliant on having someone to work with. But with the changes to the jungle, changes to the way the game is working, I feel like there is definitely a place for this champion.
Yeah, especially if you can be, again, explosive on the map very early on. Match of the week, JDG, LNG, people like Knight going head-to-head with Scout, Kanavi up against Tarzan, Ruler. I mean, just, pretty pound for pound, the matchups being incredibly exciting.
An early hook, and we're going to see a little bit of a separation of the sides right now. No real presence or no real pressure to kind of get any kind of outside of information there from either LNG or JDG. And it's interesting to see as well, LNG coming in now 2-0 at the start of the split. Remember, this is the team that kind of starts off with a 7-0 start traditionally. Nice good hook there from Missing to try and catch out the Lulu, but it is just kind of part and parcel to see where these two teams are going to go. Again, we're giving JDG a little bit of extra time to kind of bring themselves back into this fold and re-acclimatize themselves.
Yeah. Going to have to be able to find that footing. And now that we're in-game and, can actually talk about this draft, right? I think one thing very clear for the side of JDG is wanting to make things happen early. We already kind of hit on that with the Elise. When you have the Elise plus Jace combo coming together, you're going to want to see Kanavi holding hands with Knight, should be some pick potential down in that bot lane, even if Polymorph is a good deterrent to like hooks being able to come out. That was a great one to get Gala's cleanse. I think a lot of options for JDG in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that why this Thresh has kind of found himself, not honestly, it's kind of been definitely lower down on the priorities, but you still have to respect it. Not seen as a, you know, kind of as engagey as something like a Nautilus, but getting those picks off with those hooks, having that lantern to be able to help out people definitely comes out in a lot of handy kind of situations, as we now see Kanavi finding himself with an opportunity maybe to go for something in that mid lane. Would have to expend his flash if you really wanted to get on top there of Scout, but with the accelerated shock blast already being used, it feels like you don't really have the burst to fully 100-0 him.
No, you might be able to get his flash on. That could be the difference maker.
No, they are going to get it as they're jumping back forward a little bit into the future there. We did miss it out, but look, at the end of the day, the flash does get used by Scout, and everyone just kind of gets themselves a little bit of advantage. And I'm good to see this from Kanavi, being a lot more proactive in this particular start of this early game than he was in that game against Weibo.
And hell, that's one of the things of like being pushed down further on the totem pole, right? Not picking jungle in those first 3 picks, the Maokai getting banned out in that second rotation and having to go on Elise, maybe something that will unlock Kanavi to be able to find more plays. On the side of LNG, because we haven't really talked about what their game plan should be, I don't think they have anywhere near as many early options. You're definitely looking at the level 6 mark for, you know, Viego to be able to link up, work with the Nico, try and get those resets online, and play more for team fights. Tarzan?
Yeah, well, there's a good flash in. You've got the Glacial Augment. Good hook means they know they got their fish. The Nico goes down. Tarzan knocked backwards is actually kind of huge. 1 or 2 more autos would have killed him. And Missing with a fantastic roam there, just making that punish on the flashless Nico.
Yeah, great job to just re-hit where they've already put pressure earlier on. Not only getting a kill, but getting a summoner spell off of Tarzan. Missing not going to feel too bad about losing out on his summoners to get that kill right, having the Hex Flash for the spot lane. And JDG just don't want to stop Machine. They might not be able to find the hook, but I love how bloodthirsty they're being.
I was gonna say, I mean, like the biggest, I suppose the only real talking point that you come out with JDG is that, oh, you know, there's superstars in every lane except for maybe Missing. Missing kind of just is good but does his job. Missing took this personally. Missing is kind of going, all right, I now need to be a top tier support in this league, in the world, if I want to try and hold my name in. And plays like that, plays like this are what's gonna kind of put his name on the map when you think about the kind of grand scheme of this roster.
And I like that you point that out because it's pretty much only name value that Missing doesn't stack up. In terms of play, Missing has definitely been an absolute stud. And with more time, as great flash, dodging out on the CC, then turning it into the hook connecting. Tarzan nowhere to go, but yeah, just a matter of time before Missing's name is known, especially if JDG can just keep up the level of performance they had at MSI. We're going to give them a pass for their first series. You just got back, you just won, you were celebrating, you were having a good time. It's going to take some time before JDG can probably get up to that same level of form that they were showing.
Absolutely agree. Minion going to block out that death sentence, so I see Kanavi making his way down here, though. The Hex Flash is good, but has already been a slow now. Heal from Hung, just from the pressure of Kanavi, because you cannot let that Cocoon go too far or too close to your AD carry. And look, presence is all they needed, and they get themselves a summoner.
And look at the farm as well for Kanavi, not even really falling behind, despite the fact that he has been just chain ganking non-stop, putting pressure on the map. And even just across the board, right? 3-6-9 in a favorable spot in that top lane matchup, as you'd expect with the Cassante. Mid lane Knight can have all the pressure in the world from the earlier ganks. So it really just gives Kanavi even more free roam over the map to do as he pleases.
Now Kanavi will see, he's been spotted out here, but like you said, pressure in the bot, pressure in the mid lane, can do whatever hell he wants, and that means that whatever hell he wants is going to be that early dragon. So early stacking coming in here. Good news for JDG and JDG fans alike. It is a Chem Dragon first, so it's not going to be a Chem Soul, so hopefully something decent will be popping out from this particular one, as we can see using the
mini-map machine.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tarzan kind of caught out here as they look to try and catch him out on his little bit of a rotation, but he's already been spotted out, taken away from his mid laner. A dragon and a kill. This is the JDG we saw at MSI, and they have finally come back to LPL to show why they should be feared.
And look at the whole map state, right? You just got Dragon. You've now won out on top side, finding a kill on the enemy jungler. Gal and Hung recalling earlier on, so Ruler and Missing are able to get that wave in. They've pretty much just went out across the map in every way that you can. So almost making it up to a 2K gold lead. Going to start coming back with some nice components. Berserker's Agree double longsword down there for Ruler. Sheen already being built for 369. When on the side of LNG now, though, you have ults online. Tarzan should be close to getting his up. And that's where, right, you have the burst coming out from the Nico. You have the CC with the Malphite. And hopefully you can start getting Tarzan some resets and really finding an avenue back into this game.
That's the big thing. It's kind of already falling behind now, and especially with the burst options, as you mentioned, with the Elise and the Jace, you just need to find an opportunistic moment maybe to get something back in your favor. And there's definitely ways of doing it. You've got the Viego for resets. You've got the Nico. See what they can make it work for. But right now, Tarzan looking towards that top side. Difficult to really see him getting much else here, to be honest with you. Even if they all end on the Cassante, it's still a Cassante. I just wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, he even has the ultimate up, right? Has the all out, has potential ways to maneuver around and escape. It looks like they know they can't go for it. Gonna try and turn it into a Rift Herald. Just for now, Kanavi gonna focus on vision towards the bottom half of the map. So a bit of a reprieve for LNG, being able to get a semblance of a neutral objective, maybe get some more gold back into their own pockets.
I'm gonna find the recall there. They
die more.
Gala is probably not even aware of how lucky he is in that regard, as he does end up getting the recall off just in time. That means that Kanavi feels comfortable to go for this little push in. They're going to try and get this wave reset as well. And this is great from Ruler and Missing to kind of push in this wave constantly. We're seeing this kind of be the answer into something like the Aphelios, is that if you let the Aphelios kind of have the way, the lane where he's able to kind of dictate when and where he has the guns, when and where he can get a reset, he does end up running away with the game just a little bit too quickly. But in this situation, we're seeing the Jinx just kind of be perfect to try and just keep pushing in the way. The Gala can never, ever open himself out to the map. And he has to kind of, you know, be a little bit more liberal with the gun uses when he's trying to get all this farm.
Yeah, and already losing out on 2 plates down in that bot lane, so Ruler already accelerating even further ahead with the Noon Quiver, making his way up to that Storm Razor, so going to have that nice bit of early power. And honestly, like, Zika kind of being the only one who's really gone unpunished. 10 CS down, but you're a Malphite, not the end of the world. I guess bot lane hasn't died for the side of LNG. They're not too far behind in terms of CS. Really just that plate gold going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, a couple of kills and mainly kind of focus on that mid lane. Actually, solely focus on that mid lane as the Jace has the 2. But it'll be a slower start now as we wait to see now with teams kind of getting them to their first items. That's generally what we like to see is, or what teams like to see, is generally getting up to that first item before they really go for any kind of crazy play. Scout moving forward with this. Just at the last second, I think Knight tried to figure it out. He gets away though. Oh my lord, he saw it at the last second and he does eventually get the flash out. That's kind of huge. There's 2 flashes and 2 huge ultimates from LNG that aren't going to lead into anything.
Yeah, sadly, Zika trying his best to get in range to be able to get that ulti down quick enough, but wasn't. Now, Kanavi just going to force them back. I don't know if they can really force the play off this with how low Knight is and having no mana.
Yeah, just kind of happy to get a little bit of harassment back down. Zika was the one who picked up those plate gold as well, which isn't ideal. Not bad, but not best. And they had to use a TP to get the Nico off the top side as 369 holding steady with his unleashed teleport, kept himself on that top lane. While bot lane, the box was dropped, but nobody hit it.
No, not connecting with anyone. I do want to go back to that point about the plates going to Zika. I think, you know, not the worst considering you look at JDG's comp, and it will mostly be physical damage, right? Like, Kanavi going to do his fair amount, but if you can have Zika just up front, absorbing as much as possible, maybe it buys time for members of LNG to get positioned once we start getting to a team fight phase. If we ever do, is JDG now?
Oh, that's a good... Yeah, I was going to say, good cleanse from Gala to immediately recognize if he gets hit by that hook and they are able to kind of put down even more CC. He is a dead man, so... We're seeing that cleanse being burned time and time again, and yes, it's doing its job. It's keeping him alive, but definitely don't want to be losing it too frequently, especially just before a dragon fight, which could potentially be happening right now.
Right? That's exactly the reason. Then you have to play more conservatively. You can't put yourself in positions where you are trading for farm as much as you want. You're not going to look into contesting these early drakes. And JDG doing a great job of drafting this composition that Watson is looking to snowball and really just accelerating the pace of the game. So not only having that gold lead, but now sitting at 2 Drakes. So trying to build up that insurance policy of the soul, which will be infernal if by happenstance LNG do start to find their footing.
Again, JDG just slowly but surely suffocating this bot lane out. It just feels like Kanavi, after that 1 or 2 ganks, just kind of said, okay, now I can just kind of pop down every now and again, see how you're getting on. Here. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, but like you kind of almost have to assume now on the side of LNG that it's like, well, he's probably here. There's nothing else we can really take from this other than he is here. So definitely gonna be a lot more conservative. I gotta say, you know, big props to the LNG bot lane despite the pressure. Yes, look, they are falling behind in terms of the plates, but they're not dying. And honestly, that's like a huge plus because we see it so many times where a team gets pressured in this bot side. Yes, they lose out on pressure and plates, but they don't die. They do give over kills as well, which just makes the situation so much worse.
And right, they're doing it with minimal attention and cover from their team. And LNG knowing it's great hook again.
Yeah,
Missing
nearly. Missing is looking to put his name into the accolades of great JDG players, as we can see on the picture-in-picture. A little bit of a red buff steal coming out here from 369 on the Cassante, and this is the thing. Like, I mean, how do you do this? I don't think you can stay here. Gala's got to leave. Yeah, look again, you're not dying, but you kind of just need to accept your fate that this tower is going to go down.
Again, a lot of it coming from the fact that Kanavi, knowing the topside matchup, even if he hasn't just constantly ganked and gone for kills in the bot lane, always in river, setting it up. And you know what? Thinking back, this was a matchup a lot of people were excited for in spring playoffs. Let's remember that both these teams ended on the same scoreline. I believe they both had 3 losses going into playoffs, but because of game difference, LNG were 3rd, JDG was 1st, and LNG getting taken out, I believe it was by OMG. Yeah, OMG in round 3 losing 3-1. So we never got to see this matchup, who a lot of people thought that this was going to be the LPL Spring Finals.
Exactly that. This was, again, very disappointing for LNG, who were knocked out by OMG in spring. So they are looking to come back, have a much stronger start to this one and see what they can do. They have had a great start so far, 2-0 so far in the split. And against top Esports and against RNG, definitely not the worst of opponents, but this is kind of the biggest test, shall we say, of the top 4, their first top 4 bout from spring that they're really coming into this. And JDG showing that they are still very much top dogs of the LPL. They may have had a rough first series, but they are definitely not someone to be taken lightly, shall we say.
No, and we're also just going to give that to the Weiwei buff, regardless of his performance in the last series, right? Again, Weiwei, 8-4 now against Kanavi. It's all up to them, but he's not in this game. Kanavi, with his bot lane rotating towards topside, going to pick up the Herald, so going to be able to start extending this gold lead even more. I think you'd ideally want to try and break open mid lane turret with this one.
And the timing is kind of perfect, though, as well. You're getting it in, you know, minute 50 before the Dragon. That means you're going to have it off cooldown for when you want to try and contest that objective, and you're already going on to Soul Point. It's, you know, it's going to be 17 minutes into the game, and JDG will be looking at an Infernal Soul Point, which is going to be so difficult for LNG to kind of deal with. And now they're looking to try and dive on this top side. Hook goes missing, and they're going to get a 2-man knockup, but nobody really in position to kind of, you know, go for that one. Zika gets a teleport from Scout as well as they look to try and protect their top laner.
Ooh, Knight's still waiting. I wonder if he's counting. I wonder if he knows.
Did he see, maybe? Yes, he did. He definitely saw, because he immediately jumped onto that minion. Don't know if he's going to have the damage, though, to go for the burst, but Kanavi might as well have it. They're going to have a TP coming in as well. That's going to be the Cassante jumping up on top of this. Tarzan has joined in as 369 now trying to play protector of his jungler as the mid laner of JDG goes down. Now they can turn back on top of this. The Heartbreaker is available to try and reset this fight, and they will be able to walk themselves away. It's scrappy, it's messy, but LNG finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, LNG taking advantage of the fact that JDG wanting to find as many kills as they can, right? Setting up that sneaky play. Not going to be able to convert at the end of the day, but look at the minimap. Ruler and Missing now getting free time. Mid lane turret. Gala, he's been here all game. He knows exactly how this is going to go, which is why you go for the reset now. You avoid Missing. You don't get hooked. Does have the cleanse back up, and we've seen Gala's on point with those. But still, like you hit on earlier, definitely don't want to be giving those up as... Shane, you called it. It seemed like he knew.
It seemed like he knew, but I don't think he saw it perfectly, so he actually just missed it completely. He did know, he just missed.
Yeah. And it's here. Keep your eyes on the Viego coming up. They try to buy time. Kanavi's going to have nowhere to come down. when he goes for the repel, just wanting 369 to get here. But Tarzan, very good mechanical plays. Flash into the root, gets that one down, and now JDG with Kanavi not having mana can't do anything.
Yeah, oh, that's a hook there onto the Nico. So yes, you're trading Max the thing. A flash forward from Missing as he wants to be aggressive. The Moonlight Vigil only lasts one, but a 3-man top blossom. They try to fully commit. How has nobody died? And it's actually LNG who get the first death. JDG went so low in so many positions, but they just didn't get killed. And those health bars were blinking, but they were never gray. 3 kills from nowhere. Could be even more as that shock blast gets accelerated right into the face of Gala and Hung. But that was just a crazy amount of damage. How did Missing not die?
I don't know, and I don't know how no one on JDG died. I saw Ruler with a really nice cleanse and flash to be able to escape there, but now going to try and convert this into more knockback.
Oh, one more zap, and that's going to be secured. That's going to be another kill, so it ends up being a 4 for none. Tower in the mid lane, Dragon for Soul Point. JDG are online in this game.
And this is very reminiscent to their dominant games in Spring Split, where JDG, a lot of times, it felt like, regardless of macro or map play, would just find these early game leads, be able to snowball out of control, as we see here. Hook comes through. Great. It's going to be a great Pop Blossom by Scout after buying so much time. But still, no one able to follow up. Just fast fingers coming out from both Ruler and Missing. And then now, with Knight off to the side, 369 in the fold, Gala, Tarzan, these other members of LNG, the key damage dealers, can't walk up to follow through.
And again, just so much burst available from this Jace, and we can see now Scout getting jumped on here, all outed. He did not get baited. The Pop Blossom is beautifully just buffered, and 369 solo bolo onto Scout. This is why people are calling him probably the best top laner in the world right now.
And you see a full item up over not only his lane counterpart, but also, I guess, every member of LNG, right? Yeah. Sitting on 2 items with the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Sunfire Cape. It looks like across the board, some of the key carries on JDG are hitting that mark we just saw. Knight finishing off the Manamune. Ruler already having Kraken Slayer plus the Gale Force. You know, it still throws me off seeing these two in tandem.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a bit of a bug.
You know, right?
Definitely doesn't feel correct. I'm always just like, oh, why did we allow this? Why was this allowed?
After for so long only being able to have one, there's a little bit of a... You know, I'm going to stop my point because I just looked up at the gold and saw, wow, 7.5k gold lead, 20 minutes on Soul Point, and still going to look to force more.
Immediate cleanse, but I don't know if that's going to be able to save you. Sorry, spoiler alert, it won't save you. It means that you're just going to take it down. This is domination from JDG. Look, they are not letting LNG breathe.
We can even like fast forward after this game ends. You know, usually we have to give an MVP. I don't know if we need to wait for MVP.
No, let's go
because
game 2.
If Missing's not the MVP, I am mind blown. Well, I guess Kanavi did great work in, you know, the first 10 minutes. Like how he played the map, excellent. But these hooks have been beautiful.
Just reminding us again, just kind of like he is here to be counted. He's here to be a massive part of this team. That's your tank. That is your Malphite. And he gets hooked again. Death sentence number 1 wasn't enough, but death sentence number 2 surely was. I don't care who Miss MVP was. It's Missing for me, and it always will be for this game.
And we need to remember back to his days on WE, right? His early days on WE. This was his champion. This is what you knew Missing for. Back when he was laning with people like Elk, showing great performances back then.
I think it's most played, or it's definitely close. Just so good on this chip pick.
Yeah, we can always look it up with the power of the internet is now. Gala.
We could.
You don't have Cleanser Flash this time, buddy.
No, you do not. You're going to be run down pretty hard. I love that Hung is trying to go from there. Nicely saved by the Blast Cone. Dodges out from one other thing as 369 gets another solo kill. Off on the side as he's looking to try and end the game. Tarzan, oh, you're caught between a Thresh and an Elise, and there is no winning on that particular one. Baron, secured. Kills in the pocket. 11,000 gold. I mean, GG go next. This is not a game you're going to be winning anytime soon, LNG, unless we see some absolutely horrific throws coming out from JDG.
And you have to see a lot of throws, back-to-back throws. But I did look it up. So, Thresh not his most played champion, but Leonis is most played at 63 games, Nautilus at 62, and then Thresh at 61. So
and this will make Thresh 62. So there you go. It's almost his most played.
Out of those three, his Thresh is the highest win rate of the bunch at 64%.
Says it all.
Yeah, Missing feeling right at home, and 369 feeling right at home in LNG's base.
Yeah, right at home as the rest of his team just got to push it in the rest of the lanes. They still have Baron for a minute 40. They broke open the base before the Baron push really began. Now we're going to see a Pop Blossom come out to try and catch out Kanavi, but he's got a Lantern to try and get him away from it. Doesn't even need to keep your Lantern Missing. I don't need your pity and your charity. I am fine in this 1v3 because Knight and 369 are ending the game.
Yeah, they're just pressuring all three lanes right now. You already kind of said they're in the coffin. They're already in the ground. It's all about what JDG can do.
We're just waiting for the priests to arrive to start the ceremony. Like, it's just
exactly.
We're just waiting for this to happen. But all three inhibitors down at 23 minutes is definitely a not so great position for LNG, and JDG looking to try and bounce back very cleanly from that first loss they had. Absolutely incredible play from them from minute one. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew how they needed to execute, and they just made it so difficult for anyone to go for it. LNG, this is your last-ditch effort to try and make something happen, but you're too far behind. It's 13,000 gold, and that gold means a lot. Flash in. The cleanse is a little too late this time, and the death sentence will be just that for Gala. Game one going over to the MSI 2023 champions as they look to try and re-establish themselves as top dogs of the LPL.
Yeah, we're going to see they're going for the base now. It seems like kind of playing with their food. As,
they're going for a bit of Pop Blossom. Oh my god, I've cast or cursed it, haven't I? We can see now Hung getting 1v1 by 369, but can 369 end this game on his own? He is a man on a mission, and that mission is to kill Scout over and over again. No one else is allowed to fight him, only 369. And 369, I don't think he can end the game, but he can certainly put in a lot of pressure.
He's still staying here. This man just does not care whatsoever. Like, okay, he's going to back off. If he was going to stay, that would be the most, like, alpha move I could imagine. Because your team's not going to be up anytime soon. You have no business being in the space right now. Get your reset. Get tempo back on the map. Go pick up your soul, and then you come back for the end. As we are going to get a replay here to see how the last stand went. Missing once again with the hook. Gala doesn't even have any time to react. And JDG here could, try and just focus on the turrets. I think wanting to try to finish off some more kills before they can heal in Fountain. But it's going to be the big play from Scout that really does keep everything alive. Sadly, Tarzan not able to land his own death sentence, but there
Ruler!
It is huge.
Ruler, what was that flash? It doesn't matter, you're still going to win the game, but what was that flash? He flashed into the Pop Blossom. You know what? A mistake. We let that happen, though.
When you have the resume that Ruler has, you get to make as many mistakes as you want, Sheen.
You know what? That's fair. That's very fair.
World
World champion, MSI champion, LCK champion, LPL champion, and looking to add even more accolades to that as Tarzan is dead. Tarzan just got 1v1'd when all 5 members were in the base. That's what happened there. The Jace gets ulted on top of him, but Ruler's too big. And this should be the end of the game. Yes, Gala is alive, but Gala is all alone in this world. He has got plenty of damage, but not enough to bring down these Hellfires. If it wasn't for the 15,000 gold lead, maybe he could have done something. But that is game 1 to JDG.
Yeah, very dominant victory coming out from them. I mean, again, like being pushed down, bringing out that Elise, and then doing such a great job. With the early pressure, right? Bot lane was able to find their own advantage. We saw on the top side they were punishing as well with people like Tarzan going for those invades. And it's like, okay, top lane's in a fine state. Tank versus tank matchup. We've already got Knight going with people like Missing as well, giving pressure over to that mid lane matchup. And then you just live in bot side river. You live in bot side river if you're Kanavi. And then what could LNG do? The answer was not even slowly die. Just kind of quickly get rolled over.
Yeah,
what is that damage?
It's a lot. It's a lot of damage. It's a hell of a lot of damage. But It is still a win there for JDG. LNG, they needed to figure out how to bounce back because there was just nothing they could do. There was no silver linings as such. There was no kind of, oh, they could have, if this had gone right, this had gone. No, that was just domination from minute one right until the game ended. One last fight where they defended their Nexus to just delay it for another minute or so. And then once the Infernal Soul was secured, it was all but just a done deal. And look, normally we take a break. Normally we look to try and see what can, kind of happen towards, give ourselves a bit of moment. That was so quick. That was so dominant. I think we should just jump into the next game. We should just get ourselves ready into the next game as quick as we possibly can. Bring everyone all this information as we have a look now at the picks. That was game 1 picks and bans, I believe. So we can kind of have a look at the kind of where everything was kind of prioritized. And yeah, I mean, with LNG, you kind of have to ban the Zeri. You kind of have to ban the Milio. The Maokai as well. It feels like Red Side is kind of going, there's a lot of priority bans that you're just taking away from you.
Yeah, and again, just the fact that I feel like the biggest distinction in that draft was for the side of JDG opting into not picking jungle in the first rotation, still needing some magic damage to round out with the fact that they had that Jace, push them down onto that Elise pick. So, you know what? I don't cheat and look at what drafts we got next because I'm sure we're going to be in game pretty soon. But I will give the caveats for LNG. They just played yesterday. You know what I mean? They did pretty much double prep coming into this weekend for both opponents, which I guess isn't crazy, right? You have to do that in other regions, playing 2 opponents, but you don't have to do that for best of 3s. And the second caveat will be, you know what? Sometimes top teams just smash each other. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing is that, like, we even saw it at MSI where, like, Gen.G versus BLG, BLG kind of smashed them. And that's not saying that Gen.G are a bad team. Gen.G are a phenomenal team. It just happens. These small incremental, again, it's the old age saying of you give an inch, they take a mile. That's how good these teams are. That's how good these players can be on these champions. And Missing, thank you so much for getting the MVP. This man gets so overshadowed so many times when we talk about, JDG, and for good reason, but he is still a core pillar of how they want to play the game, and the fact that he can make plays like this all game long is absolutely awesome to see.
Again, it's pretty crazy that he has above 60 games played on this champion in his LPL career and is sitting above a 60% win rate, despite the fact that for a long tenure, he was not a player on a top team, and he had to work his way up with that WE squad to where they finally were in contention for being like a middle-of-the-pack playoff team. So still able to bring it. He's who we're going to be looking at now. After such a great performance, we're going to be following Missing in the next game and see what he's able to get done because, I mean, he really was just... That is the highlight reel right there. That game is a highlight reel of Missing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at Missing as well, is that, we got the ban pick coming up for the next game, but for Missing, just to kind of hit on him, the last time he lost in an LPL game or even international was regional finals in 2021. So he hasn't lost to this champion outside of Demacia Cup for the last 2 years. So it's incredible to see that. But here we go. We got our picks and bans coming up for the next one. Thresh was banned away by JDG this time around. They recognize how powerful it is. But LNG got themselves the jinx as they look to try and make this Nico work a little bit more in this second game.
Yeah, and again, I'm sure we're going to head into the game really quickly. We just said we want to keep our eyes on Missing. I think Missing not going to be able to find as much impact as he wants when he is going up against a Tom Kench. I like the adaptation coming out from LNG because when you look at these drafts, okay, you have so much dive, so much trigger pool on the side of JDG and Ornn and Nocturne, but it's okay, you're diving into Tom Kench who's going to be able to eat the Jinx. You're going to have the Pop Blossom probably sitting right next to the AD carry. Scout's just going to be chilling, wait for those ultis to come out, Pop Blossom in, and you have a good opportunity of splitting JDG up in these fights and isolating one target. The silver lining for JDG is having those Ornn items come out later on. Maybe it could tip fights in their favor.
Absolutely. And look, Jayo's come out. Definitely a more team fight orientated composition here from JDG. Not going to have the same level of presence 369 on that top side. That being said, I have seen Ornn 1v1 plenty of people in this league, or in many leagues, to be perfectly honest. But I imagine you are going to be looking towards getting that Tibbers down, trying to blow up this Jinx, and get that quickness out as well.
I love that you point that out because remember, it's been a while now since Ornn hasn't really been a staple of the meta. That back when Ornn first came out and was meta, people were like, okay, this guy is an assassin, tank, duelist, marksman. He checked all the boxes just with the amount of damage that he did have coming through.
And then we'll see where he ends up kind of making this one work. Like I said, the scaling tends to favor the Ornn team just because you get that extra bits of about 1,000 gold worth of stats from those upgraded Ornn items. I hope he picks the Jack Show item because the upgraded Jack Show item has like a real metal name. It's
yeah, it's like the parasite of something.
The unspoken parasite. It's so metal. It's so
honestly
cool. So
a lot of them do. A lot of them have like really metal and really intense names, and you're like, huh? You know, maybe I need to take inspiration from some of these names.
Yeah, man. You know, I think it's Eclipse has the weird one like Syzygy or something. It's like SYZYGY or something like that. It's a good one.
It makes no sense. I want to take it back to, like you said, the Ornn team typically does have that scaling on their side, but when you look at play pattern, that's where I'm most interested, just because it's like, hey, it is going to be really hard to get and stay on top of Gala later on, just from the amount of peel that LNG have. So I want to see JDG, once again, kind of having early proactivity. Not as early, because you don't have that same Elise, right? Nocturne going to want to get that ulti online, but still then finding those picks. Tibbers' Paranoia comes out. That's enough burst to definitely take out any of the squishy members on the side of LNG.
For sure, and I think that's the thing that we're going to be looking at for, especially for Ruler's positioning, something I don't think any of us are going to be questioning anytime soon, is that can he just kind of plant his feet, get the damage down? We'll see as we want to try and go through this game. It's going to be Tarzan back on the Viego. Didn't think he had a huge problem with that particular pick in that last one. More so the game ran away from him before he really could have any kind of impact regardless. So he's in that bot side, just kind of making sure there's no shenanigans while his bot lane pushes up deep into the turret of JDG.
Yeah, just going to go check, get a ward down, and see what's going on. I think the nice thing for LNG in this early game is not as much pressure to really make things happen. If JDG do overstep and opportunities present themselves, like, of course they're there, but...
Ooh, Ruler. It's a little bit separated. Hung tried to make a Desolate Dive work out a little bit there. Actually, not that's Desolate Dive, that's Hollow Knight. But it's a different game completely. But flash in, a flash away, flash for flash can now be looking to be just as aggressive in game number 2 as he was in game number 1.
But now the question is if they can actually convert this into anything in the future, because, right, this is an Ornn against a Gragas. Like, I'm sure an opportunity to gank top again will come, but how meaningful will it be, especially if that gank comes after level 6, where then you have explosive cast coming online, it becomes even harder to try to repunish this Gragas. And, you know, top lane probably just going to be this 1v1 for the next few minutes, so we'll have enough time for that flash to come back up.
Again, kind of see where Kanavi can be aggressive on. It kind of feels like, oh, good spell shield means he will not get rooted. He's getting a fair bit of damage from the Gromp and Viego combination. And now Kanavi's got it by himself. You're accepting this, and you took a 1v1 that you 100% could not take. Yeah, that one was a weird one.
Thinking he'd be able to come out on top there. Tarzan honestly kind of just wrecked him. I kind of want to see a replay of that again. Does end up with, assuming he thought he could buy enough time for 369 to be able to come get involved, right? Started to make his way down, but I even believe Zika would have been first. I mean, Wave was under his turret. But hey, as LNG and LNG fans out there going to take this, if Kanavi just wants to run into you and give you a free kill, we said he was the member who, in spring, sometimes, again, would look a little bit off kilter. In their series against Weibo, was the same. As we do get the replay.
Yeah,
Spots
I mean, he
Kanavi
spell
out.
shields the stun and everything.
Yeah, spell shields the stun. Fear does come on through. Was still taking some damage from that Gromp. And then once Conquerors come online, just another stun, spell shield still on cooldown. Tarzan manages to eke it out.
And that's just Tarzan kind of getting gifted a little bit of a move and also just recognizing, you know what, I'm pretty sure I win this. And yeah, just a bit of an unfortunate trade back there for the Nocturne. As we now see a flash in, looking to get aggressive here on this bot side, but Zap will not land onto anyone of importance, and that means they can all just back themselves away. So Hung looking to be very aggressive on this champion. Not something we generally see on the Tahm Kench. Not known for his engages, but Hung trying to change that stigma.
That's one thing I always loved about LPL, even like going back in the day when I'd watched 2018, 2019, is, okay, this shouldn't really be able to do anything other than try and make sure Knight can clear this easily, was how LPL supports would always use Tahm Kench so much more aggressively than other regions. I don't think that's as true nowadays when Tahm Kench comes out. Like, a lot of people go for those aggressive abyssal dives and then look for these plays, but LPL really was the OG.
Well, JDG, despite not having the advantage in the jungle for the moment, will be able to start up this dragon. You would imagine they should be able to get it themselves as well. Knight did pop down the Tibbers in that mid lane to see if he could be a bit of a nuisance onto Scout and maybe kind of push in some pressure there. The dragon hasn't been secured just yet. This could be a sneaky little steal. He's going to go for it. It's so low. He's going to try and get on top of it. No, not quite able to get it. Tarzan not quite getting the smite down in time. But Pop Blossom's going to be good to knock out onto 3. They're going to try and get the spell shield out of Kanavi, who has nowhere to go and no flash to keep him safe. Now the resets can really come in. Ruler is caught between a rock and a hard place, and he will go down. LNG making great work of this fight. They didn't get the dragon, but got all the kills. 3-1 now in the scoreline.
And sometimes that's what it's about. It's not about the objective itself. Like, sure, Tarzan did try to go for the smite, but typically the team who is starting up the objective is at like a positional disadvantage. LNG have time to maneuver how they want to try and take this fight. The difference maker really being Scout still having that ulti. We're going to see now. Okay, I wondered if Zico was actually going to make his way all the way down, but with Wave being pushed in, nothing going to come from it. But the real difference maker in this fight, in my opinion, is the fact we saw that Knight used Tibbers earlier on to relieve a bit of pressure in mid lane. Scout still has that Pop Blossom. Sure, Kanavi gets the Drake, but with Scout moving over first, comes in huge onto 3 members. And sure, Gala gets zoned away, but with that first coming out, you already set up for Kanavi going down, and it turns into a numbers advantage because with Ruler having to walk up, it gives space for Gala to be able to come and join in the fight.
We're seeing a very similar, I suppose, style of game from the blue side team, shall we say, where they just kind of seem to have, this time LNG rather than JDG, having just a much better time in this early game, getting early advantages, getting early goal to set them up for some success.
It's so weird though, because it's still JDG being the ones who are like initiating everything, right?
True.
Kanavi was the one who walked into Tarzan's jungle. JDG were the ones who started up that dragon. LNG not really needing to make those proactive moves, like we said, because of their draft, but doing a great job of knowing that they can take these fights, recognizing the small things like Tibbers being down, being like, hey, we can go for this dragon fight, and being able to come out on top. So as we see now, it looks like JDG going to try and start up this Rift Herald, and LNG not even going to look to contend with topside because it's all about making sure Gala has a much better time this game than he did in game 1.
I mean, I think that's very fair. If I was Gala after that game 1, I'd be a bit upset about it as well. The Rift Herald not confirmed just yet, and as you got the Gragas roaming down, 369 trying to be a nuisance. They're just kind of trading a little bit of health bars, but Shelly will get a reset back on top of this. And this is the thing that we saw in the Weibo series as well against JDG, where JDG's Kanavi just kind of struggled to know where to go, how to react, and kind of went into motions of kind of like, oh, I just got to do this now. But then once contested, really didn't know where to go. And right now, they're still sticking on. There's going to be a 3v3.
Yeah, Truth to be trying to go.
They're going to try and jump onto Knight, who does get the stun down, but can they get the resets off? Knight doesn't let the Viego get his soul. And there's 2 quick kills. JDG finally getting themselves back on track around these objectives.
And that was so close. I mean, had Tarzan been able to take down Knight, get the reset, could have been a bit of a different fight. It would have even given more time for Zika to be able to join up, get some more of those cooldowns down other than the explosive cast. But this does mean JDG should be able to go for this, but Zika still wants to be a nuisance.
Still trying to see if he can maybe get away with something here. There is a smite on Kanavi, so there's no real chance of a steal. As you can see, Zika moved forward there and thought about it, so they forced the smite out of him there. So now Kanavi will have that available to him and his team. Where he puts it, I don't really know. I imagine it'll go towards that bot side, or maybe in a minute 30's time towards that dragon pressure.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly what goes down here. Scout, Pop Blossom into the flash to go down. How does Knight not go down here? I just dodges out. We see Tarzan try to get behind him, but the damage from Kanavi was enough, and nice ultimate coming out from 369. And I was going to say, there's something wholesome about seeing, like, 2 players on different teams just walking hand in hand, right? We saw Zika and Kanavi being like, hey, you can't kill me, I can't kill you. You're going to go to your jungle, I'm going to go to my top lane, and we're just going to be on our merry ways.
Merry
You don't like the wholesomeness, Ashin?
I do. I just wanted to let it sit. So you see in the bot side, unfortunate trade back there for the LNG bot lane, but they get Ruler to kind of keep his respects. Very even down the bot lane. Stormrazor now finished up for Ruler, as he did not rush the Berserkers, unlike the Gala's Jinx. And now Zika Are we going to lose his flash again pretty soon, or maybe just straight up die because he doesn't really have a position to kind of get past Kanavi with the belly buff, and he knows he's going to probably die from this one here. So just accepts his fate, doesn't lose any summoners, and gets taken out. 1, 2, and 3 now for Kanavi as he looks again to kind of create things around the map and around these lanes.
You know, it might have only taken like 7 to 8 minutes, but the repeat gank came through and it was enough. But in the meantime, LNG doing a great job of working on the cross map, right? Kanavi shows in top side, start making your way in the enemy jungle, get vision down, and prepping to get this dragon going. Let's see if they actually end up starting it. They're doing a nice job of chunking out missing as well, and Gala making some nice trades on the ruler.
And look, not really going to see a lot happening for the next while. Well, I say that for the next while, unless this dragon gets contested. Rift Herald gets dropped down, so let's see if they can get a push onto that one there. Might actually lose out on that because no one's defending her. And that means that Shelly shall not get to do her favorite thing. It's a bit sad. We're seeing this a lot more often than not, I feel like, this particular split, where teams are just dropping the Rift Herald and gaining nothing from it.
Yeah, really not, trying to set up a wave, get into a position where you can enable it. TP's coming on through. Zika's already here, of course.
Zika is here, and gonna go for the drive-by. Get themselves the smite in with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and they stop the Ornhorn. It's an engage that just can't be for the side of JDG, and now you've lost 2 of your massive ultimates. You have to back away, and that's just daylight robbery from LNG.
Yeah, walk away, they get it. Ultimate advantage, they use 2, JDG use 3. Hell, even on top of that, Zika just walked out. 369 committed to TP to coming down to this play, so you even still have Avenues as ruler. Also now has to burn his cleanse. You have opportunities as Zika to make more plays on bot side, and look at the minimap. He's sticking around.
Yeah, he is. You got Scout and Zika trying to see if they can do something here. A 5-man dive bot potentially, but not to be for the moment. Just going to be satisfied with their blue buff steal. Get themselves right back out as well, but this is much better from LNG. They're feeling a lot more confident to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more ballsy. Yes, JDG have a slight gold lead, but it's nothing to be, exceptional about or to be thinking that's going to, change the course of the game.
No, especially when we said, I feel like it's going to be incredibly hard to be able to get on top of Gala as this game goes on. We're going to see here exactly what goes down for this dragon as Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, gets it quite low, and then just walks up, eats it out. Kanavi doesn't throw out the smite. Sadly, again, doesn't connect. Ooh, another machine.
Another fight. Zika with the last second flash over the wall. Knight did TP. The rocket will hit, so we'll count it for now. Huge damage there onto 369 as he missed the minion. That's very unfortunate. But he did pick up a Jack Show. We're going to see the unseen Parasite come out this game. It's very exciting.
Going to be incredibly strong. We're going to get to say some pretty cool names. And, I want to see some pretty cool plays coming out as JDG. They are at least stacking completely towards that top side, trying to dodge out on the bot lane 2v2. You can see Ruler and Missing just sitting in mid right now, accepting that Gala is just going to tear down this turret. So for JDG, you'd really hope that you can find a play onto this Gragas. They just go for it.
Yeah, they're just going to go for it. Assassinated by 3 massive ultimates. And they do know that they're making a cross-map play, so they get a kill, they get the tower as well, you would imagine, or at least a hell of a lot of damage onto it. But LNG, where do they want to try and make the kind of counter as such? I think they're just happy with getting that pressure in bot lane, and they know that his top lane is going to go down regardless.
I think the good thing for LNG is they're like, okay, fine, but they're going to come back out onto the map first, right? Bot lane already going for those resets. Sure, the JDG's bot lane is matching, but Knight and Kanavi still should need to recall, so should allow for LNG, like Hung's doing now, start retaking some of this vision for Rift Herald that's about to come up in 35 seconds.
35 seconds till the Rift Herald. Does Knight overstay his welcome? Has Flash. Hung will not be able to get himself off of the minion wave, but he will flash it forward and just try and slow him down. That's exactly the kind of move you want to be seeing. Now gets devoured, spit out immediately. Knight knows his fate is sealed, and he will leave that kill to go over to the Nico. So, kill back traded in this favor of LNG, and this is with 10 seconds till the Rift Herald, like you said, so they might just try and just take that for free. They don't really need to kind of overload it anymore.
I feel like they should have gotten this Rift Herald anyway, so now getting a free kill on top of it with Knight trying to get that wave in. JDG going to try and find a small win on the bot side by picking up this red buff. Also getting some nice deep vision, as we can see, in both Raptor Pit and even deep into LNG's jungle, but this gold lead probably going to even out soon, right? Rift Herald going to come up. We can already see the pressure that Scout's putting on that top lane. So if he can take that one by himself, he then pivot his 5 towards this mid lane, drop Herald down. LNG just have so many options.
See what happened in this mid lane. The quickness was used alongside the exhaust, but a good cleanse and flash meant that Gala lost his summoners but kept his life, and that's all that matters. That's why they're there. You need to use them to get yourself out of sticky situations, and that's why it's important to be able to have them off cooldown. But the Rift Herald was taken by the side of LNG, and now JDG looking to see what they can do maybe around this dragon in 44 seconds time. They do have the turret taken in the bot side, so they have this equal amount of pressure as LNG, and 369 moving forward, maybe looking to try and capitalize on the summonerless Jinx.
Yeah, trying to set up for a play. I also want to point out the double stopwatch is coming out for Knight missing.
Here we go. They're going to try and jump in and then blow her up, and they will. Double top blossom means that Missing has to use his stopwatch to flash over the side from 369. Means that his AD carry can stay alive. But now here comes the Gragas. They're going to try and jump onto Knight, who does have a stun. Cocked and chambered. Nice stopwatch there from Knight to make sure he doesn't go down immediately. Scout keeps himself alive despite the Infernum pushing in. Dodges away from the Q. But it is all JDG all the time. They get themselves 3 kills. Maybe even 4. They need to get one last little bit of damage down, a little bit of a stun. They will get it. 4-0 in that exchange. They're going to be able to push in towards that mid lane as well. Not quite get the tier 2, but they'll definitely get themselves a hell of a lot of gold.
Yeah, they're going to get the wave in, so they're going to get nice resets, taking away jungle camps, really taking advantage and getting everything on the map that they could for now. Dragon is online. Okay, recall is going to be canceled, so this actually should just be another Dragon going over to LNG, so at least get something out of this play, but still, JDG's comp is full dive. We hit on that, right? You have Nocturne, Rakan, all these champions. They go for it beautifully. The knock-up straight onto Gala. He's fall through it with the Tibbers. And then sure, Pop Blossom comes out, but we highlighted the stopwatch is missing, manages to survive. 369 waits for his moment to get his own knock-up, and then Knight with the stopwatch of his own buys enough time for the other members to get the wave in, walk forward, and Scout. He was so close to going down. Ruler here, my God, it was like 0.25 Teemos away. Maybe even less, maybe less Teemos.
Do people know that's the official measurement of League of Legends? Teemos?
I feel like everyone should know because, Riot,
I know, right?
Riot said it a long time ago, and I'm gonna use it forever.
That's what I'm saying. It's actually an established measurement that you use in League of Legends.
We should actually even just get rid of actual measurement systems in real life. The whether metric, imperial, whatever. We should just start measuring things in Teemos.
It's gonna be hard though, because then you need the volume of a Teemo.
Yeah, how big would a Teemo actually be in real life? Is the question.
That is a good question. We've seen a couple of yours. Like he's about the same size as Heimerdinger. You know what I mean?
Because we've seen how does that translate to the real world?
That's true. Well, we've seen him in Arcane, and that's kind of like the real world, I guess.
No, it is not. That is not at all.
What do you mean? It's a documentary. What are you talking about?
This man is a true weeb if he's saying Arcane is the real world. But we need to get back.
Why are you laughing? This is totally legit. Oh, that's not a good flash to be hitting in. Zika. Not ideal. Not ideal. But
I don't even know if the play, because look at where everyone else is on the map for LNG. I guess they're just assuming that he's isolated and they could pick him, but...
No, well, speaking of isolated, Ruler gets a lot of damage put onto him, and with no summoners, he's dead. The 369 is now caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock he put down because he wanted to try and get away, and he just won't be able to do it. The resets are in, and LNG, despite their top laner throwing an absolute Hail Mary to try and give JDG a win, he will not be going away from this one empty-handed. They'll get loads of kills, and now even the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, LNG doing so much, finding the picks, translating it into this objective. And JDG, it looks like they're saying, hey, we know we can't contest this. If we even try to go for a steal, we'll probably just die. They're going to try and bank on those Ornn items coming through, having a strong Aphelios, so just being like, hey, we're going to fight another day. But great swing for LNG, who, after that last fight, it looked like it was going to be a 2-0. It looked like JDG might have found it in this game and been able to push it forward, but... not today, Yashin, not today, as we're going to see. Why do we got to start here? Why do we got to start here? Go for it. Flash doesn't connect. Again, no one else really close by, even other than Tarzan, who even him was pathing back and missing zoning him off. But this really is a difference maker. Ruler just getting a little bit overzealous. Tries to go in, get the snipe with the Calibrum, but huge damage coming out. And then once Tarzan is done being CC'd, commits the ultimate, and like you said, 369 wanting to get away, but sadly dashes into a wall, gives over another kill, leads to the Baron.
I think he dashes into the Aphelios turret, which was put down by Tarzan as Aphelios. I'm 99% sure that's what happened there, because I was wondering, I was like, wait, he didn't really hit the wall, he hit the turret. And, oh, it's unfortunate regardless of what way you spin it. But Baron now secured here for LNG. All 5 members will be able to pick that one up. They bring the gold back to still behind, but definitely a lot less behind than they were. And we do have the unseen Parasite finally being, or is it unspoken? I can't remember. Is it unseen or unspoken? I always forget this. I think it's the unspoken Parasite. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to go with unspoken. Let's get finished up for 369. That's all I wanted him to do this game. Thank you. Thank you, 369. This is now a successful game for me.
And kind of talking about items, looking at them across the board, right? Jungle, mid, and AD, both sides. 2 items. Sure, Gala sitting on some more components. But the real difference being in 369, having his second item completed, right? Anathema's in hand to be able to try to deal with Gala, Scout, you know, these big carries on the opposite side. Sick of those, still not having finished off his second item.
Still waiting. Zika is 0-4-0, so definitely losing out on things. Ooh. Nearly does Ruler lose out on that particular move, but they are going to have to use the Paranoia because they were so afraid of him getting caught out. TP coming in from Knight to try and maybe dissuade a push on the 369. 20 seconds till the Dragon spawns, and now Lyric. This could be soul point for LNG. It's a Hex Soul as well. Very, very powerful.
I think they should just be able to get it as well. With missing tools like the Paranoia, like, your comp is all about die, but how do you even do that then? LNG now are going to feel fine with Gala just unloading damage as JDG try to get in range of them.
I mean, 369 is tanky, but take enough damage and he will just fall down to the wayside. The Jinx is huge, so looks like, as you said, JDG not wanting to flip it all over a Dragon. They're willing to take that loss, back themselves away, and I mean, I can't really blame them. This Jinx is doing so much to kind of just keep them away. Knight. Don't know if he spotted that ward that went, or the Scryer's Bloom that went on top of him, but nevertheless, he's not in any danger. And then we have Hex Soul point here for LNG.
I think the big thing we've seen as well is not only the damage coming out from Gala and Scout, but how the fight's just set up for Tarzan, right? Even just looking ahead, again, you should expect Kanavi, Paranoia onto Gala, Knight, probably trying to look for a flank, missing, jumping on top of him. Hung then just gonna, you know, devour him, save Gala. Scout should be sitting right there. You instantly pop blossom, you've caught, you know, between 1 and 3 members, and you're setting up for Tarzan. It's like, hey, all the squishy members are diving my backline, potentially coming to me, setting me up to start finding the resets, and that really should be the avenue that LNG take to just be able to completely take over a fight.
We'll have to wait and see. 2 minutes to the next Baron spawns. Soul in 4. Both teams happy to kind of ping-pong the ways for the moment. 369 is going to have to try and get up to... I imagine he would love to be level 15, get those upgrades in for Knight and Ruler as quick as he possibly can. But we'll see where he ends up kind of going, or being put, shall we say, in this particular setup now. That there's a bit of a lull. Not really a lot going to be happening for the next while unless someone grossly extends themselves.
Yeah, so we just got Knight's upgrade coming out, which is Sheen. I'm gonna give you a chance to shine. What's the name of the rocket build upgrade?
Oh man, that's a tough one. It's like upgraded air pack or something.
Oh really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air pack.
Actually, we gotta
that's
wait.
What it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout, who's gonna be able to pop blossom immediately. Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is this Orn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG, 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor.
I mean, still, though, it's unfortunate for LNG that they haven't been able to get more work done earlier. This could have been game end, right? But huge team fight to be able to ace the opposing side. I like that they're getting the rest of the map in order as well. We can see Zika sent up to top lane to finally break that turret down. And yeah, Scout with the huge flank. Zika getting in, trying to cause a bit of chaos himself, but really just buying enough time for the Nico to come through. His Pot Blossoms have really just been great so far, and then instantly Tarzan able to follow up, possess the soul, jump out with the Rakan, and then we're gonna see here the CC to follow up. And it's this one that's beautiful to me. Rocket from the Jinx, but it's actually the Tongue Lash from Hung to be able to finish off that final kill. And then, yeah, when Jinx is excited, you just keep running them down. And Tarzan, like we said, on this Viego, what's he at now? It's 5, 6 kills? Why didn't he be more?
He's so big. 5 kills, 7 assists. It's just unholy. And again, it's becoming a common trend where we're like, oh, the junglers, you know, you want to give your kills to the 80 carries, maybe even your mid laner. I'm seeing it time and time again. A fed Wukong, a fed Vi, a fed Viego. They're scary things to go up against. They will run you down if you're not careful. And this is getting to become a much more difficult game for JDG than they probably anticipated. 4,000 gold down. Baron is up. They didn't actually get anything other than a turret in that mid lane for LNG because, like you said, they hadn't really got a lot of work done. But they did establish control around this Baron for the moment. A minute till the Hex Soul spawns, and Baron is already available. But it would be so risky for JDG to go for, especially without any of the summoners on their carries. Now they can catch him, and they're going to jump straight in on top of him. He didn't count the minions. He didn't count the minions. The Devourer keeps Gala alive, which means that he's going to be able to get himself safe and back out away from Kanavi. Eventually, he'll take him down, but at what cost? Finally, we can see the fight kind of spread out a little bit. Gets a bit more skirmish heavy. It's actually a 2-for-2 in favor of both teams. They're rotating themselves a nice little setup. Gragas has gone down and died. You can't really burn down 369, and what looked like JDG getting caught out actually ends up being a 3-for-2 in their favor.
I cannot believe that they turned it around. Gala, I didn't even see how Gala went down because I was focused on Knight, who Zika was doing a good job to deny him from coming into the fight and killing Scout. But I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that one. Tarzan was still up, but with how tanky people like 369 are, it seems like not wanting to go through the hassle of trying to just run him down in a 2v3. It is going to be here, though, where, like you said, this Nico play feels like it's worked out way more than it should in only 1 week of gameplay. Instantly, Ruler taken out. But when you see Gala gets devoured, he's safe for now, but missing, waiting, gets the knock-up. And then Kanavi flashing forward to take him down. So that's a huge amount of the damage done. Sadly, like I said, Zika was doing a great job of playing keep away and not allowing Knight to enter the fold. But that also meant he really wasn't doing anything. He was taking free damage from the Annie. But that fight apparently doesn't matter anymore as we are back on a Baron.
Yeah, we are back on the Baron. It's gone. It's gone. Nothing you could do, JDG. You're too late to the party, and now you're going to have to look for the exit fight. Baron secured here by LNG. Here comes the Orn Horn as they look to try and get in with the Paranoia. The full dive tool used as they want to try and just make sure that you are punished for going too far forward. A Gale Force forward as Knight's on the backside trying to find Gala. He will get him. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Never mind a 2-for-2 trade. Missing. Doesn't have anywhere to go. No flash and no way to save himself. It's 3-for-2 now in favor of LNG, and they might go straight back and look towards that what's going to be Hexol.
You know, you've already had a long day.
Too many words.
We give you a pass, but that was exactly the play pattern we wanted to see. I'm sure we'll get a replay, so we'll hit over it then because now this is going to be soul time for the side of LNG. They've already been winning fights. They've already been winning fights with this. Should be more dramatic.
Yeah, Knight and 369 have to contest, but I just don't think they can. They'd be giving over free kills, and yeah, Hexol going to be coming over, and I'll take a breather, take a slip of water, and try and regather my thoughts before we could be the potential final fight coming in here for LNG in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and again, hopefully we head into a replay right now because we saw exactly the setup that LNG always have against the composition that JDG have drafted. Like, you're a Nocturne, you're going to dive in, but you're diving in. The Tom Kench is going to be able to devour Zadie carry. The Pot Blossom's going to come down to keep you in place. And then you are just instantly gone. We even see Knight trying to TP to get in range to be able to do more. But then it just sets up for the reset to come out from Tarzan. And sure, Gala goes down. But now this Viego's just able to dash onto the backline because Ruler Gale forced in. And that's all she wrote. It's just such a nice play pattern for LNG's composition against what JDG have drafted.
come back into
You're
the game.
actively diving in to give Tarzan a free reset. It's crazy.
I was gonna say it was like we come back in and kind of realize the consequences of our actions. Unfortunately for Ruler, didn't lose his flash. I don't think he had it in that last fight, so we'll have it now. But against a Hex Soul, extra little bit of damage, the extra slowing from a rapid fire cannon Jinx just makes it so difficult to work up on top of this. But they're gonna go for a TP. That's gonna be 369, but they've already jumped onto Ruler. He's dead. Didn't count the minions, got caught out by the Nico, and now you imagine with Gala free hitting on this backside, double kill for him. He's gonna be able to get the rest of his kills, or even just put in the rest of this damage. This should be it. It's only the Ornn. He's trying to cut off the wave, but there's already a wave there. We're going to a full 9 on the day and 3 on the series.
Yeah, 9 games. And LNG bringing our match of the week the distance. We said it. We were robbed of this matchup in playoffs. OMG having a great miracle run and shutting LNG down. LNG were a top 3 team. They had the same series scoreline as JDG. But again, we didn't get it, but we get it here today.
And yeah, absolutely. I think LNG definitely showing that they are here to play, here to be counted. Again, JDG, I kind of have to call towards Kanavi again. On some days, game 1, he looks like the most incredible jungler in the world. In game number 2, he's just overextending, really kind of going through the motions a bit too much, in my opinion. And it just doesn't really work out for his team. So still, though, JDG definitely looked like they could have won that game. A couple of small things when it went forward. And I think for Ruler, I think a little bit of homework for him, if even if they do win or lose this series, is count the minions. That's what you need to do from now on. You need to count the minions in a wave, because he got caught out a couple of times with that little trick with the Nico.
And also not even against the Nico, right? If you look at the game, JDG were up, what, 9-4 after that huge dive and fight they won in mid lane. And then it was Ruler who ended up getting caught out, led into 369 going down as well, then missing falls. Like, just one member overextending led to everything collapsing for JDG. Or this could have been a 2-0, right? Like, who knows? Yep. Like, you still had all the tools to be able to try to counteract this dive like we saw in those fights. But JDG were starting to accrue a gold lead. They were the ones with pressure. And it was those small oversteps and oversights that eventually led LNG to being back into the game. But I don't even want to, like, take away from LNG's early game, because there's a lot of good cross-mapping coming out from them. They were winning on bot side. They were like, hey, if they're going to dodge this lane matchup and go for Rift Herald, we're fine. We're just going to get more plates on Nagala and make sure that he's having a good time. Take away your jungle, get deep vision. And yeah, at the end of the day, it paid off.
I mean, Knight still did an unholy amount of damage. You can see why this is so highly prioritized. Yeah, 28,000 damage. No one really coming close to him in that regard. And I still think there was definitely a world there where JDG were able to keep Ruler alive, get those, dive buddies off on the backside with the Ornhorn, and of course the Kanavi with the Paranoia. But was not to be. Great from LNG to bounce themselves back and send us to a 1-1 scoreline. And again, we know that normally we take a break before going into a third or maybe a second game of a series, but we don't want to do that anymore because it's our match of the week, and we want to get this information to you guys on stream as quick as we possibly can. So we're going to be taking ourselves straight into game number 3 before we can go for anywhere else, and Scout, being the MVP, totally deserved.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, there were so many huge pop blossoms. Like, you obviously have all the ones that you continuously pointed out with the minions, but then also the TP flank was just massive to be able to set up for LNG to be able to come back in that fight. And just time and time again, Scout was someone who delivered. That is something that I love about this matchup so far, right? Both mid laners very clearly firing on all cylinders, both teams showing that, you know, they have the ability to snowball. They have the ability to come back with the map play. Like, we really do have everything on the line right now. And both teams are giving it their best, despite the fact that LNG played yesterday, which is still crazy to me.
Yes. That's it. They played literally 24 hours ago. Regardless if it's a home stadium or not for them, that is still a massive amount of turnaround. As we have a look now at the picks and bans, I do notice a Jax coming out here for Ala on LNG, or sorry, for Zika on LNG, excuse me, and a Cassante. So, but the Lovers duo, oh, that's going to be tough there for LNG to try and kind of quell. I feel like that kind of combination, especially with the Wukong, you get so much backline access.
Yeah, the most interesting thing to me is the fact that LNG have, you know, gotten their hands on Nico every single time. JDG valuing the Cassante first pick more in both their blue side games, and very clearly liking the pairing with the Viego. Kind of reminiscent to back in the day when we'd always get Viego paired with like other bursty champions, or I guess the big one was Lissandra because of the Ice Zombie resets as well. But liking getting their hands on the Viego. Like you said though, Jax being picked into the Cassante has been viewed as a counter matchup, even if we are mostly getting handshake matchups in topside these days. Like, okay, you pick Cassante, we pick Sion, and we chill. This will be Zika's time to shine. Zika did not have a fun time in that last game either, right? 0-4 on the Gragas. Had some flops, the flash play. We're not really gonna we won't talk about too much, but this is his time to shine, Ashin. This time in the deciding game, match of the week against the MSI champions, this is where you step up.
This is where you have to step up, especially when you're given something like the Jax to try and take over that side lane. It's going to be difficult against a Cassante. It was kind of the more common matchup we saw in the spring split with these two champions, kind of being Jax being seen as a pseudo light counter to the Cassante. We'll see if that still holds true in this game. But it is the third game of the series, the 9th game of the day. It has been an absolute burner of a stream now. I can't even think about how many hours we've been live, but it is going to come down to this final one now.
I can, Ashin.
You can think about it. Can you tell me what it is?
Here I am waking up at 5 p.m. thinking, you know what, I'll cast in some amount of hours. And then there I am more than 13 hours later. And like, oh, the series is finally starting. We've been live for 7 hours now.
8 hours.
No, it should be 7.
Because there's an hour. No, it should be 8 because it was an hour countdown, technically.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're being that guy. Okay, you're being that guy.
We have been live for 8 hours. We've had live gameplay for 7, which is still a lot. A 9-hour broadcast, regardless of when and where it happens, is still a lot. Because we don't forget, we've also not taken any breaks.
We're in lots of fights. Like, we're in heavy trading in both top and bot. This is so different from the games we've been getting these days with slow early games. Zika, great trades in top, and now we see Summoners having to be burnt in bot. Hung no flash. This is the pace and the tempo you need in a deciding game.
Yes, give me more kills. Do not give me an OMG game 2 or game 3 where nothing happened for 20 minutes. As you can see now, having to force the heal out of the Lulu, and actually Hung lost his flash, so definitely winning out on that summoner trade, and Gala taking such a massive trade back. He's got the call, but now we go back towards this mid lane, and ooh, Kanavi. That's not the... You don't want to be bonking the minion, and Zika and Tarzan, they're going towards top. What is happening? This is such a random change of pace where everyone's throwing everything in the book at everyone else.
Yeah, and Kanavi not even gonna, be able to find out. Blue going down. I guess they know Zika leaving lane can assume that the invade came through, which is why it looks like Kanavi hovering down towards that bottom half of his jungle for now. And it seems like for Kanavi wanting to go back to the success of trying to punish mid lane, nothing comes from it. And LNG hoping to answer back a bit for themselves, with both mid laners paying a lot of respect.
Yeah, hell of a lot of respect here now. But Zika, unfortunately, having to go help his top laners take away that blue meant, or having his jungler take away that blue meant that he was left on his lonesome, which means we might have a little bit of a solo bolo on either side of this. A lot of minions damage. One more bonk from either of these guys would be enough. Oh my god, that was such a good flash there from Zika. He's trying to see if he can bait it out. Tarzan's on his way here. 369 has no flash. 369 could be going down.
Yeah, I mean, just bring your jungle up. 369. It's going to be a matter of time. He's going to try and be a nuisance in his minion wave to find Zika.
Yeah, he's going to look for it. They're going to try and maybe give it over to the Jax. One more Q, one more auto attack could have been enough, but the top lane already going in favor of Zika, and that's exactly how LNG want to start this game.
You can see the player camp as well. 369 was frustrated, knowing maybe had he played it a little bit differently, would have been able to get the kill on that Jax earlier when he went for that flash. And does come out to bite him. Zika even going to be able to recall TP back and not lose out on anything, even with 369 being back in lane first. Right now, it's all about this potential action on bot side. Is Hung and Gala going to pay respect, knowing that Kanavi is here?
Kanavi gets it back on the blue buff, so definitely not a bad trade for him, but unfortunately his top laner is definitely going to be feeling the worst for wear. Sheen already picked up there for Zika, and let's have a look at this fight, because it gets so close. You can see why 369 is so confident, because the counter-strike is down.
Yeah, dodges out with the E, manages to get away, and even connects the knockback with the Q, so feels confident to try to run him down, procs the grasp, like everything going in the way of 369 right now with the W connecting. But it's right here. He feels that he can get it. goes for the flash, but nice dodge by Zika to make sure it comes through. And then, you know, a lot of players in solo queue say, like, top gap is you know, which jungle comes first. And sadly, despite the 369 almost managed to get it himself, his jungle didn't come first.
Nope. And there's a flash there from Scout, as you knew if he gets hit by the charm, he is almost certainly going to die. So might as well preemptively use it rather than taking a hell of a lot of damage while not using it, or rather using it late. And we can kind of come back in, have a bit of a breather. The pace is breathtaking right now between these two teams. As LNG, they smell blood in the water, and you can tell that they want to try and just keep JDG down the girt. On the opposite side, though, I think JDG are kind of saying, look, we can't let this snowball too heavily against us. We need to make sure we make some plays back.
You know, this is the pace I've missed. This is the LPL I recognize as LNG. They're just going to keep trying to double down on these advantages. Zika stacking a huge wave. 369 going to try to not let it come in, but now the proxying potentially comes through. Not ideal to take the turret shot.
See what they want to go for. No one really kind of happy, or I think everyone's happy just to kind of farm up now again. You want to be getting the Cyclone on Kanavi, you want to be getting the Heartbreaker to reset and stuff like that onto the Viego. Might go for a little bit of an early Dragon take as the Flash and Heal of Hong are back off of cooldown for the moment, and they should be able to continually press down on this bot side. Still a bit of a CS lead for Ruler, but pressure in this bot side belonging to LNG for the moment as they continue to try and keep the pressure here onto JDG. And I think that's the big thing, is the fact that if you can keep this pressure down and continue to get those objectives stacking for yourself, we've seen just how powerful an early soul can be.
Yeah, so great by them to play towards bot side. Zika even gonna manage to cancel the recall. He did a good job already by making sure that his wave was able to crash into turret with the play that he had just made when he made sure that 369's minions couldn't get there as early. And now look at him, pulling his own wave so 369 can't get the crash himself. So Zika doing a great job on this Jax that he opted into so far, but Kanavi, level 6. Tarzan has to get out of here.
Yeah, you cannot fight against the Cyclone right now, especially with a Sheen on this Wukong. So, unfortunately for Tarzan, he's about 2 camps behind, so that's going to kind of screw him over a little bit. Gala looks to try and be a bit more aggressive here onto him. Flashes away after his cleanse. The Feathers will not really do a hell of a lot, but still a great trade there for the JDG bot lane. They get 2 summoners for the price of 1, and they now have level 6 onto Ruler.
Yeah, level 6 on a Ruler. Kanavi managing to steal away the red buff. Tarzan still close to 6 himself, but still not there. Going to try to find it by taking away Kanavi's red buff for himself. And now we kind of end up in a bit of a situation where... Oh, good. I was going to say we're going to end up with a bit of a trade side, but JDG, their bot lane, not going to let it come through because look at Kanavi. So many deep wards in that top side jungle to spot out where Tarzan will be with Rift Herald coming up. And now even managing to secure their own bot side jungle.
Making sure they don't lose out on anywhere on the map right now as the Dragon did go over in favor of LNG. So it should be a pretty easy Herald secure as they do have priority in mid and a little bit in top as well. So now LNG, where do you want to try and take this Viego Nico? We saw it a couple of times now where the Nico has been exceptionally powerful, just bamboozling people. Maybe Ruler going to have a little bit of an easier time evading it considering he is on the Xayah this time around, and Kanavi picks up the Rift Herald. So I want to see where LNG want to try and bring their pressure. They have got opportunities. They just need to make sure that they're getting the right ones at the right time.
Yeah, it's kind of tough when looking at opportunities they have, right? Not a lot of setup in bot lane. You really don't have much CC between you. Like, sure, you have like what Tarzan brings, but that is a skill shot. I think it's decently easy for the JDG bot laners to dodge. Mid is always an opportunity. You have the mixed damage, the burst is there, but again, Spear Rush, Flash. Just a lot of mobility and safety on the side of JDG, and not a whole lot of lockdown coming out specifically from the LNG bot side, and then, you know, not being able to counteract that mobility on JDG's top side. So LNG seems like you're going to have to be happy to just farm up for now, maybe wait for a neutral objective to come up unless JDG overstep.
The jungle's getting a bit more of a gap into it right now. It's about 4 camps for the moment, which doesn't sound like a huge amount in the grand scheme of things, but the thing I always look at is going to be the upgraded smites. If you can continue to kind of have the priority here with this Wukong, you get up to that 1200 smite, that 2nd or 3rd dragon does become such a harder thing to contest here for LNG, especially when they're 300 true damage down. So see a top lane move forward as they may be able to go all out, but 369 holds onto it, doesn't know exactly where the Viego is, and doesn't want to try and go all in case he is not in a 1v1.
Yeah, getting a lot of value out of going plated steel caps into a cloth armor. So, putting respect onto Zika, on the Jackson, trying to minimize the amount of damage he could do while still being able to do a lot for himself. Not a whole lot of opportunities here for either team right now, because we talked about how LNG, just in general, it seems like with the champions and lanes they have, it could be hard to turn into a gank. Where for JDG, you have all the setup available, but they've maintained pressure in all 3 lanes. All of LNG's laners, as we've seen, have been playing pretty much under turret. So unless you can try and set up a dive for yourself, that same opportunity isn't there.
And we continue to wait. Minute till Dragon spawns. Maybe get a bit of work around that, but the priority now leaving bot lane and moving towards that top. You can see that Gala very aware that he is a prime target to be taken out, and that means there's going to be lots of XP lost as well as gold. So decent amount of gold now going into Ruler's back pocket here for this rest of this game. And again, the game is so close for the moment that this could be the difference between setting up a fight and not, or even setting up a first item or not having that first item.
Really could be. And with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, things like that are going to be so important. I also want to point out that Zika had roamed down from top to push in mid. So it looks like 369 having control of the wave on that top, wanting to try and deny Knight in mid. Knight did make it back to lane in time to really not lose out on too much. Who also finishes off the Divine Thunder in the process.
Yeah, I mean, big power spike there for the Jacks, but... And look, Lyric, it's a bit slow. I've had 1 kill in 12 minutes nearly. It's a...
There's a dragon.
It's a bit of a slow burn. Yeah, there is a dragon. This game is dragon.
We need to no. We need to will it into existence. Which usually the way you will it into existence is by saying there no fight will happen, because then the opposite always does, or by talking about random shenanigans. The problem is this game, we still have to remember back to the first 4 minutes when a lot of potential, there was a lot of tries to find ganks. We can see now. Look at Knight, Kanavi. It's in their eyes. They want the kills. They want the fight. But damn it, Ashin, it's not in the eyes of LG. Maybe you were right all along.
I mean, it's just hard to do it. I will say Zika will not really win this trade in the grand scheme of things. Does dodge out on the second Q, so there's not going to be a stack up. JDG going to use this priority on the bot side in the mid lane to get themselves a dragon. The game shall remain equal. It's a kill in the difference, but that does not mean a lot in the gold. It's dead even in that, dead even in dragons. And we have ourselves a dead heat as we come up to 13 minutes into the game.
I also want to point out that the bot laners stayed bot for so long. Gala just recalled and just picked up his full...
Stormraider.
Yeah. And, he did go the call, so that one had already been just finished off as well. So, a really nice back. Ruler on the opposite side will get his reset. Again, had stuck around just as long. Now will have the Kraken Slayer online. So, hitting similar break points. Again, the difference being Kanavi finding the advantage over Tarzan, but Zika doing a nice job getting that back off and making sure he has his own Divine Thunder.
And again, just kind of tit for tat, ping and pong. They don't really want to throw away this game. It's gone from a best of 3 that you think about to a best of 1 that you have to execute on. So these are the difference makers. It's what makes teams feel a little bit more reserved, shall we say, a bit more conservative with how they want to try and push themselves into this, kind of the mid game, make sure they have the highest percentage play before they really commit to anything.
You can see now, though, the members of JDG linking up, starting to make their way down to bot side. I'm going to assume Ruler should have a wave. No, only 3 minions there, so not even going to really be able to do much off of this. Maybe they catch out Tarzan if he ended up walking in, but he's going to do his due diligence, pay the respect. But I want to turn our attention to the Herald. It's up in 30 seconds. You've now pushed in bot. You dragged them towards bot lane when you moved over with Knight. He's going to have first push on mid, so JDG should be the team who gets that second Herald.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Should.
We'll wait to see. It is a ocean rift, so plenty of brushes and stuff to hide in, but looks like Kanavi moving himself up towards that side, making sure that he has got first entry into that pit should the Rift Herald need any kind of contention. And with the mid lane being occupied by the Ruler and Missing duo, it should be easy enough to try and go for it. So it is just a trade. This is the thing. The second Herald never really has high priority, I think, in a lot of people's heads than the first one. The first one is good because it gets you the plates, You don't need to worry about that then. You get some extra gold. It doesn't matter if you take the turret or not. Whereas LNG are kind of showcasing that. It's like, yes, the second Herald is great, but we can just get a turret ourselves, and it doesn't mean that anything else is going to change. If we just trade a turret now for you getting a turret later, it's kind of the same diff.
Yeah, I like you pointing out that you really don't lose much by not contesting it. And another point about it not being as contested as first, other than like plates and stuff like that, is that usually 15 minutes in the game, you've already kind of found a bit of a groove, right? Like JDG, knowing they had some strength, using the fact that they bring Missing towards mid, allow Knight to get pryed, and bring him towards bot. Like JDG having the mechanism to use their strong first item marks with people like Kanavi to pull LNG away from where the Rift Herald would spawn. So things like that making all the difference. And now getting even more items coming online with things like the Everfrost, Iceborne Gauntlet up there, 4369 as well. So JDG definitely feeling very strong. Still waiting on Scout to be able to finish off his Mythic when we know Scout was the cheeky man in the last game, making things happen for LNG.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Making things happen is the... even though nothing has been happening, is we're still waiting for people to kind of figure out how strong they could possibly be. And that's the thing. I always find that kind of interesting as well. It's a weird... metric, I suppose, to kind of bring into it, is because nobody has actually really fought against anybody else. We're still technically in a laning phase before we get towards the 5v5s. No one really knows how strong anyone else is. It just feels like we're kind of at a point where the game kind of gets you, oh, it's fine, just the Nico, and then the Nico with a Rocket Belt and a Viego with Divine Sundoor does a hell of a lot of damage than you're anticipating because you just haven't fought them in a while.
Yeah, if a fight did break out on even footing, though, I'll pause as Kanavi's living life on the edge.
Living life on the edge and quite possibly getting himself taken out. There's going to be a great flash from Tarzan to make sure he does not get hit by the charm. Kanavi's already used the Cyclone and his flash. Knight will secure the turret in the bot side, but 30 seconds till Dragon Spawn. That's a lot of key summoners no longer available for both these junglers.
Right, no flashes, no ultis on both sides. And it's even weird, right? Because you'd say, okay, you're not going to have the Cyclone. That's like one of the big engage tools. AoE engage, you'd love to have that. But at the same time, no Pot Blossom on Scout, so that's huge AoE damage. You're not going to be able to try and turn that into more damage coming from the Viego resets with the ulti. Like, yeah. Now it's going to be interesting to see how teams approach this objective, because I still kind of favor JDG just from the fact that they have like bigger frontline with things like the Cassante and the Wukong, and even having the Xayah ult to try and get away from Scout. But at the same time, if Scout and Tarzan combo onto anyone, they could just be dead. So it's going to be all about how LNG can set up the fight and especially get Scout in there. But I guess last game we saw he just needs to turn into a minion and it'll be fine.
Turn into a minion, no one counts you. Easy. Scammers get scammed. But Rift Herald gets dropped into the mid lane and top lane. Getting a lot of pressure here. Yes, the dragon gets taken. So that's going to be 2 dragons to 1 in favor of LNG, but you're losing a lot of pressure on the map. Where did LNG go? What happened? Where were they on the map? Because they weren't really anywhere.
Yeah, looks like Hung went for a recall, so he's coming from an awkward way. Gala then is walking back by himself, so he can't like take the quickest route he wants to mid. And now JDG doing a great job using their tempo to pivot up the top side.
Yeah, I mean, they've almost got this tower, and it looks like they want to try and stay for it as well. But Tarzan now getting caught out here by Kanavi, but the Gravitum gun means that you have nowhere to go. Rooted down, Gala gets himself a kill. Tarzan doing exceptionally well to keep himself alive, irrelevant. And then that's only our 2nd kill of the game here, Lyric. We're nearly at 20 minutes. What is this?
I don't know, but we've seen like a lot of posturing for action. I also want to say, Kanavi must be an adrenaline junkie, right? We saw it in last game when he like went for the 1v1, ended up dying himself. This game in bot Tribrush, sticks around trying to enable Knight to take that tower, almost dies there. This time around, runs into Tarzan again, pops the Cyclone. His team is nowhere near to follow up. Like, my God, Kanavi is addicted to danger, and it is not working out for him, as we see here. Cyclone comes out, getting the better in the 1v1, but the other members of LNG still hadn't really shown in top wave. They're able to move here first, and it opens up for the pick.
I mean, that's it. Like, it's just Kanavi kind of thinking he was in an isolated 1v1. It just wasn't to be. It wasn't the way he thought it was. And now, come back into live, and it's going to be Aphelios picking up his 2nd item. And there's going to be 2 items there for Ruler as well. So, definitely not falling behind in terms of the items being completed. But here for LNG, they are still a little bit behind, about 1,500 gold in favor of JDG. They do have a dragon in their favor, so we'll see how this game goes. It's incredible to me that JDG can still be ahead, despite literally having 0 kills.
Yeah, having nothing on their side. But still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LNG will have going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jacks down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force 369 back, but Scout!
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing. Trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off. And now, with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, for LNG, you know they're going to look to turn on this. Worst case, you can try and turn this into more kills. You still have some nice damage you have to respect from the side of JDG.
Oh, it's risky.
It's risky. Scout's still not even here.
No, he's not, and Tarzan has to use the Heartbreaker just to back up. They have to respect the damage from this Xayah and Ahri combination. The Bastions doing some serious work here for the moment. JDG will not lose the Baron, but they did lose 2 kills. And again, more gold going back to LNG. It still doesn't mean they have a gold lead, but it does mean that they are getting the
oh my god, they're going to go for the sheet. They're going to go for the Baron themselves, though. The TP coming into 369.
There is a ward. They don't know what's going on. Ruler ulted.
What?
Not quite sure what that was about, but Ruler doesn't have ult now. There's a lag a little bit there, but I don't think they go for it because they know that Tarzan hasn't got ult. He's going to have to flash over and try and get it. He doesn't. He spites too early, and now JDG can really look to try and make this fight work. Scout sends in the decoy, but a great little movement there from JDG to recognize LNG are late on the resets.
Despite the blunders that we have seen, JDG make it work. Great job dissuading their own Baron only moments ago, and then they just do it so fast. Ruler putting out so much damage. We're going to see here. Man, Scout deserves a raise. LNG, if you're listening, give this man a raise. He's been so insane on the Nico. He starts every fight up for them. And then sadly, Zika TP's in on the flank. He's able to get in there, find a kill. Missing tries to get on top of Gala, but Gala manages to be able to kite it out as well. And then they just run them down. The sad thing for LNG is when they try to pivot towards the Baron, they don't really have much engage, right? So you don't have much turn potential to be able to start a fight. It's pretty much Zika starts up the helicopter, you jump in, and that's that, right? So that's why LNG weren't able to convert more off of those kills that they found.
Yeah, I mean, and they were punished for it. They overextended things to go for the Baron. They could not, and then the late resets definitely hurting them in the long run. So now JDG just kind of pushing in here. And again, JDG have maintained the gold lead throughout all of this, despite not getting any kills up until that Baron. They've been the ones who have been able to kind of, maintain the power and the presence with these objectives. And that's why they're able to kind of nearly take down Tarzan, who has to get himself right over the wall and use the Yulu ultimate just to stay alive.
Yeah, that was so close. But Zika now still in harm's way, getting chased down by Kanavi.
I mean, he's only 1 or 2 abilities from going down, and yeah, they're going to try and just bait him out as best they can. The charm is good. Kanavi bonks him with the stick. And I mean, it's all falling apart for LNG. JDG didn't need to get any kills because they're just playing the map so much smarter.
This series overall has been absolutely worth it. This game, so, again, back and forth in the sense that neither team was able to find a meaningful advantage until now, and it really coming off the back of small missteps from either side. And both, JDG ultimately being the ones who have capitalized better. But still, we look at the map, JDG not going to over-aggress too much. Ruler going to pick up that dragon down in bot lane, and they're going to try and get all 3 waves situated, right? We see Knight pushing in top, but also missing, bringing in the wave in mid, 369 moving down to bot.
Hong's getting 1v1 by the jungler right now, and he's used his own polymorph. He has flash. Is it worth it? Well, it'll keep him alive for now, so.
I was scared. Kanavi's been a little bit off the rails with the fights he's wanted to look for. So I thought if there was a way, he'd go for it. But no flash. I believe he'd already used his W as well. No real way to follow up, and you already have gotten everything you wanted.
I mean, it was definitely a moment where I thought Kanavi would look to go in 1v3 and try and just kill off the Lulu if he really was feeling it. But there was still a wild growth available for Hong, and I mean, this is now a 6,000 gold lead.
I want to believe that in that circumstance, in your mind, Kanavi was a protagonist, right? Where he might not have flash, he might not have, you know, his W up to be able to jump over, but still he's gonna train hard in that 30 seconds. It's gonna take like 20 episodes, and he will then unlock a new ability to be able to TP right on top of Hung and take him down. That's the Kanavi that exists in your mind, and we love that.
And you know what? That's the best timeline. That is in fact the best timeline that we have available to us. But unless you're an LNG fan, then it's not.
That is the worst. Not even just for LNG. I guess for any other teams, if Kanavi then could just create abilities on command.
That'd be a cool champion design, though. Like someone who could maybe not create abilities, but like I don't know, like. Try to think about it. Try to like, you know, I suppose you do already kind of have like Viego and Silas and stuff.
You don't. I don't want more RNG in League of Legends, and you know, not the team RNG, you know, like actual RNG. But you could take
randomly generated numbers.
you can take the new like Rise mechanic in the next TFT set, where he's like 10 different abilities, to where randomly in the game your champion spawns with like you have a choice out of like a different pool every time.
That'd be kind of cool.
But it would be overkill, and then you would never know if your champion's going to be good in the game or not. So actually, that is not a good idea. And let's focus back on the game, because Knight wants to be able to find a pick. But if him and Kanavi go too far, they're going to walk into the waiting arms of all the members of LNG.
369 and Zika just trying to play wet noodle fights here in the bot lane, as we can see now that 369 with the 2 items, 2 armor items. He is in no way, shape, or form going to be in any threat of a solo Zika, but a duo of a jungler and a top laner definitely could spell disaster for the JDG top laner. And I mean, like, it's a 6,000 gold lead. It's very much JDG's game right now. They are, however, moving to a point where this Aphelios with 3 items will burn through health bars. You have it on the ruler as well, but we've seen Moonlight Vigils do so much to very, very, you know, kind of little effort, shall we say, on the enemy, on whoever has it.
Yeah, and JDG are also at a point now where they really can't just brute force the end of the game. They have a few options available. One is to do what they're doing, which is just, you know, pushing all 3 waves, keep up deep vision, hope LNG overstep. Another one is like once they push in, let's say like mid or top, you can then try and roam down to bot, try and pick off Zika, but again, kind of relies on him overstepping, which is why you're playing a bit slower. You're waiting for something like the Baron to come back up, and you're probably gonna have to use that to force LNG out of base and find a pick, right? So now they're finally looking to reclaim vision. This could be a moment once Ruler and Knight come out from their bases.
It could be. Everyone's coming back out and seeing where they are set up for the rest of the game. It is going to be a dragon spawning in a minute's time. Knight TPing in, maybe seeing if he can get a bit of a look at Scout. He's setting himself up. He knows that he can maybe get something going here, but immediately he kind of backs himself away. No one was taking the bait.
I think that's the real problem LNG have found themselves in right now. If like you're looking at this game like, hey, how are LNG not able to find anything? The difference between last game when they ran a similar comp was JDG had a comp that pretty much wanted and had to dive into them. JDG's comp doesn't need to do that this game. They have an advantage. They have champions that can just take it a bit slower and play out through the space.
He's thinking about it. Throws out a wayward charm to see maybe if someone wanted to go a bit aggressive onto him. Has the death cap now, and you can see onto Zika does a lot of damage. Scout gets to get the wild growth thrown onto him as he was caught off away from his team. And now with the Baron up, Dragon up in 24 seconds, it's not sold for either team. So I think Baron is really the objective these teams are looking for. But look at the waves, look at the map state. This is all being in favor of JDG.
Great catch. I was going to say, JDG already have their waves in order. They're chilling. They're just fine. You could see pings now coming out onto the Baron. I wonder how many members they even need to start this one off, because you could see missing in 369 going to be the ones playing keep away, but so far forward. We'll see if LNG realize, but LNG are pinging towards Dragon. They're giving it up.
They're just giving it up. They're giving it up. It's a conscious decision from them. LNG saying, look, we'd rather get on the soul point. We can survive. We have a Nico. We have an Aphelios. We will be able to cover off these minion waves. So getting themselves up into a more permanent buff situation. Even a little bit of extra gold there with the objective bounties and getting Zika time to kind of stack himself up towards that Zhonya's.
He's still, though, 369 just finishing off Randuin's. Kanavi just picked up his Guardian Angel. Knight, a stopwatch. Ruler, a stopwatch. There are so many safety tools on the side of JDG. So with JDG having the gold lead, they not only have like more damage items coming through, so they're going to be outputting more DPS, but now also finally indexing into the safety tools to be able to survive LNG's onslaught. This would be a tough fight for LNG to win.
Be a very, very tough fight, as we can see. He's putting out some decent poke there onto Kanavi, down to half HP, so needs to be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
Yeah, JDG might have lost their last series off the back of an MSI victory, but they're coming in strong this series. They're chasing Hung down, but the other members already in the base.
They never lost the gold lead. They didn't need the kills. They only needed 7 at the end of the day. But in 31 minutes, these Nexus turrets will fall, and JDG will get themselves their first win of summer 2023.
Great to see the bounce back. Again, I think everyone gave them a pass for the first series loss, coming right off of an MSI victory. Not much turnaround time before the split. I mean, hell, just look how much earlier we've started in the LPL compared to every other region.
Yeah.
But nice
still
bounce back.
For everyone else to figure it out.
right? We still got some time on our hands. But this time around, LNG, who had been on a surge, who have looked great, honestly, even in the series. There's a lot of good things to take away from LNG. This is not like let's say, like a black mark on their record. They put it close. Who knows, again, in a best of 5, how this would go. But at the end of the day, JDG came out. They were able to show some interesting picks with things like the Elise in the first game. They were able to show good laning phases throughout the series. And you hit on it this game specifically, Asheen, about like the map play. The map play was there for JDG, and they were running them back and forth. They had great movements, like with setting up for the second Herald, forcing a play down on bot side right before Herald spawns to bring all LNG's members there. And then bam, you have Tempo to go back up towards top side first. And it was just rinsing and repeating plays like this that really gave JDG this third and final game.
And that's the thing as well. I love that you brought in the kind of the rinse and repeating, because it put the onus onto LNG. It said, LNG, you have to be creative. You have to find an opportunity, because if we keep at this kind of, stale state, we're fine with that. We're making the smarter moves. We're getting the waves crashing a lot, obviously a lot better in our favor. So we're the ones that are coming out on top. And that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, for LNG. But look, they had 2 games in a row. They're still 2-1. And you know what? If you're going to lose one series in the summer split at the start and you lose the JDG, that's fine. We're not going to crucify you for that one.
This was honestly probably the best series of the split so far, as it should be, right? We have these 2 caliber teams. It was match of the week for a reason. Very back and forth. We even speed ran it, honestly. Like 3 games,
no breaks.
3 games in a row. Let's be real, though. It's what the audience loves. You don't need the in between talking and the fluff. You just want with the action.
There's no, I was going to say, there's no like start the game, because the game never ends. It just continues constantly. We get the very bare minimum of information, and then we continue. That's what you wanted. That's the next evolution of League of Legends broadcasting. Just delay it so the result is already exists, and you just cast the game afterwards.
Yeah. And you know what? Let's give a special shout out to the side of LNG. We already said we were praising left and right in the game. Scout. And you know what? Even if you want to be like, oh, JDG should, the minions, this or that. No, Scout, so many different angles, so many different ways, had to be the one starting up the action for LNG, and consistently was. So, still glad to see Scout and a lot of the players on LNG inform Zika having a solid early laning phase. But at the end of the day, right, sometimes games like this just happen. And on the opposite side, Kanavi with the redemption arc, despite the fact that, my God, he had me sweating so many times.
I mean, you can't deny that he did more than twice the damage of Tarzan, despite, because he was looking for the aggressive plays all the time. Definitely some better than others, but still can't deny that, you can even see it there, his kill participation. He was at the catalyst of a lot of the things that were going down, and he wanted to make things happen for his team.
Yeah, he really did. And, I mean, he didn't only want to, he did. And Kanavi was going to be the one. Yep, going to be the one to pick up the MVP, which is, again, kind of crazy when you look at this game, especially thinking back to that game too. But that's the pose you want to see. That's the guy that lives in your mind that can just create an ability out of nowhere.
And you're telling me he's not the main character. My boy, my man here representing the Kamehameha. and just coming out here. Maybe it's Fortnite, who knows? But
Please,
yeah,
no.
I mean, look, I know. I remember people getting so mad about that. It's like people just mispronouncing Kamehameha all the place. I'm pretty sure I'm not even pronouncing it correctly, but definitely a lot better than a lot of other people. But I believe that's the end of the day for us coming into it. We had 3 best of 3s that went all the way to 3 games, Lyric. We had to bring you in just so Kitty could get a rest because she had done 6 games on her own.
I'm so lucky that today wasn't the day I casted everything, and that was yesterday, because this would have been a long one. As you know, now my time, we're approaching 8 a.m. I'm like, my God, usually I'm in bed by now. But yeah, I mean, it's been a great day of games. It's been an exciting first week of the LPL. Now we get to go into week 2, having an idea of like how the meta shapes out and seeing the teams had different priorities, right? Again, in this last series, JDG first picking Cassante, where a lot of other teams would have been first picking Nico in that situation. So I'm just excited to see how the meta keeps shaping up. I'm excited and hopeful that RA will bring back Mole, but if it doesn't happen, Strive's super good. So I understand it, but still we want Mole back. And you know, Oshin, those are my takeaways from week 1. What are your takeaways until we're told, and Joe?
Yeah, my takeaways are we've had 17 best of 3s already in the LPL, and we're only 1 week done. And then, you know what the funny thing is? This is our smallest week. This is our shortest week, because then from next week onwards, Wednesday to Sunday, it's 3 best of 3s a day. We're going to have so much content.
I know, we're going to have, there's just going to be so many games, right? You're going to have League of Legends all the time, whenever you want it. Those are the results. Sheen said it in his nice little Irish accent that some of you don't believe is real. 9 games. Favorites coming out? Actually, I'm not sure. I guess favorites in terms of the teams that finished higher in spring did win. But I also don't know if, who would say, is OMG or Weibo the favorite in that series? I don't know. But in terms of spring results, the favorites won.
Yes, in terms of spring results, if that's what you're looking at, then definitely the favorites did win, but 2-1s across the board, and now we can have a look at it there. Ultra Prime still standing strong at the top of the tables there with a +3 game difference, as LNG did fall for the first time this split. BLG still looking good with a 2-0, and JDG, of course, getting themselves on the board with their first win of the season. It's starting to kind of think up. I actually just looked at the schedule there very, very quickly, as we're going to have a quick look at tomorrow's games. It is our Monday. If it's a Monday, it's always 2 best of 3s. We're going to have NIP versus LGT. I do believe their CEO tweeted out a really cool video of their new revamped headquarters in Shenzhen, which is awesome if you want to check it out. And then TT versus AL. But just my little point there, after week 4, we actually go to every single day except Monday having 3 best of 3s. Monday will always be 2, and then Tuesday to Sunday from week 5 onwards has 3 best of 3s. That's a lot of games, Lyric. It's a lot of games.
I haven't looked that far in advance of the schedule, and that news breaks my heart.
I know. I wanted to let you know nice and early just for going out. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you, Lyric, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you for all of you for watching. And, of course, thank you to our back-end staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back at the usual time tomorrow, but at the same usual channel, and we'll see you then.